That's how I start coming in, you know. Come in that way. Come in strong. Give myself an applause. This laugh or learn kid in the building. So, no. That's funny. Laugh or learn kid in a building. Cold. I don't want a co-host, man. I'm playing no dang on battles. Hmm. Let's get to it, man. Some people, some people believe you can't hold people accountable. Some people believe you can't hold people accountable. Some people believe you can. I'm trying to see who is right. I'm on the team of holding people accountable. They be like, well, you can't make nobody be accountable. That's why you can't do it. I think hold and make is two different words, I think. Feel me? Where's my, start this thing a little early. Get up early. Shut it, I see you down there. The only person you can hold accountable is yourself. You can hold them responsible. I like when people use that term, and I looked that up too. I looked up everything. Interesting. What are examples you would say of holding someone responsible then, if you can't hold people accountable? Why do they use the terms self accountability if you can only hold if you can't hold other people accountable? Hmm. We're gonna dive deep into this one though for sure. That's why I put so many. That's why I look like a lot up there. But I do want to look up. Of course, I looked up the difference before I got on here. What's the difference between holding accountable, holding responsible, holding someone to their word, and calling someone out? I had to educate myself on it real quick before I got on here. I'm like, wow, I used to thought calling somebody out was holding accountable, but it's something different. Holding someone to their word, something different. I believe in holding accountable. You can hold people responsible and hold them to their word and all that. I think that's like a bundle of holding them accountable, different versions. Like judgment, different forms of judgment like discernment, intuition, uh, compliments. We're gonna get to it though. That's why I like doing topics like this so we can see what words are being misused. The people that slang words are like I found out gaslighting. I found out the real definition on it. And I noticed that people tend to gaslighting. I found out the real definition on it. And I noticed that people tend to use that and they really just being triggered. I don't even know what gaslighting means. I did a live on that already. If y'all come in, hit them taps for me. I see the room trying to pick up. Them taps and them shares in, or I'll hold y'all accountable. I had another one I wanted to put on there. Is that we can't hold people accountable. What's the point of? Like I be thinking, or even calling out people, right? We say we can't call people out, whatever, for their behaviors, right? Why do we go out our way to call out celebrities, though? I never understood that. That's my little bonus question, though, but couldn't fit it up there. There's too much space. Why the heck do we call out celebrities if we can't call other people out? Shine in a
Hey, hold on. Let
building.
me go ahead and switch spots. I already forgot who got damn spot this year. Let me go ahead and switch it now.
Yeah, but I hope she don't wake up. He said, you already know what time it is. He said, yeah, I refuse to get booted. I was gonna wait till the time I got mad or you said something that made me mad. I'm like, yep, that's my reason.
I just saved myself a drop right now. Just go ahead and drop myself. Man,
I
hey,
was cracking up that one day you said, no, the day I dropped somebody, because I ain't ever really hardly see you. Well, you drop people in here.
yeah.
The day you drop somebody, it's been the wrong person. Then the one you don't drop, niggas start going crazy.
Oh,
That was a funny day.
I remember that day. Yeah. Okay.
That
Yeah.
was
I
so
jumped the
funny,
gun.
man.
Hey, I seen
But,
her. I seen that woman on somebody else panel. I think like 2 days ago.
oh yeah,
And
yeah. She she
they,
she unfollowed me quick too. She went off on me. She went off. No, she actually went off on me like that. Like 3 days later when I was in mirror room. I ain't saying nothing at all. She just seen me in there and she's like, "Oh, hold up, y'all. Yes, Kevin. That nigga fake." And he just started going cry. I'm like, fake. The main thing came in there and took up for me. She like, what the heck? How is being fake? How is challenge somebody being fake?
man, I don't think that's a real person. It sound crazy.
Hmm. Fool.
Hold on, man. Uh-oh.
I do it though. You scared? I think it is. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a chance. Let's OS. What's up?
They dropped themselves?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. We probably made them feel uncomfortable because we thinking they just saying
He got quiet. I don't know.
probably.
Like, what the heck is going on? They set me up.
Boy, I've been clowning on these panels lately. Hey, I'm be honest with you, they care. For some reason, I get a kick out of like arguing with women. Don't do it for me.
Mm-hmm. You say you like to doing it with men. Mm-hmm. You say you like to doing it with men. That ain't sound right. Pause. But you argue with me, brother?
All right, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
good. Or they don't give off the energy that men give off, right? But the energy that these dudes be giving off, and you know what I'm saying? I like getting called a simp and a pounder. That shit just, and then they be going off on me. I like that. Now I could throw insults. When I used to see you when I first came on this app, you used to be battling with, Tori them and all them people. So shit, this shit fun at this point. Really, I get entertained every single day.
I swear I started to get hit by a headache when I go against women. I'm about to go towards the men. I said that a couple of days ago. Well, they deflect so dang on bad. I'm like, bro, you could tell they not used to accountability. I'm
Man,
like, what the heck?
you should have seen a room yesterday. Boy, I went
That's
into a
gonna hurt
room.
my head, dog.
Yeah, man, it's hectic.
Why Bird trying to come up and trying to bring that leech with her? It's like, nah. That's the girl that cussed me out. It was his fault. I'm blaming him.
Oh, she had followed him over here.
I'm pretty sure they probably. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just messing with Bert because I know they was mutuals. I don't know.
Oh, who you talking about? I didn't hear that. Who you talking about?
Control or delete.
Oh, you talking about? I get it. Yeah, I think she's cool, man. I like her. She's still on me.
She got heated at me in mirror room. I didn't even
I'm
say
not
nothing.
surprised.
She right. I'm not either. That's what I said. I said you be all right. We back to
Yeah,
normal again.
you just back to normal, man. Like it's kind of like what Sean was saying. Like where you messing up is you arguing with her. Just let her talk.
Oh no, I didn't argue. I didn't argue
Not
with
you.
her at all.
I just
Oh, you
mean
talking
in
about? Oh
general.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah,
In
yeah.
general,
I
just
get
for
you.
mahogany, just let her talk and then ask her
Mm-hmm.
questions. But there ain't no sense arguing with her. Just ask her
Mm-hmm.
questions. Don't argue,
Exactly.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it be personal.
Boy, she talked too long for that.
Yeah, man. But
And
shit,
she
you gotta
talked
just,
way too long.
hey,
She literally
man.
have a whole book.
Listen, it's like, hey, it's like being in a rodeo, man. You got to ride that horse till the horse is done.
Oh my, I'm good.
You got to
That's
ride it.
pain.
Yeah, you got to ride it.
Hey, you
Hold
teach
on to the
me,
ride.
man. You can teach me. You get along with her. I'm good.
I get along with her. I get along with Tansy. I get along with a lot of people.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm about to start looking you up, Bert.
Hold on. I didn't even know
Uh,
that was possible to get along with Tansy. I didn't think that was
That's what I'm
possible.
saying. He over there get along with the people that's unhinged, ain't it? That's crazy.
Uh, yeah, I get along with her.
Mm-mm.
You probably
I'm,
you probably
You
go
the
think
ahead,
that's what
Sean.
he do.
why
You
you
say
sound he in the toilet talking or something?
no, I'm about to cut my hair right quick.
Oh, he's like, my boy say he trying to get smooth out in these streets.
Yeah, man, I stopped.
I
I
don't end up
stopped.
popping out another kid.
Hell no, I'm done. Shit. Hell no.
That's funny. Yeah, I went in there. She just ain't forget about that. That's Kev. That motherfucker fake. That nigga. He started going crazy. That boy Mayor had to shut his whole live down.
I like how when she first starts, like before she gets to the topic, she's nice. But as soon as she gets into the topic,
Facts.
oh my god,
It's
she
one
goes
disagreement.
like when I talked to her, like I think it was on your live. We were talking to her at first. She was like, "Yeah, hey, it was all sweet and everything." But then she got in that
Mm-hmm.
topic, it was hard. And I'm like, it's always that way,
Mm-hmm.
bro.
When I first met her, she actually chilled with me the whole night. That's why I thought she was smooth. I actually supported her live and all that stuff. And then it's like
Yeah,
her other side just unlocked out of nowhere, like she was putting on the front. So she got me good. But she was just chilling, like, yeah, I'm just this and whatever. And then she ain't even disagree with me. Even when I disagree with her, she like, well, I don't like Kev because he tried to keep it fair and all this other stuff. And then it was a rap. When she started making her own lives, I seen a whole nother side of her. I was like, what the heck?
yeah. That's when you just gotta watch these people, man. Like, so know who else
That's
is? Know
true.
who else is? Charles is really interesting, man.
Mm-mm-mm.
Have you watched his lives?
No, never. I blocked
I
I
him a long
know.
have. I
time
That's the
did.
ago.
problem.
I
That's
did
the
the other
problem.
day.
If you watch his lives, he's a really good host. He's not. He's a different person when he's hosting a live than he is when he's a panelist.
Oh yeah, I
Hey,
can believe that though, because sometimes I seen him on his
He's a
chill
really
days.
good host.
Sometimes.
Matter of fact, I've been around a bit, and watched different hosts do their thing. He's like one of the better hosts, honestly.
Mm.
What you
Is
think,
he
Sean?
alpha
Kev,
male style?
Kev. He ain't lying, Kev, because I stumbled across this thing the other day. Well, a couple times within the last 2 weeks, and I'm like, he be having like people on his panel, and it seemed like you could tell it's him, but he just seemed a little different. Like he don't give out that same,
Yeah.
yeah, these girls be such and such and such and such. He don't just be going
Mm.
like that. So I'm like, damn, what the hell? Like, is it entertainment? Is he doing it for entertainment purposes? I don't know. I'm confused now.
That's how Tansy was sometimes, because I was on her live and she actually be staying more quiet. She shut up more. When she in other lives, she be loud and she always got to talk and everything. Well, when she run her own live, she different. She actually more allowing.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what I don't like. I hate when I go into lives and the host be talking too damn much. Like it seems like he seems like he just want to have people on his panel and he just do all the talking. Like he just be spinning some shit.
Right. That's true. Like if you gonna do
I
that,
get
just
that.
don't let nobody up.
Yeah, host should be facilitating. But if all you hear is the host, then why the hell you got panelists up there?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I can get those lives that don't have just the host by himself, don't have no panelists up there. I get that. But sit up there, that make you feel like you using people. That's crazy.
Hey, but
What up,
Hey, in
man?
the
I never do.
future, you might have to move out that spot, but I'm just giving you a warning.
Oh yeah. Hey, I just don't like. I guess to the prompt itself. I don't know. I never seen nobody do that. I hear people say that. Can you hold others accountable? I don't think you to just by the definition of it. I don't think you can. I think that's something that like you could do it to yourself, but I don't think someone can hold you accountable. Like what it even look like?
I mean, so you can't hold nobody accountable. You can make them aware of the accountability that needs to be held, but you can't make them do it. They gotta ultimately do it themselves, unless you're the law.
Hey, from what I've seen with that, when
What
when
we're
you
really talking about,
somebody can you hold somebody accountable? Like, could you hold them accountable?
what we're really talking about is I don't want to interrupt anybody, but what we're really when people talk about, especially on this app or even in real life, when they say they're going to hold somebody accountable, what they're really saying is they want to apply consequences to someone's actions.
Yeah,
That's what they really want to do. They want to apply consequences. So to the prompt, can
that's
you
what I
hold
was.
other?
That's what I was saying.
Hold on. Let me land my plane. You can go next. But so to the prompt, when it says, can you hold other people accountable, or as I say, can you apply consequences to another person based off their actions? I say I agree with Sean. I say no, and it's been on I think only twice. This app has come for me. Just got to hold Bird accountable. Got to apply some consequences. And this is what I was talking to Mary about this offline. In order for me to hold you accountable, in order for me to apply consequences on you, I have to first own you.
Mm-hmm.
I have to first own you because where these consequences come from? Is there a club you're going to kick me out of? I got to be a member of that club. If I'm not a member of your club, you can't hold me accountable. You have to own me first. And motherfucker, you don't own me. All right, go ahead. You're next.
I love this panelist
I
already.
like that. I like that shit.
That's so funny. When I was young,
I'm the only opposition. I love it this way.
when I was young, I had a little. I used to be a producer, and the little group I was recording, right? The mixtape, that I created for him was "Nobody Owns Me." It just made me think about that. But you're right, Bert. And like I said, like nobody's going to hold you accountable unless you hold some type of superiority over that person, like the law. Like if you do X amount of crimes, well, the law gonna hold you accountable for those crimes and send you to the joint. So nobody can hold you accountable. A person can make you aware of what you need to take accountability for, but you have to ultimately hold yourself accountable.
And can't nobody hold me accountable if I feel like what I did wasn't wrong in the first place. You can't make me think something I did was good and you try to say, I hurt your feelings or, I need to be held accountable or what I'm saying is harmful to the community. If I don't think it's harmful to the community, at that point, fuck you in the community. I ain't gonna be held accountable for nothing. But leave me the hell alone.
So, okay, I like that. I be loving. I hear all y'all answers though. I notice everybody that don't believe in it. I hear so much pride behind it. I swear I do. But we gonna get deep into it. What you got, War Panda? You got she got to hold that signal up, man.
Are y'all on the first prompt still?
Yeah, we just on the white one. Yep.
Oh God. Can you hear me now?
I get you. We gonna go ahead and try.
Okay. Is it the first question?
Just yeah.
Just the first
Yeah.
prompt?
Can you hold others accountable or not?
Is that personal, like me personally, or is that for the general? Like, can people hold others
You could do
responsible?
general. You
Accountable.
could do general.
Okay. Generally, I think it's as annoying as it can be. Generally, I think it's everyone's responsibility to hold everyone accountable. If you don't, I think the look. Okay, and when I say little shit, don't mean I don't mean it as little shit, but your everyday shit, little shit like how you think, morals, values, and stuff like that can be challenged and will be challenged all through life. And if it wasn't for others consistently reminding people and holding people accountable, i.e., raising your kids, showing them right from wrong, I think that kind of falls in the same category. I think it's all our responsibility. If everyone stopped holding everyone accountable, no one would own up to anything they did, and now everybody just lying, scheming, cheating, and creeping, and you can't even fix it because no one is willing to admit or be held accountable.
Hmm. Okay, I mess with it. I mess with it. So I thought y'all was about to have a teammate. Y'all don't. Okay, that's cool. Um, dang. Somebody dropped something. We gonna hold that accountable. So no. So let's go ahead and look up the definition together. Then I already looked some a lot of these things up. That's the reason why I'm doing this topic. Let's see. So I see. I said to hold accountable. So they got so many different versions of it. Say so hold someone accountable means to make someone answerable for their actions or decisions to ensure they accept responsibility for their consequences, both positive and negative, and implies a process of examining what happened to determine who was responsible and potentially imposing consequences or rewards. All right. So here I got another question for y'all, right? So I see Shutter put it in the comments. You can hold people responsible. So you say you can't hold people accountable. Can you hold people responsible?
I mean, it's kind of one and the same. I think it's
I
one and the
s-
same.
Hey, read that definition again, Kev, because I think the definition just said it from what I heard. So I
it
think you
sounded like the
answered what Bert
definition
said.
honestly backed what she was saying. We can't make anyone do anything, but a cop could possibly, you know what I mean? But I mean, what she's saying makes. I've never thought about it like that, but it makes sense to me.
Mm.
Well, let me just talk quick about not. So the only reason a cop can do this is because we submitted to the cops' authority. That's the only reason. You submitted to the authority of the state. Therefore, the cop can come. Okay, Mr. Bird, let me put you in these handcuffs. I'm like, yeah, boss. Because I submitted for this to happen. This goes back to the ownership thing I was talking about before. You have to have some authority. Not everyone has.
No, that is your stuff breaking up. It sounds like I thought it was my
You
earphones. I
got
had to
you, you
pull
got
it up.
you got to have some signal, Bert. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to have some signal, Bert.
Yeah, we gotta hold you accountable for your lack of signal, bro.
What the heck? Y'all can't do that. Y'all can't do that because he can decide if you want to fix it or not.
Hey, Kev, hold on. Hey, and I say he's right about that because the judge can pass down.
Oh, I think I hear his voice trying to come in and say I hear you now, but I don't see him unmuted. That's something
No,
bad.
uh,
Oh my, Bert.
his shit.
Don't you hear like you hear his voice, but you don't see him unmuted or nothing?
Now he unmuted.
How about now? How
There
about
you
now?
go.
How about
You
now?
good?
So I just want the gist of what I just want like most of what I said to be understood. So it's important. So we keep talking about police officers, and they can hold you accountable and make you take responsibility and all of that, right? Come put those cuffs on you. That's only because we submit to the power of the state and we submit to the authority of the police officer. That's why. If we didn't submit to that, they would be part of this discussion too. But no, we submit to their authority. So it's yes, Abasa, you can put these handcuffs on me. Yes, Abasa, you can lock me away only because we submit to it. So it comes back to what I said in the beginning. There has to be some ownership for me to force you into accountability or into responsibility. And most of you motherfuckers don't
Mm,
have that ownership over other men. So we can stop
mm,
talking about that on these TikTok streets, motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. Stop it, Kev. Stop your panel right
mm-hmm.
now.
Stop
Take
it
away your
now,
first
right?
goddamn question, man. Take away your first
That's
question.
a fact, right? So all right. In the definition, it do say that it got to be success. Do it mean it got to be successfully? The consequence got to be successful, or it's just you believe that they should have a consequence behind it. Do it actually say that in the definition? I'm trying to see. Hold on, let me look at it real quick. Hold on, I could actually answer the own question. Means to consider someone responsible for their action, um, and or their act decisions, and to require them to explain, justify those actions, especially if, okay. So from what I'm hearing is it seemed like that. That's why I think holding accountable and making accountable, which I was thinking about the difference between that like years ago when I first started doing this stuff. I think we automatically jump to make, even though I even seen the definition sometimes say make though. But making I can get it right. You can't. That's somebody within themselves to really be. You could even take somebody to jail. That don't mean that's gonna stop them from not going back to jail and stuff. So I get that part. I think uh it's the simple fact of trying to get someone to trying to get somebody to be responsible for their action. So hold on, let me see. It say to consider someone
I got a,
respond.
I got a question
But
for you. Can Rachel hold you accountable?
I think as a team we do that. I
Right,
think
she can do
everybody
that,
do that.
right?
We all
I
do
Yeah,
that.
think you
yeah.
have to respect the other person for you to allow them to hold you accountable.
Yeah. I'm about to say that
There
sounds
you
like
go.
pride again. But like I said, the only reason why people can't or feel like they can't get held accountable, it can't shut nobody else's mouth for how they feel about you though. So that's one thing. You can have as much pride in the world, but it don't shut nobody else from saying, hey, no, I don't think that you talking to your girl like that is whatever this thing is, whatever somebody say, that don't stop nobody from opening their mouth. So overall, I believe like as a team, right? When you working, or if you just like as Christians, right? Or we could say I don't even want to go down there. I'm just saying as in like usually when you see the term hold accountable, it's like a team thing. When I looked at the definitions from before, and or a crew or people that you know basically like if it's a task that need to be done or something like that, then they hold each other accountable. Like, hey, this need to be done and or whatever, just to show there's gonna be a consequence behind. I don't know, whatever. But overall, yeah, me myself, I don't think you got to make somebody accountable to actually hold them accountable. That's why I even use the term holding someone to their word. 'Cause I don't believe you can make somebody take their word. You can just hold them to their word because you like, hey, you did say you was gonna work out. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that they're gonna work out, but that don't stop you from holding them to their word
Well,
Okay, so
if I can't make you do it, what's the point?
yeah, that's what I was
because
gonna
it's a
say. Hold on.
possibility that you might do it. That's the whole
Are
point.
you against free
That
will? Why do you want to
that's
make anybody do anything?
But I think no, I must say it kind of counter what you said. Where if nobody spoke up and said anything, it wouldn't give no chances. People would just do what they want to do if you didn't say anything.
Yeah, but that's
True.
okay, Kev. That's okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so let's just say, like I see this all the time, where, let's say if it's a full panel, and it's all women. No, if forget, I ain't gonna go that route. Let's just say that a man says something. It's three men on a panel and it's one woman on a panel, and one of the men is being disrespectful to the women. Then you will hear
Yeah.
like most people say, well, how come the men didn't hold him accountable? And I feel like the only thing you can do is say something to the dude. But even if you say something to
Or
the
you could drop
dude,
them.
he's not being held accountable because he still don't feel like he's not acknowledging that what he's saying is wrong or
He don't have to
offensive.
accept accountability. You saying like being accepting, but
That's part of the
they
definition
basically
though.
they made him. It's just like okay, that's just like if you w- just like I guess they use the term hold responsible, right? That's like if you pop somebody or I don't know. I put it that. I'm trying to think of a way to put it though. Um, or like, what would you call it? Okay, let's say this because I think all of us do it. We just don't want to say it when it's done to us. But what is that? What would you call it when a person want? Say if they just check your girl in front of you or something like that, or slap her booty or something like that, then you react. Or you feel like you have to cuss somebody out because
I'm,
they
I'm
said something to your child or something like that. What would you kind of call that then? I guess
I call it protection, not accountable. That's protection to me. I'm protecting my family. I'm protecting
protection.
my girl. Yeah, I
Okay,
wouldn't call
okay.
it. Yeah, I wouldn't call it accountable at all.
Oh, okay. So protection is broad, just as broad too. So, but
Wait, I
okay, I
don't think
feel
I
you on
got the
that.
question. You said, what do you call
Yeah.
someone who?
I was saying, what would you call someone like if somebody either? I'm trying to use a bunch of examples out, but if somebody then say they disrespect you or something like that, or if somebody was cussing in front of your grandma and your grandma don't like cussing or something like that. I don't know. So, I'm trying to think of some stuff or whatever, and you just basically like kind of holding a boundary because I believe that like that's even a form of holding somebody accountable is let somebody know like respect. Like I don't like getting
I
called
can't think of
ma'am. I don't
another
like.
word aside of protector, like he said. Like I mean,
Okay.
I'm asking you to be. Well, depending on who it is. I mean,
Okay.
you already know better, so I'm
Don't
reminding
you
you
can
of your
protect them though
principle.
by taking them away also?
Wait, say it what?
Don't you can protect whoever by getting them out that situation also?
Okay, I definitely took it as a someone coming into our space, not us being in public. So if we're out in public and shit get weird, I'm removing my grandma. I'm removing my children. We getting the fuck out of here. Sit around and be in danger for what? But if
I'm
someone has
saying
come
even if they in
here,
y'all space though, you can still and they whatever cuss your grandma out and you want to kick them out. I don't know whatever, or if you whatever would you you saying that's just protecting your grandma, or is that
I mean, I
uh?
said I couldn't think of another word to call it. It just
Okay,
sounds
I
like
got you.
you're
I got you. So
being
protection, I
protective.
guess. Okay, protection. So all right. So I guess nowadays what we doing as a group of people when we call out women for the things they do and men what they do, that's protecting them, huh?
Hold on, wait, hold on.
That's
I
how
know
it's
what you're saying.
marketed. That's definitely
Yeah.
how it's
So we be
marketed.
like, hey, these men need to step up and whatever. That's just protecting the man, I guess,
Okay,
or
that's
protecting the woman.
situational because I think it depends on what people are bitching about. If you're talking about your regular TikTok trolls, they are whatever. But when people are actually stating things that need to be done, like no matter how much we may or may not like it, when certain men or whatever might gripe about the clothes women wear and then the areas that they in, as much as depending on how it's said, it can come off controlling or like a protective nature. I think it depends on who's saying it to you.
Okay.
Now my mind is
Okay.
spinning. That's
So when
annoying.
we so we address certain behaviors, that's just protection. So I said, okay, so that could be the new word then, I guess. Instead of holding accountable, since we can't do that for some odd reason, I guess we protecting when we uh guess shame certain behaviors and all that stuff. We just protecting them. I guess in a way you could say that. Myra, what you got for me?
Oh,
It's a mirror, by the way.
Amira, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. What you got, Amira?
And holding yourself
She
accountable
held
looks
me accountable. Sorry, no.
I'm sorry. Holding yourself accountable looks like um just being radically honest with yourself because a lot of times we lie to ourselves about certain things that we don't want to feel convicted about. So I definitely think that's a component of it. Um I will also say it's about like having difficult conversations with yourself about what you did and what it may stem
Wait,
from.
which one you answering? I just thought about that.
The one what do
Oh no, we doing a first white one. That's what we on. Cause
oh
we trying to
okay.
nip that in the bud. Can you hold other people accountable? So far we got
Um
about 4
that,
no's and 1 year, or 2 years because I got a year too. But
my bad. I thought that was like a title. I didn't even read it. But
I know everybody do that. I don't know. I try to change the color up to see if it could change it up, but it's just not gonna. Whatever. I guess it's gonna be
I would
unusual.
say yes because when you when you go through the court system, what is that? That's holding people accountable for committing crimes. So yes,
Mm.
society can hold you accountable. I just think in a social sense, you can hold people accountable. Oh, excuse me, I'm talking too fast. In a social sense, you can hold people accountable because shaming tactics are used to make people ponder about their wrongdoing. So cancel culture. Damn. So you telling me I can get my platform taken down if I say something problematic?
Mm.
Yes, you can very much hold people accountable. I just think people don't care as much now just because of the era we in. We kind of in the era of who cares, let people do what they do. If it ain't bothering me, I don't really care as much. So I think people could hold other people more accountable more. I just think a lot of people just mind their damn business now because people not in the business of trying to shape society anymore. People have a very hands-off relationship with the world they live in now. Some people don't even care about politics, you know. So most people are under the belief, what do I care about trying to make sure you doing right, you know?
Mm.
let me get in there, Kill. Okay, it sounds like it's clear to everyone, especially when I'm starting to see that definitions don't mean jack shit anymore. Definitions is that's why I prefer to have conversations with people that I want to know what your definition of the word, so I can have a conversation with you based upon what you think the
Are you
word is.
using shame and accountability interchangeably?
Huh?
Was she using shame? Was she using shame? I'm sorry,
No, no, no,
shame.
no, no. I don't think so. I don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
No, no.
So she
I'm
thinks
saying,
they're the so you think they're the same? I don't think you can shame anybody. Well, maybe you can. Damn, maybe you
but
can.
some people said I think what we
Yes,
do
you
is
can, because shame leads you to question your behavior. If I feel deeply shameful about something that I've said or done because someone is projecting this shame on me, it can lead you. I'm not saying it's finite, but it can lead
But
you to question, why did I do this? Why did I say this?
Okay, I
It's
hear
just like
that.
okay,
it's just like if I clock your T and be like, did you think you ate that streetwear outfit? You This literally black culture that you wearing, and you thought you ate that. And I'm talking to like a
So
Hispanic person, and now they thinking like, damn, is this black culture?
so one thing I want to and then I'm gonna let Sean go. I know he ain't get to finish though. But one thing I want to say is that what I learned is not to shame people. You're supposed to shame the behaviors, or especially if people say they stand on certain things, especially if you in a religion and all of us believe the same thing. That's a prime example why I believe you can hold people accountable. We can't, but I can't talk about it right now because everybody ain't the same thing. So you might start most definitely hold them to what they believe in. But yeah. So I guess I said, all right, Bert.
yeah, let me get up in. Oh, I think okay. From where I come from, and I think most of y'all are probably the same. All we doing is we call that checking. So it seems as if I checked your ass, right? So I don't know. It's not accountable. Like it's words we have for that outside of the TikTok, and we call it I checked your ass. You know what I'm saying? You say something disrespectful,
That
or
could
I
be the
want to.
slang word.
Well, okay, that's a slang word, but at the same time, that person has to feel responsible for what they done. So if you could sit up here and tell me all day long, or if I curse somebody out on this panel, and then you step up for them and protect them, you and I still feel like at the end of the day, I'm not going to apologize. I don't feel like I did nothing wrong. I'm not being responsible for my actions, so you cannot hold me accountable. According to the definition, you can't. Because even what Amira said, I hope I said her name right. Um, Everything she said is something that is over you, right? Like the court could hold you accountable because they pass down judgment. They pass down judgment. You see what I'm saying? I don't think so. In relationships, can't nobody hold you accountable because even they could tell you what you done, but if you refuse to accept it, that's not being held accountable. So is it only being held accountable if they agree with it, or is it held accountable because you said something to them?
I
And
believe
I
it's
think
what
that's
you
what people got to
said. I
confuse.
believe it. That's all I'm about to say. I think it's the sad part because it don't actually. Because why would you have to hold someone accountable that already hold themselves accountable? That just don't even make sense though.
But
So that
you're
means
holding them accountable because it's
because it
like
gives
a
a chance. It gives
consequence.
a chance. It's a let me finish
It's a
real quick. Let me just
consequence.
finish. Let me just finish real quick. I was just saying, yeah, I feel you. Now I know what you about to get to too. But I'm saying that's the whole point. Like I mentioned earlier, the point of holding accountable gives at least a chance for somebody to see something within themselves. But if you don't, if you got that mentality of they're gonna not accept it anyways or something like that, yeah, I can get you. Why not even try? You know what I'm saying? Especially if a person that don't even take accountability real well then. But it's like, why not have a chance of trying it? You know what I'm saying? Because either they're gonna accept it or not.
I think that's where
but
the
like, I
respect
mean, but
part
kind
comes
of
in. That you got to respect the person, not either scared of them or respect the person that's trying to hold you accountable. If I'm fucking up, not taking care of my kids, they whatever, blah blah blah. My mother would more than likely call and begin to hold me accountable. Now, how she does it, that's a different story. Whether she decides to show the fuck up, whether she decides to call every day and see what's going on, regardless, I respect my mother enough to get my shit together. So if something was falling by the wayside and somebody who I just happen to know, a neighbor, was like, hey, you might want to, bitch, fuck you. I don't respect you. I don't know you.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
yeah,
have to
that's
care.
yeah. I feel that though. That's just pride though. That's why we act like that though, because we like, hold up, you stranger. But some people actually do stuff out of love though. But I can feel that.
but
So
to Sean's
yeah,
point
Zay,
though.
go ahead. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Zay, and then Miguel. So y'all, because y'all two haven't talked yet.
Oh yeah, appreciate you letting me up, man.
For sure.
But yeah, to Sean's point, the accountability only comes when that person actually says, I'm gonna take accountability. Like even with the courts and stuff, they can hold you responsible. They really can't even hold you accountable because they can say, hey, you're responsible for this damage you caused. You have to pay $500. But you can still say, I'm not gonna pay that $500. So they still haven't held you accountable because you still haven't taken that accountability. You know what I'm saying? So the
Interesting.
accountable can only come from that person. The law can hold you responsible. Hey, you're responsible for this. But if you don't want to do it, you're still not being accountable. It can only come from the person.
Do you believe hold accountable and make accountable is two different things or the same thing?
Make accountable. I don't know. I don't know. I never really heard like can you what like make someone
Yeah, I
accountable.
know. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Like, I think it's a difference between hold and make.
Yeah,
Just like
I gotta
I
think
don't know. I
about
look
that
at
one.
I look at this is why I use this term. Why I believe you can because I hear people say hold someone to their word, right? So you can't make them take their word, but you could. They say you can hold them to it. So I realize all of us tend to use it. They be like, "Hey, can you hold me to my word? Can you hold me, whatever?" Or some people don't say it, and they just be like, "Hold up, you just said last week that you wasn't gonna eat this." That's holding them to their word.
Right.
That'd be up to
Right.
them if they want to still, reject what they said already or what they believed in. So that'd be up to them. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
I guess
I
you are
think the
holding them to
holding part,
something.
yeah,
Right. Right.
holding part. That's the part I think, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 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 That's interesting. I gotta think about that one.
hmm What you got, Miguel? What you got for me?
I don't know. Maybe I might be crazy or something, but I don't hold nobody accountable for nothing. And I'm gonna try to land this plane real quick. I as an adolescent in the '80s, or as a young man in my 20s, I smoked all kind of drugs, or let's just say I did things that I hold myself accountable. I didn't. I taught myself how to read, and I didn't learn how to read in school. And I don't hold the teachers accountable. I hold myself accountable. Here's why. And I want you to grab this. I'm gonna land the plane right now. When I start blaming other people for the fact that I don't have no money and it's YT's fault or it's my mother's fault because she didn't make me go to school, I empower them. I choose to empower myself. If I don't have enough money, I didn't grind hard enough. It's nobody's fault but mine. And the
Mm.
plane has landed. I hope it didn't land on you. If you start holding other people accountable for what you've done, you empower them. I ain't empowering nobody.
Mm. I thought
Truth to
about something
power.
though. So when we
But
tell
that's not what he
people like
said.
that's playing the people that's play victim, right? And we tend to be like, hold up. So what part did you play, right? Wouldn't you find out? Wouldn't that be like a part, a piece of like holding them accountable when you try to make them look at themselves?
I mean, you could call someone out for their actions. Is that
Hold on.
exactly holding them? Is that exactly holding them accountable? I
See,
don't
what
know.
happens when you call somebody out? You point out the truth. People hate you for pointing out the truth.
Hmm.
If I said something truth about black men right now, you guys would hate me.
Nah,
Yeah,
ain't
watch me.
But
No.
Watch,
but it
watch. I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. Watch
but
this.
is that
The
holding
first
somebody
man.
accountable
Watch
though?
this. Watch this, brother. Watch this. I'm gonna hold you accountable, and it's gonna
mm,
be the truth, and you're all gonna be upset at me. Watch this.
okay.
The first man on the planet was black because if you make man out of dirt using logic, he's gonna be black. And out of this man's DNA, they made a woman. She was black. They had two kids. One kid killed the other. The first homicide on the planet
Unalive.
was a black on black or unalive. The first unalive on the planet was a black on black crime. And if you hold the white T accountable, you pass the buck.
I agree with that though. You speaking my language though. That's a
Yeah,
whole other
I mean, I'm,
thing.
I'm, I'm,
I'm
I'm
like,
using
I mean,
logic
it's
and,
sound
and
language right
common
there. The
sense.
heck, you ain't about to hurt me.
No, well,
No,
some people don't like that. Some people don't
yeah,
like
well, I'm
that.
not one of
Now,
them. I actually do lives on it though. So yeah, you
now,
speaking
now,
my language
now,
though. So
watch me prove why the black man is the strongest and most powerful man on the planet. Watch this. You're gonna love this because he's been put down so much and he's gotten up so much that there ain't no weapon formed against him that'll prosper. Because
mm,
when you deal with adversity, when you get up and you don't blame nobody, you become stronger. And the more they knock you down, failure is my friend. I learn by my mistakes. I don't blame nobody else for my mistakes. Peace and
hmm
love, everybody.
I like that. I
Nah,
like that.
that's
Okay,
facts. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Hold on. I
We
gotta give
down
you.
with
Hold
that.
on. Let me give you this real quick, man. That's nice. That's
Oh,
nice.
thank you, kind. Thank you, kind. Thank you, kind.
Yeah.
I think
Hold
that
them
argument
accountable.
only works if you're blaming people for your shit. The question was, can you hold others accountable or not yourself. You definitely should be holding yourself accountable. When did you learn how to read? Because that's definitely your parents' fault. If you were a child and didn't learn how to read until you were older, that you have to hold your parents accountable. Where you were not responsible for something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just
My
looking at
parents
it
sent me to
wrong.
school and I took off going somewhere else. So how could I
Oh,
hold
well
them
then
accountable?
okay. Well then, different story. Never mind.
Thank you.
Right. All right. All right. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna do a little out of the norm real quick because I want us to get all these definitions. So this before the room pick up, right? So I'm gonna skip all the way to the last one, even though I looked these things up before I got on here. So I looked up it's a difference between all four of them. Holding accountable, holding responsible, holding someone to their word, and calling someone out. So let's see. I'm gonna look up. Hold up. I'm gonna do the speech talk thing. What's the difference from holding accountable and holding someone to their word? Let's see.
Are you asking us?
No, I'm doing a little chat thing. So it says, oh no, let's do it. No, we said calling out, right? So what's the difference between holding accountable and calling someone out?
It's the same.
Yeah. No. I'm
It's
not
not the
talking to y'all.
same.
I was talking
It's
to I'm
not the
talking to the
same.
phone. I'm talking to the phone. Yeah,
Oh
so I'm already
shit.
looking it up. I got y'all now. I got y'all. All right, so because I already looked all these things up though. So it say, all right, holding someone accountable and calling someone out are distinct approaches with different intentions and outcomes. So it's basically they like
Yep.
the counter of each other. So it do show the fact that you call somebody out, it show that you can hold people accountable. That's why I say I looked all this stuff up. I just wanted everybody. But all right, so accountability focuses on helping someone take responsibility for their actions and learn from them. Often involves structured process and constructive feedback. Calling someone out on the other hand is more about publicity highlighting their problematic behavior, potentially with aim of embarrassment or correction. But it can also be done in a more constructive way, focusing on growth and a positive change. Mm. And that sounds like something you could do. That just sounds like
Yeah.
something you could do on both of them.
Yeah, but when you read
You
the
say that it is
definition,
one gonna sound like
when you
that.
read the definition, it'll say it in the beginning, but then you'll keep reading to find something else. But you have to get to read that first part again.
Which one?
You said
The
like
accountability one?
accountability, yeah.
So accountability focuses on helping someone take responsibility for their actions or learn from them. Often involves structured process or constructive feedback.
So it's a okay, hold on, go back. It's a helping someone what again?
Help someone take responsibility for their actions and learn from them.
So you're supposed to help them, right? So it includes them
Yes.
also, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if so by you helping someone and they refuse to accept your damn help, how are you holding them accountable?
It don't say that. It just say help. It just saying basically it's just saying you help them too. So if it didn't say that they had to take it though.
Holding
Cause you
somebody accountable and calling somebody out sounds like two completely different things.
it is
No,
too.
it is. It definitely is. But I think to the point, if you don't like, if they don't take the advice, then you didn't help. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only helping if it actually works. If it don't work, did you help them?
It say, well, but we help people. That don't mean that, okay, if I help somebody,
The help you gave is not bullshit because they didn't accept it. They just didn't
right, that's all
accept
I'm
it.
trying to get to. Like, it still don't take away the fact that I at least
But
tried to
I
help them.
helped.
You know what I'm saying?
I attempted to give the help. You had to be willing to receive the help.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see it that way.
It's a difference between help and saving someone. That's the thing. So we jumping straight to save. That don't mean we save everybody. We just help them.
I think when you calling people out, I don't feel like you call people out ever for a good reason. And that's not to say I've never felt like I've called people out. I will publicly call your ass out. But I'm not always in the correct state when I'm doing it. Whether I'm trying to get a point across or figure something out because you've been lying, whatever, playing in my face, wasting my time, whatever it is, I'm gonna call you out on it. But to hold you accountable, I feel like that'll be the steps afterwards. Like if we could mend it or fix it or whatever. But calling
Yeah,
somebody out never seems to be a help. Calling them out legit, you are trying to embarrass them because you
that
never call
is
them out in their face. You call them out on
true.
Facebook. You call them out in the group chat. You call them out on TikTok. The way people, I'm gonna talk about this shit and I'm dead in it. Then they get on there and drop every receipt they could.
They doing that to P Diddy now, ain't they?
Man, that's a puppy.
But yeah, that
Sorry, y'all.
oh, puppy having so. All right, but
Hey, you know what it sounds like to me?
go ahead, Future.
It sounds like the white version and the black version of the same term. White people's gonna hold you accountable. Black people, I'm gonna call your ass out on your bullshit. That's what it sounds like to me.
It do sound like that, but yeah, they two different things though. I just literally read them. One of them is more of like trying to embarrass somebody, or or put somebody out in front of the masses. The other one is basically focusing on helping someone take responsibility for their action or learn from them. So that's the focus. The primary thing is just really focusing on it. That don't mean that they are going to learn from it. That don't mean you're going to save them. You're just helping them. There's no different when you help somebody with their homework. That don't mean they're going to get an A. You're not making them pass. You're just helping them with their homework. Like a teacher, when they help you, you know, you can help, but that don't guarantee me that mean that they're going to that they're going to understand it or whatever it is. So it don't take away the fact that you help. That's why I think that we just automatically feel like you got to accept it for them to, because it's so what's the term self accountability? Why people use that then? I'm pretty sure we heard that before.
See, I don't. When it gets to all them other words and shit, like I feel like that's when definitions get skewed. When you take accountability was around first, right? And then when people add something on top of the accountability, when they accountable is one word, right? So then when someone adds something in front of it, that's when I think everything just gets skewed, and you get a whole bunch of different similar things up under that, to where
Yeah.
whatever you wanted to believe, whatever someone, like all of us have a different definition of it. When you get to the similar under the initial definition, we could all find something that we could prove our point to. So I don't really like dealing with those similar things, right? So when you say accountable, that's one word. When someone adds that hold someone accountable, you add another word with another word, and I just think that fucks it up for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
think
y'all
holding
that's in
yourself
the chat. Y'all
accountable is
can
not
come
being
up.
delusional. Holding yourself accountable is to not be delusional. I think that's the part where you are admitting that you're accepting the help when you are holding yourself accountable. Some people who need the help, but they are fighting the help, and it's not because they don't want the help, but I know y'all don't like when people start being triggered and all this extra shit, whatever. I'm talking about people who actually are going through shit, not people just using it as a scapegoat. When you go through a lot of shit, it does become hard to be receptive to certain type of help, people talking, whatever it is. You try to do that shit on your own. You be a little delusional as to think that you can't do that shit on your own. So I think if you're holding yourself accountable, it's realizing wherever the mistake or issue was, realizing what it was, realizing you do need the help or need whatever it is, or get your head out your ass, stop being delusional type deal. I get what Sean was saying about that. The moment you start kind of adding in, it gives people a way to swap out
Yeah.
definitions for certain shit. But self accountability for me, because I like to be delusional sometimes, it makes my life a little easier, is reminding myself, nigga, this real life. You will go to jail, you could die, pay attention to shit. Like,
Come on,
don't be stupid.
you the first female I've ever heard say that.
Say
Hey,
I
so
what?
they
like to
said,
be delusional sometimes. I've never heard a
right.
female say that.
Yeah, because I think delusion can be helpful. Granted, I'm not so delusional as to do something stupid to get myself or my children hurt. But if I want to live in a little delusionally at times so I can have a nice day, I will. I mean, I still go pay my bills and go to work,
So,
but I'm gonna move
hey,
through
so
that
I
day
see
delusionally.
people. Let me say this real quick though. I forgot about the other term, take accountability, right? I think that's what another thing we kind of. So they got to take accountability, So the thing is, this the funny part, right? Who made up hold accountable then? If it's not real, then who made that up?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's. I don't think it's how you're looking at it. It is. It is the prefix to kind of. It's kind of like a prefix to the word, depending on what context that you're using it in. So if you're saying to someone, you need to hold yourself accountable, or it can be the same word, hold yourself accountable or take accountability. So
Hmm?
if you telling someone, I know it sounds crazy, but follow me. So if you're telling someone, it's kind of one and the same though. It just really depends on what kind of which words you want to use. All right, I'm going to take accountability for my actions, right? And then someone else can say, I'm going to hold you accountable for your actions. So it really don't matter which word that you put in front of it. I think it's more so of the context in which you're saying it.
The funny, I think I believe hold is no different from like when we say hold someone to their word though. It's like it's no different. So it's like when you hold somebody accountable, it's basically like holding them against what they already said they believe in. So if you claim you want to be a good person, you can hold them to it. Like, hold up, this is what a good person do though. So how can you say that? Or you say you a good parent? I don't think that. I mean, how you a good parent and you don't make sure your kids go to sleep on time. So I don't know, whatever, So that's basically like holding them to what they already believe in. I think that's why the term hold is in there. Just like when you hold people to their word, it usually be something, a lifestyle that they want or something that they wanted to do or get reminded of. They be like, you hold them to their word of what they say they. So I think it's the same exact thing in a way.
Yeah,
Holding someone accountable is not the same as holding. Yeah, no, they not. One of them is more. I'm saying the context of holding, right? Because you can't make nobody take their word either, and they don't have to accept their word either. But we keep saying make and accept accountability. That's what I'm saying. So I think holding, that's what changes the whole meaning of when it comes to that. So it's basically like holding them to whatever they stance is or whatever they believe in. That's what I'm assuming. Where holding means.
yeah, basically.
Holding and making is the same thing. I don't know. I can't tell what she stands for. 'Cause I could have sworn one time she said you can hold somebody accountable. Then the next minute, I don't know. I'm confused. I can't even keep up with her. I seen her change her stuff like a couple times, so I don't know. So I'm confused. Ones and actions and others is talk. Yeah, right. That's why I say I could believe the one is. That's why I say that's what makes the difference. But they have the same context. Is that you hold them against something, a certain action that you said you want to be like. You counter it or a certain the word that you made a promise to, so it's just like that's how I'm looking at it on that one. Yeah. Oh, so I didn't know you was on a team of. I could have sworn when I first you came in here, you said you can hold people accountable. Let me see. I don't know. I ain't tripping though. Matter of fact, I ain't want to scroll up because I could have
Hey,
sworn you
I got
said,
one,
and
Kev.
then she changed it. I
So
could have
when
sworn.
the way I look at that is, I was going to give two different things, right? So if someone took accountability for what they done and then later on they changed their mind, did you actually held them accountable? And the way I look at that is, when people say I stop, people quit smoking all the time, right? But they'll constantly start back up. Now, but well, I stopped smoking or I quit smoking, but you quit smoking temporarily. So did you completely quit? Did you really quit smoking, or it was just a temporary thing? So can you have a temporary accountability also?
Or what's the actual goal? If the actual goal is to just moderation, take breaks, then they're doing it right. But if the goal is to actually quit, but you start back smoking again every 3 weeks, you're not even holding yourself accountable. You're kind of just going back on the word, I
I
guess.
mean, if that's the case, then we can't even hold ourselves accountable. I mean, every now we gonna drift off. It's just that it's a moment thing.
Well,
From that point, you got to try to
I
stay
fully agree with
responsible.
that. I
Yeah,
fully
so
agree
it
with
don't, it
that.
don't work like
I
that.
don't I don't think we don't hold ourselves accountable for shit just because we fall short. We're also human and very much so
All
imperfect.
right,
So falling short is okay, but I
all
think it's
right,
okay it's not okay for you to be okay with continuously falling short because eventually everything just get fucked up. Like so you're allowed to
Yeah,
fall short. You're
don't get
allowed to fuck up. Oh, self-discipline. Yeah, there we go. That's it. I think that works with it.
okay. I had to go all the way back and read. Okay, so Laura has helped me accountable because I thought that she switched up. So she did. I think when I took that first one, when she said the definition of it, I thought that she was agreeing to it. But as I looked the rest of them, yeah, she on the opposite. She don't believe you can hold people accountable. So all right,
Hey,
that's
Kev,
cool.
when you looking up these words, are you looking like Merriam Dictionary or the Webster, or are you
It's
looking at Google? Because I don't
it
think these words are actually in the
They
definition
not. They
text
not.
itself.
These are made up words, recent words. Probably.
I
We just
knew it.
didn't know.
God damn it. Okay.
We didn't know what to call. This just like it's no different from like saying what's these new words that's out clock it
so
and
yeah, you can always look on Google Trends, go on Google Trends and see how trendy these words are, how they originated, when they originated, and how often people been using them.
let me see something. But I don't know. It's crazy because the panel saying you can't. My people can't. You say you can't, then you look it up. It say yes you can. That's the crazy part. So I don't know. Maybe the web is wrong and the panel is right. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm just trying to think of more things. And I believe enough. I noticed the most of the time when people say you can't hold other people accountable, because they feel like they can't get held accountable because they don't want to reflect. And the reason why I believe I can be held accountable because I want it's no different from judging, right? It say judge not ye be judged, right? And also in the next thing is basically like you have to, you don't want to be a hypocrite in a way, right? So the thing is when people if I make a judgment, it's something I already judged myself on, so I'm not going to counter it. So that's how I look at it, holding accountable the same exact way is that I'm not about to hold you to something that I'm not even holding my own self accountable to. So if we say that we want to be this certain type of person or uh
What if
religion,
that
whatever it
situation
is,
doesn't apply
right?
to you?
Huh?
What if you're trying to hold somebody accountable, but the situation doesn't apply to you? Are you still able to hold them accountable? Because you just
Uh,
said if you can't.
I can hold them based off of what they say, and
Okay.
based off of how I know most humans, or not even most people tend to say that they so-called good, this good person. So I can hold that accountable real quick.
Okay. I was just wondering because you
Yeah.
said you
No, the
can't
hell you
hold
can't.
nobody.
Fresh Friday.
You can't hold nobody accountable if you can't hold yourself accountable. You wouldn't hold anybody accountable for something you couldn't hold yourself accountable
Yeah,
for.
yeah, it's because you don't want to contradict yourself and be like, hold up,
But
yay, I
certain shit
think,
don't apply to
I,
you. So are you still
yeah.
allowed to hold that other person accountable?
What you, hold on, let me see. So certain stuff don't apply to me. All right.
Like,
I guess in a way it depends on, because that's where it comes when y'all saying that they gotta accept it, right? So I can give somebody's beliefs is different. Like if they just like, no, I do what I want, something like that. Of course, uh, I don't know if you can really. I mean, you could still hold them accountable to society standards, right? I guess if you're gonna look at it that way, or what law is and all this stuff. Just like y'all be like people tend to call out, pedos and all this other stuff. They like you gonna accept it and change, right? But people still tell them, hey, that's wrong and whatever. Or tell, like I said, what I mentioned earlier, when they call out baby daddies or they catch somebody on a panel that might be talking crazy or hit a woman or something like that, and they be like, no, you can't do that, whatever. Uh, I don't guess that's calling out. I guess I don't know. But yeah, I want to get to the nitty gritty of it, of why this definition says you can do it. That's what I want to get to, because some people believe you can, some people believe you can't. Then like this term, if this ain't so called true, then why do we have men that's scared, they're afraid to hold women accountable? They all use this term. Well, men should hold men accountable and women should hold women accountable. So what do that mean if you can't hold each other accountable? It's
Thank you, Kev. I'm happy you said that. Okay. That's why I already didn't believe in it. But then when you just said what you said, that was something that I always thought about also, right? So now holding someone accountable it's assigned to your gender, right? It's like only men can hold men accountable and only women can hold women accountable. That's what people be saying. So to me, that goes against everything is from my understanding of the definition. That's like changing the definition. And nowhere in those definitions does it say only a man can hold another man accountable. It doesn't say that.
right, right.
So yeah.
I'll just be wondering because I wanted to get to that part too, though, because I had to put that up there because I'll be hearing people online say that men
So
should hold
imagine.
men accountable and women should hold women accountable.
So just imagine, it's like somebody been telling. Let's say imagine
check the
like
middle
for me.
console.
Imagine somebody for me been telling me that I need to go to
The middle
therapy, right?
console.
Like, imagine somebody been telling me that I need to go to therapy, right? And they've been telling me that for years that I need to go to therapy, but I never went, right? And then me and this person end up separating, and I go to therapy, and it benefit me. Now, did they hold me accountable, or I held myself
Mm-mm,
accountable because I took action?
that was you from that point because their words was it faded already by that time. That was a long time ago. So it couldn't be they couldn't be the reason why you did it, because they didn't have the time. Like hold somebody accountable got to be on spot. It can't be days later. You know what I'm saying?
At this point, I'm confused.
I
Yeah,
think
so holding them
I think
accountable,
it's a matter
that's
of
just no different from me. Like, hey, y- watch, stop saying when I be like, hey, don't say smecks on here. You know the real word, right? That's a form
really
of holding
move.
accountable because I don't want my page getting shut down. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at that. I can't say that you stopped saying it the next day was my reason because you waited the whole next day and you went on a whole nother panel. You can't keep saying that I don't say smacks anymore because of Kev or something like that. Or you could say that though, but I think holding accountable will be more of the same at that moment. That's how I look at that one.
I don't think you can break it down like that. That your quote, if that was your situation, your quote unquote wife, partner, girlfriend, whoever, they held you accountable for as long as they could. And once the situation just was not it, they had to go, whatever the case may be as to why they left, then okay, they gone. So you actually deciding to fix it and do it, yeah, that's on you. But I don't think you can't say that that person didn't hold you accountable because you didn't listen to them. Again, you just didn't accept the help.
I wish Laura could come up, man. I love that she just opposition though. I would love to challenge her. Um,
I'm looking at the definition, man, and I'm not seeing what y'all seeing. Like it has something to do with the person that you're talking to. They have to feel something. They have
That's
to
why I
feel
say you
something.
gotta respect the person, or it don't matter, or it's falling on deaf ears. If
mhm.
a bitch up the street told me anything about my kids, girl, you better go find you something safe to do, and I ain't the safe one. But if it's somebody I respect,
That's you
my
checking her.
mom, my older sister, somebody like, hey, should get it the fuck together if I knock your ass out. You know what? You're right. You're right. I've been tripping. I'm gonna get it together. Okay. I respect them. I take what they have to say to heart. It's important to me. So
Hmm. Okay. All right. Eyeball. Then we go get Laura in.
I mean, I was just kind of gonna respond to Sean because I kind of like the way he did. I mean, after the example you gave, I feel like after your wife, gave you some help, that's her trying to hold you accountable, to get yourself together because she's trying to help you down. You have to be accountable for your life of getting yourself together, if that makes sense. I think
Be
I'm saying it right.
responsible.
There
Yeah.
you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Because you're being irresponsible. Somebody's actually trying to work through it with you and talk you through it like they're trying to help you, so they hold you accountable for getting yourself together. Now, if you come through when you want to come through, you're accountable for whatever you do after they tell you to do right.
Hmm. All right. So Laura, you next. Nah. So you don't. I know you probably do. You agree with eyeball? Because I know you said that you don't even agree with holding accountable. So
Which, hi, which one?
um, I what's your perspective on it? Let's get to that. I mean, I got a little gist of it down there though, but
Let me
he's
use the example of
good.
the couple
Mm-hmm.
where the lady kind of called out the husband and he didn't react right away. So I don't think that accountability necessarily is instant. You could hold someone accountable, call them out, gently and privately with the view to help, and they may delay in listening because accountability for it to work has to be two-ended, which means that person who's holding you accountable has to do their part, but you also have to react and be accountable to yourself as well.
Mm.
So if let's just say that she left him after he would not, fix whatever the problem was. And then later on, he figured out that, what, she was right, or maybe he didn't figure out she was right, but he just decided. So either way, she did hold him accountable. And he also eventually held himself accountable, but he took a lot longer than she did.
Mm. So wait, do you believe they can hold people? You can hold people accountable now?
Absolutely, I do. And I'll give you another example.
I thought you
So
just said it. I'm not getting
I don't
confused.
know what you're reading in those comments, but you
I thought
definitely
you
read.
just said. I said it first. I said first you said you could hold somebody accountable. Then you said you can't hold nobody accountable. That
No,
okay?
I
Now I'm
never
really
said
confused.
that.
Okay,
No,
so
no.
maybe I
If you
misinterpreted
read
you. So
that,
what?
no. I never said you can. I'm saying that you can. I said that holding someone accountable and making them accountable is the same thing. But let me give you another example. So when I was growing up, I grew up in a church environment. And there was something that they had in our study groups that was called accountability partners. So what you did is you decided that, I want to live a certain way, and I'm going to agree agree to have this person call me out when they see me slipping. And that person can do the same thing to me. So if they see me kind of like really doing something that I shouldn't be doing, they could say, hey, remember, you have made a commitment that you're not going to be doing X, Y, Z. And that sort of kind of nudges me to say, oh, geez, I have to not do that. So that's why I said earlier in this live, I said for accountability to work, that person has to agree to be held accountable. But if you just call out a random person who you don't know, you can't hold that person accountable if they did
Mm.
not agree to be held accountable.
Oh, okay. So okay, now I'm glad you're saying that though. So where in the definition do it say that a person have to agree for that to be considered accountability then?
Well, because the definition says that
It
you have to
does.
hold them. Hold obviously
Accepting
implies, it's not
responsibility.
spelled out. It's not spelled out in the actual words, but it's basically through the word holding. It means it has to come to an end. So you're holding them accountable to whatever they agreed or planned to do.
Mm. So what is it called if they don't accept it then?
It's like you said, they don't have to, but that means though that they are reneging on the agreement. And people can do that. It's like divorce. I mean, you agreed to get married, but if you just come to a point where
Did that
I
make you
don't
not
agree with,
married?
sorry?
I said, do that make you not married because they divorced or something like that, or because they?
Oh, if
Oh,
you
so you
get
said they.
divorced, you're no longer married.
Okay, okay.
So I'm saying you could turn away
Oh,
from the
I look at it. Oh,
accountability.
you just made me think about it. It's like a propose, right? So I look at a holding accountable as like propose, right? You propose to somebody, but it don't take just because they said no. It don't take the fact that you proposed to them, right?
I don't know if that's the same thing, but
I don't know. That's
okay.
how I kind of view accountability, though. That's how I kind of look at it. It's like just because you made an attempt and it didn't work, that don't mean that they didn't get held accountable.
Yeah, so it is a two-part thing. It's just like a marriage. It's like me and someone can be married, but once one of us removes our commitment from that marriage, the marriage is over. So if two people are accountable to each other and one person falls away from that accountability system process, then that removes the accountability.
Interesting. We're gonna get deep on this then for real. All right, so let me get a poet in the building. One of my uh oldest supporters.
I thought you was gonna say your favorite nemesis.
Right, I used to, right, but challenge you since we done met each other. Sure.
Hey, accountability room, huh?
I don't know what to call it no more because they saying it's a myth now. You can't hold people accountable. So, do you believe can you hold others accountable or not?
In order to hold people accountable, you do have to have an agreement.
Interesting.
Or, yeah, you have to have an agreement.
Or obligation.
Or I would also, not even, no, I would say you have to have an agreement or a relationship. Because sometimes in our relationships, we have unwritten agreements, right? Like, if me and my best friend are going out, we never sat each other down and said, hey, if I see you doing something crazy, I'm gonna call you out. But whenever she see me doing something crazy, she called me out. You see what I'm saying? So that's a relationship. That's something that we naturally do in our relationship. So you either have to have an agreement or relationship. An agreement would be like on a job, right? They give you your duties. If you don't perform them, these are the actions that we take against you, right? That's them holding you accountable. But in
Mm.
relationships, sometimes it's unspoken.
All right. You got me looking up some stuff. I'm trying to see that. Do you got to know somebody? All right. So, go ahead. Jesus, I ain't seen him in a while. I forgot his other profile though. What's up? You can go ahead, my brother.
What going on, man? P, bro. Can you hold others accountable or not? Nah, you can't hold nobody else accountable because like people are responsible for their own actions. You know what I'm saying? Like my partner, he got 10 kids, 4 baby mamas. I done told him when he had 2 baby mamas to slow down. So that was me trying to hold him accountable for his actions. You can only hold your own self accountable. You gotta justify your own actions. I can't justify them for you.
So we got a big heavy team up here saying that you can't do it though. So I'm glad
But
still
when
a
you
poet
gave
had
him that
said something.
obligation, no, I'm
Huh?
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ibo. You can go ahead.
Now I just felt like when bro gave his homie those obligations, And then he kept doing it. I was quite sure he knew in the back of his head, like, damn,
Ain't
I feel
giving
this
an
one, bro. He started
obligation.
holding himself after he
Yeah.
started holding himself accountable. Like, damn, I started to feel this one. Now I got 10 baby mamas instead of two.
No, I ain't give him no obligations. What I told him was, you need to stop impregnating these women that you don't intend on taking care of. So he went out and got a couple of more baby mamas and some more children. I'm telling him, look at me, bro. I'm married. I got a wife. I got children with my wife. This how it's supposed to happen. I was trying to show him how I was justifying my life through the word of God, but he wanted to do it another way. Again, even if you, let's say you go to AA, right, and they'll give you what? A accountability partner. That's somebody that you're supposed to call if you feel yourself about to slip, but it don't matter. Like, whatever somebody else say, you gonna do what you want to do anyway, right? So you can't hold nobody accountable. Only you can hold yourself accountable. Only you can tell yourself, well, I'm not gonna drink no more. It don't matter what y'all say. Y'all can cuss me out, say this and that, but I gotta make the decision not to be an alcoholic and not to drink no more. Can't
So,
nobody hold nobody accountable but that individual. I can't hold nobody else accountable. I can't justify their actions.
Okay, but
what's the difference between take accountability and holding accountable?
hold on, because accountability is
You
two
know what
parts.
the definition is?
Accountability is the expectation and then consequences,
Well,
right?
accountable is required or expected to justify actions or decisions. Responsible. That's what accountable is. I'm
Oh,
accountable for my actions. If I go out here and rob the bank and they say it's 10 years to life and they sentence me 10 years to life, I'm accountable for that. I'm responsible for my
responsible.
actions and
Yeah.
my decisions. So nobody else is responsible for my decisions or my actions. So can't nobody take accountability for me or put me under the check of their accountability. I got to do this myself. I need to tell myself, don't go in there and rob that bank. But if I go in there and rob the bank, it's because myself told me, not because you talked me into it or out of it. I did that on my own accord. So if I sin out here, I can't say the devil made me do it. My brother made me do it. No, I did that myself. I'm accountable for my actions.
Well, there's a difference between influencing someone's behavior and holding them accountable. What you were talking about was more influence. Look at me, I'm doing it right. Yeah, 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 yeah. You should do it like me. That's influence. Accountability is two parts. Accountability is expectation and consequences. So life is going to hold him accountable whether you do anything. But if you, as his friend, decide that I'm going to help you and hold you accountable, that means there has to be expectations and consequences. So if you
I
say,
like that you said that.
so if
I
you
I
say
can't
think
to
be
him,
around him
I think
24/7 though, sis.
but hold
I
on,
Right?
think y'all
but let
I
me. I'm
think y'all
almost
proving
there.
my point though. But
I'm
go
almost
ahead,
there.
Paul. Yeah, go ahead.
If you say to him, I don't like how you moving in the streets with these women. If you keep moving that way, I'm going to have to XYZ.
That's an ultimatum.
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
whole. Yeah,
No, it's
that's an
not. Hold,
ultimatum. That's
hold
an
on. You're
ultimatum.
not.
Or
We've
is
been
that
Okay,
just
together
holding
listen.
6
her
months.
accountable?
If you
You
don't marry
hold
me in
on.
the next
You
3
not.
months, then
You
I'm
are not.
leaving you. That's an
You are not
ultimatum.
listening. You're not listening.
If
That's not
this,
an
then that.
ultimatum.
That's an ultimatum, sis.
Okay. Again, I didn't say ultimatum.
If
I
you don't,
said
if you don't
X.
do this, then you got consequences.
Can
That's an
you
ultimatum.
can you just let me finish my thought? Right.
You
So,
dealing with somebody that don't know the definitions of
well, if
word
you
is real hard.
pause, okay, you pause. If you keep moving in the streets with these women, right, I'm going to deal with you like this. So the reason why you would even set an expectation on him is because it interferes with your relationship. Other than that, what's the point of the expectation? This is just
Now,
an example. Hold, just let me finish.
man, I thought you
If
was
I
finished.
gotta,
You took a
I don't know
break just
why,
like
because
you
I keep
said with me,
talking.
right? You said just
If
like you
I have
did
a,
me. I took a
if,
pause. You thought
oh
I
my
was done.
God,
You took a pause. I thought you were done.
this is childish.
I'm letting you know what I did because you took a
Hey, friend.
pause, sis.
Okay, here's the example. If I got a
Uh,
buddy I'm cool with,
you been already
he
been
come to
talking
my
for 2
house.
minutes. I ain't know this was gonna be a
Oh my
10-minute
God.
lecture.
If he come to my house and we got date night together, but I don't like the way he move with these women, I may come to him and say, hey, I don't like the way you moving with these women. If you're gonna move like that, you can't do date night with us. That's too messy for me and my family. Boom. That is holding him accountable.
Hmm.
All right, now let me give the definition of ultimatum, people. It's
We're
a
not talking
fine.
about
No,
ultimatum. We're
can I
talking
know?
about
Let me talk,
accountability.
sis. I shut up for you, right?
No,
Let me
you did
speak
not
now.
shut up. You in
No, I
fact did
just
not
did.
shut up.
Okay.
You in
Are you
fact drug
done?
it out
Are
of
you
there
done,
repeatedly.
sis? You're gonna let me respond or what? Thank you.
That's up to
Now,
Kevin.
can I respond? Thank you. Now,
Oh my
Now, the
God.
definition of ultimatum is a final demand or statement of terms, the rejection of which will result in retaliation or a breakdown in relations. So, if I tell my friend that if he do something and he do it in the way and our relationship has friction, I call this is an ultimatum. That's just like if a woman you done been with her for 12 years and she said, boy, you done been with me for 12 years. If you don't ask me in the next 2 months to marry me, I'm leaving. That's an ultimatum. That's not holding nobody responsible. Again, ultimatum, a final demand or statement of terms, the
May I
rejection
say
of
something?
which will result in retaliation. So just like she said, if I tell him that he out of order and he do something wrong, then I will retaliate. It would be a consequence for him not listening to me.
But isn't that
That
the
is that
definition of
that no,
I
that
want to
accountability?
comment to your example,
can I
please.
finish, please? I just read the definition of ultimatum. That's what the definition that I read. I read the definition of accountable earlier, and it's not the same thing. I
Yeah,
can't
may I
tell
say
no
something?
I can't tell no grown person, right? If you
No,
don't
you
do
can't
this,
say
then I'm gonna
nothing.
retaliate towards you. That's what your mama and daddy do. If you
Well,
go to
it's a hell of
school
a
and get a
drug.
C on your report card, you can't go outside.
May I
I
speak,
can't do
please?
that to no another grown person. And now if
May I say
somebody say
something?
that guess what? If they want you to be over them, that's a child then. I'm a grown man. Can't nobody make me accountable for nothing but myself. I take full responsibility for my actions.
Sir, may I say something on your example? So, to your example, you were talking about your friend and how you saw him moving a certain way, and you told him, you know, that if he does this, blase, blase. That's not holding him accountable because
I didn't tell him if nothing, sis.
okay, sorry, I
Yeah,
apologize.
yeah, I
But that's
told
not
him
holding him
no
accountable.
that no, let me tell you what I said because you didn't
Okay,
hear what I said to him,
okay,
right?
fair.
I told my friend that he shouldn't move that way. I didn't tell
Right.
him if you move this way, then these things are gonna happen.
I apologize, but
All I
that's not
said,
holding him. But that's not holding him
hold up,
accountable.
sister, All I told him was that
Come on,
that
get down.
wasn't the right thing
Get
to
down.
do if you're going to be out here impregnating these women and don't plan on taking care of these children and have
Okay.
no way to do that. That's all I
Okay.
told my friend. You see
I
what
just
I'm
want to
saying?
explain to you why
I
that's
can't
not an
make him do
example of
nothing.
holding someone account. That's not holding him accountable, though, and I'm going to tell you why. Because
No, I
for
said,
you,
ma'am, I'm saying that you can't hold nobody accountable. I'm saying I didn't hold him accountable.
but
I just told him
you
about his
didn't.
actions. That's all
No,
I
that's
did.
not.
I said,
That's,
you're not doing the right thing. That's all I did. That's like if I see my friend stealing
okay.
some candy out of the store. I'm gonna say, bro, that ain't the right thing to do. I'm not
But
holding him
but your
accountable.
friend is a thief. So what I'm saying to you is, a
It don't
thief.
matter. It don't matter. I'm not holding him
I'd like the
accountable.
floor, please. I'd like the floor. Just
I'm not holding him
give me 2
accountable.
minutes.
All I'm doing is telling him that his actions is not suitable to me. I'm
May
not
I have two
holding him
minutes,
accountable.
please? May I have 2 minutes? So all I'm saying to you is this. So let's just say I have
No,
a
no, you
friend.
good. You good. I could have sworn I
Let's just
bought
say
both
I
this.
have a friend who is who steals, like he said in that example. So that this person, I know they steal things. I don't steal things because I have a different set of principles. I happen to have a friend who has a different set of principles than me. They do steal. They find nothing wrong with it, or they're happy to do it, and that's what they're doing. I could never hold that person accountable and say you stealing isn't the right thing to do or shouldn't be. That's not holding them accountable. That's maybe sharing, witnessing, advising. That's a different thing. But that person and me has to first of all be advising. That's a different thing. But that person and me has to first of all be on the same place, in the same place. We have to have the same values, and we have to agree that this is what we're doing. I can't decide for someone what they're doing in their own life. I can't tell him to not impregnate 6 women. If he wants to do that, he has the God-given right to make
So,
his own decisions.
yeah.
So you can't
So
hold someone accountable unless they've agreed to follow the same values that you said that you're following.
Can
So
I?
I looked up. There's two things I wanted to say though. And I love how y'all say that, right? Because even in the definition, it's saying an expectation, right? That's why I feel like everybody just throwing what they want to throw in there because it don't say that they have to accept it. I don't get. It don't never. It don't say that nowhere in the definition. It just don't say that. It just say with the expectation of a responsibility or a consequence. That's all it say, right? Everybody had expectations, just like Poet said, right? So the thing is, you can have an expectation of these responsibilities and stuff. That don't take away the fact that it's still holding them accountable. And now, I'm on the side of that because y'all on the side of that, but I'm just using the words, right? Because mine's is not added words. Y'all adding words and saying, okay, here go another thing that was added earlier of what Poet said. You say you got to know them. I had to look that up real quick. She made me look it up though. I ain't gonna lie. But it said, do you have to know a person to? Because I would have changed it up if it didn't, right? So it say no, you don't have to know someone personally to hold them accountable. Holding someone accountable means making them responsible for their action, their consequences, regardless of whether they have a close relationship or with them. Accountability can establish through various means, including formal process like legal system or performance reviews, or through informal means like peer pressure or social expectations.
But do you see how broad it is because of the fact that there is a context that you have to also apply? So if you're talking about the law, you don't have to know anyone to hold them accountable. If you're
Exactly.
talking
Yeah, I feel
about
that.
school, if you're talking about a school system, you don't have to know them to hold them accountable. But if you're
Right.
talking about personal relationships,
Right.
there has to be an agreement, an understanding, or like the lady said, at a relationship, because some things are understood even when they're not spoken. And so that's what you will not see in a one-line definition. Some things are understood.
But let me
So
also explain
here
that
go
just
another
By
one. Oh,
definition, it's out of
yeah.
context.
But also, can I just say that just because you didn't get the desired results doesn't mean you didn't hold them accountable.
that's what I be saying. Thank
Agreed.
you.
That's the
Agreed.
point of the
Exactly.
consequence.
I
Like I
caught
Wait,
said,
the
hold on.
there
How
is
failed
you saying that? Wait,
accountability.
what?
a perfect example is on your job. You can disagree with them all day. If you break their rules, they fire you. That's it. They held you accountable. It was a perfect system. You see what I'm saying? The accountability, the expectations
Totally
were
agree.
made, the consequences were delivered. They held you accountable whether you agree with it or not. That's why I was trying to tell him that even if your friend goes on to have 15 kids, you are stepping in to hold him accountable. Why? Because there's somewhere in your moral compass that says I can't hang out with him if he keeps doing this. So you
Hmm.
have got to make a decision.
And
And
ain't
when
nothing
you
wrong with
make
that.
that decision, you hold him accountable, even though he goes off to do other things. Life will hold him accountable ultimately,
So this
right?
this another thing I wanted to, yeah. You saying that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm trying to confuse. I'm confused on who believe we can hold people accountable or not. So this another thing I noticed, right? It say, oh, let me let this person know. I looked up another part. It say, here's why you can hold someone accountable without knowing them. So it's another part, established expectations, right? If someone has agreed to a set of rules, policies, or a contract, they are accountable for adhering those guidelines, regardless of your personal relationship. So that's the reason why I be saying, right? Let me before I even get to that, because I want them to answer before I get to the part of why I believe you can hold people accountable. And I know a few people that you say you can. So Mojo and then Courtney, y'all two, y'all can go ahead and then we can see where everybody.
What question we on, brother?
We just
One,
saying for the first one, can you hold others
can you hold
accountable?
others accountable? Yes, I believe you can hold others accountable. You can do that whether it's a person, institution, and or organization, because whether you know them or not, there are certain guidelines, especially if you're a citizen in any type of land. The laws of the land must be abided by, even if you weren't told them.
Right. I was about to get
So
to that we
we
all
need
follow
to
the
we
yes.
all follow that. So when it comes to even morality, it is subjective, but we do know right from wrong. This is why people lie. If you were able to do things that were quote unquote bad to others, but you think it's okay, then you would be honest about it. But the fact that you are dishonest means that you see the shame. So you can hold someone accountable for their actions and their decision making based on the things that are operating within society. It doesn't mean they have to change. Now, responsibility is different. If you're responsible, for something like accountability takes, as you say, you must be responsible. Responsible means that you have an obligation to take care of something, do something, and or another by your job and or your role. So your role in life as a man or a woman in society, that is a role. It may not be a significant role that is, impacting the majority, but you do have a role that you can impact in life, and it can indirectly and directly affect people. So you
Hmm.
can hold someone accountable.
Hey, I like that you, and then I'm gonna let Courtney go after that. But when you said the agreement, Laurel said that, right? So I think we kind of have a forced agreement. When we say the things we complain about, right? We all kind of have the same things we believe in. Like, we don't believe we should be deadbeat fathers, right? Or it should be people touching kids, all that stuff, right? So we, in a way, we can still hold them accountable because it's like a agreement in the society we live in, or it's like a rule, right? Just because it's a rule, so that's a form of agreement because we know the rules behind it. So it's like, that's why I'm saying, when you hold someone account, it's like basically hold them against their rule. Like this, even though it's people breaking rules out here, right? But it don't change the fact that you you are just like when you call the police on somebody. That's a form of holding them accountable. It's like, hold up, you breaking rules and stuff. We all under the same exact thing, even if you agree with it or not. I guess even if you agree with it or not, you still have to abide by these certain rules in life. You can't cross red lights. You can't whatever. You can't cut. There's so many different things though. But I don't know. We're gonna get to it though, more on that though. So Courtney, go ahead. What you got for me?
All I got is what my father taught me at the age of 13. I was acting out and not doing what I was supposed to do. And he sat me down and said, I have to take accountability for the things that I do. And as a teenage girl, I didn't want to hear none of that. But the way he said it, he made, like, he wasn't hollering at me. He wasn't screaming at me. He talked to me. He said, the world around you is not responsible for you. So if you decide to do something, it's you. Now, you can't be responsible for the next person to you or the next person to you, but every action has a reaction. So therefore, you have to think about what you need to do. So if you steal something and you get in trouble, that's you did it. I didn't do it. I didn't make you do it. The next person didn't make you do it. Your friends didn't make you do it. Because I was a really rebellious teen, and it took me a very long time to learn how to take accountability, to learn how to take responsibility. So when I finally did get it, it hit really hard because I just thought I could just do anything. Oh, well, I'm under 18, I can do whatever I want to do. And then I realized the people that I was with, none of us had took accountability for anything. But then I started to notice, if I feel like my friend's doing something I don't like, and she's like, I'm not going to take accountability, I can't force her to take accountability, but we can start being friends. Or if I notice somebody's taking something that don't belong to them, that ain't got nothing to do with me. We can't be friends anymore because you like to steal. So I don't know about making other people take accountability. You can talk to somebody till you're blue in the face. All I know that it took me so long to grow up and to take accountability. And when I say so long, I was still under the age of 18. But yeah. So
Okay, open panel, y'all.
it
This
is what
I
it
got
is.
a
when I
perfect. I
first
got
got
a perfect
on.
example.
When
I
I
got a perfect example for holding somebody accountable. I host little gamble parties, and I tell people you can bring whoever you want, but whatever they do in my house, I'm gonna hold you accountable for it.
Mm,
There you go.
I don't know this person from a hole in the wall. But whatever they do, I'm gonna hold you accountable for it. You
mm-hmm.
go anybody accountable.
That's also why I stated in the very beginning, before we even got this far, everybody in the world should be holding some. Okay, not everybody in the world, because there's some shitty people who should just shut up. But respectable people, normal ass people who ain't out here being fucking weirdos,
Everyone should be holding everyone accountable, because if not, it's a fucking free for all. Straight up Sodom and Gomorrah, and then what we gonna do?
I believe
Amen.
overall, like, what's the intents behind it though? Because everybody got the ability to do it in my book,
Well,
but I think
I
it's all
think
about intents.
we
initially, my
do it
intent is just to be a
subconsciously.
quote unquote good person. Like that. That
Just
was the intent, to not let the world go up in flames because we're
Mm.
deciding to let pedos do whatever and murderers do. Oh God, I almost messed that word up. Murderers do whatever. Like
That was
Mm.
a
holding
good
some,
catch, though. Good catch.
all of them got somebody.
You
None of
almost
their
got held
lives have
accountable
been.
on
Yeah.
TikTok, boy. I was like, TikTok. Is that
But
my
I think we.
baby down there? Oh, poet, you know what time it is.
She about to get kicked out the live in the wrong spot.
do what you gotta do.
I
Do
just
what
think
you
that
gotta do.
if people really believe that you can't hold anybody accountable, then I would say, so why do you complain to anyone when they do something you don't like?
Hmm.
It makes no sense. If
Mm.
somebody was to really tell me, oh, especially a woman, if a woman was to tell me, oh, I'm not taking accountability for this, or you got to do this or do
Oh
that, then they
shit!
say I don't got to.
I
Well,
am my brother's keeper,
wow.
Laurel. That's part of it too. Oh, being your brother's keeper. I think that kind of ties into it as well. But okay.
But I think we do it subconsciously anyway, because I don't want to be in a place where there's all this chaos. So I
True.
remove myself. That's me holding them accountable for their behavior. They might not care about my presence or what I add to the space, but that's me holding them accountable. That's an expectation and a consequence. I move on. They may never change, but we do it all the time.
And I think if the only quote unquote consequence you can give is removing yourself, that is still a consequence. And I don't think it's an
It is.
ultimatum. I think it's you setting a boundary for the situation that what it is.
It
It's some
is.
wild shit going on. I fuck with you, I love you, but I'm gonna have to love you from afar, real afar, because I'm doing something different and you doing something different. So until you can get your act together, until you can get your shit together, I cannot physically, mentally, spiritually be in your presence, because shit, we can't be crabs in the barrel together.
Exactly. And we remove ourselves so other people don't label us the same, right?
Exactly.
Because
I will not
it's
be the bird
different to
flocking
say,
with you being a bird. I won't.
yeah, you can say all black people do this, but if I don't do
Ooh, why
that,
y'all talking about that? Because that's gonna be a topic tomorrow I got for y'all. Ooh, boy.
I'm just saying we do it intentionally. We hold people accountable. If
Yep.
somebody say some real
That's
messed
what
up
I'm
stuff
trying to.
in
Man,
my
I knew
face,
that we were. I
then
knew
I'll
we
be
were
like,
friends.
I okay, I make a note of it. If your behavior follow up, then I know I can't fool with you. But people who don't think that they can hold other people accountable, notice there are always people who believe they can do and say what they want. It's always there too.
What the heck? Me and Poet actually agreeing heavy today. What? I did not
I get
expect
it.
that. What's going on? And I knew Poet for like about 3 years now. It's crazy work.
Nah,
That's
I
true.
get it.
It must be
I
Rachel.
thought y'all was talking about
It
me
Rachel
must
said
be.
when I
this.
first came
Yeah,
in.
Poet deserve her nails done for sure.
Oh yeah, let me get my baby in real quick, man. You know, let me see what she got. I know everybody don't win already. We still on just the first one
She
though.
did
So
entrez-vous la collation. I think that was French. It's supposed to be French.
oh
That
wow.
shit crazy. It sound like I don't know what the fuck you said.
Enter in the palace. I thought it was French, but maybe my mama was making shit up.
I don't know. Shit. You know,
You
accountability is a
you
kryptonite.
there? Yes, she did.
Motherfuckers be crumbling for accountability, boy. But they always want you to do right by them. How am I supposed to do that if you don't believe in accountability?
Exactly.
How do you know?
Exactly.
How
And
do you
what is right?
articulate that?
They reserve the right to change up what's right in a moment, depending
Yeah.
on how they feel.
It's on how they feel.
And I ain't
Circumstance.
got time. Yeah, I don't move with people
Mm.
like that at all.
Oh, not the subjective right and wrong. I don't like that. Scary.
Mm-mm. That's why I said if you got to lie about it. Now, there's a difference between keeping something private and then lying. So
Hmm.
I don't personally need to, like, if I ask you how much money you make, you don't got to tell me shit. Those are private entities. You
Right.
don't.
But one of the
Mm.
biggest lies that we hear on this app is I don't roll with niggas who act like that. And then when you point out the behavior, they say, "Well, I can't tell him what to do. He grown." They be the exact niggas.
Ah.
It's like you can't
Unfortunately, I
tell me
can't
what
say
to do
she's lying.
because
No, wait,
I'm
you
grown.
just got caught. You
Yeah,
got
Hey,
put on
it's
the spot.
the same when your homie be dating real young girls and everybody turn a blind eye, or when the homie be
Yeah.
be laying paws on sis and everybody turn their head.
Yeah.
I've seen them situations, and I'm
That's
the
just
only
what he
person to
do.
hold someone
Yeah, I'm not
accountable.
fucking on nigga that
I
that's
can't
doing
tell
that.
him what to do, but he better not hit mine.
That's
Oh.
just what they right. That's all that be right. That change quick on that one.
I can't
That's
go,
what they
bro.
do.
I don't hang out with
That's so,
niggas
and
that
that's
take care of
so
their
weird that that's
kids.
your
I don't hang
example.
around men that
Y'all
get
watching
pregnant.
somebody get black eyes and busted lips, and you holler. I mean, that's bro business. Bro is a criminal.
I might
Bro
put
is
him.
Oh, your
I might
is
Wi-Fi
put
went
him.
out.
criminally
Okay, okay. I
insane at
was
this
wondering. I
point.
had called. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I might whoop on him, but now there's some things that I don't justify or condone
Can
you
you
putting your
hold that
hands on.
man accountable for doing that?
But
I
Hmm.
would,
also,
bro. If you put your
Yep,
hands on
because
women,
I
whoop
get
somebody.
involved and I put them out my house.
but
Where my
also
whole my non-hold accountable crew? They just all dropped. I just noticed that. No, I need this
holding
a
him
mixed crowd.
because they
Nah,
weren't
man.
making no sense. That's
I
why.
had to block the other dude though, because I could have sworn I could have sworn I blocked his other page, and I know how he operate. I just can't with him because he just takes over the whole panel. He do that
Keep it
every panel.
mature.
I blocked him a long time ago, his other page, but I ain't that he even had his other page. I'm like,
I'm
well, thank you. I try to give him a chance though, but I'm like, nah, he gonna keep doing the same thing. And when I start
I'm
feeling
back.
uncomfortable that nobody else can't speak, it's a wrap.
I'm
Welcome
Well,
back.
back,
don't
I
keep.
heard
Mister.
I heard you talking trash. I'm back. Somebody what you yeah, I'm back.
What I
No,
say?
for real though,
Who
y'all.
talk
Yeah,
Heard you
trash?
right.
was looking for me. Here I go.
I figured it out. People
He
be
said, who,
scared.
this dude named, Mac P, but he got another profile called something else. I don't know. It's
Listen,
called
people
Jesus something. Go
people
ahead.
be scared, y'all. And then when you tell them, they go all the way to, he might unalive me. I might have to fight him. It ain't even always that deep. If that's your partner, then he probably care about what you say, but you too
Right.
scared to address it.
Oh, we got one that came back. Ah, now you're outnumbered, Sean. Oh no, actually you and Bert came at the same time. Y'all the can't hold people accountable crew. So
Yeah,
nah.
you can't.
My
Oh, you
my
can't.
team strong now. This whole panel almost there. Laura, I'm still trying to. I kind of iffy. I don't know. I think I don't
So
know.
let me ask you. Okay,
If
okay.
I'm not.
Come on, Bert. Let's get it. Get that
Let's
work. Come on up.
let's let's go with this. Let's go with this, right? So whatever. Okay, it's a scenario on this panel, and you trying to hold somebody accountable, right? What if I deem you trying to hold somebody accountable as disrespectful? Like I feel like what you did was disrespectful to that person. You thinking you holding that person accountable. I think you being very disrespectful. What is the difference? Like,
Y-
how can like does it still apply?
So,
Yeah,
hold-
You
that's
you,
It
yeah.
still
you holding somebody.
applies.
so hold
You
on,
got
Sean.
feelings and you
Hold
got
on,
facts.
Sean. If you're
You can
saying
easily
that
figure that out.
he's trying to hold someone else accountable, man, woman, or child, and
Hmm.
then you then state that you feel and think that he's being disrespectful, and if you're trying to have him continue his course of action and or change it, so are you trying to change his behavior, or are you trying to question it?
You calling them out.
I'm
So if you're
calling them out.
calling him out, you know what you're doing?
What?
Holding him accountable.
That's not holding accountable,
Listen,
man.
and the only reason why is holding them accountable because you're saying, hey, the expectation that I had for you to be respectful, that's gone. And then you're telling him to take responsibility for his actions. That's holding someone accountable by
Okay, okay,
definition.
okay. Now watch this. I like you said that, right? Now, Kev. Now, okay, Kev can hold. Like Kev got rules on his panel, right?
Right?
So we agreed to those rules. So I know those rules. So now he can hold me accountable to those rules. But someone who don't know me and think I said something disrespectful, you can't hold me accountable for nothing because your disrespect is not the same as my goddamn disrespect. We didn't agree on nothing. You can't hold me accountable. Your job will hold you accountable because you signed up. Y'all have an agreement
True.
on
I
certain
can say that.
terms. But Kel can hold people accountable because he got a panel. He's over us. He have his rules. You not knowing me, you have no rules over me. We didn't come into no agreement about nothing. Your morals and principles different than mine, so you can't hold me accountable for nothing.
I
I
don't think
got
it,
you.
let me look at the
Watch
definition
this,
again. Do
Sean.
it
You must
say
have never been
agreement?
on a
I
live
don't
with
think it
Rock
say
and that
All
I
right.
one
don't think it
girl.
say
I'm
All
gonna
right,
That
do
agreement.
one
rock
girl
with
who
Oh,
don't
go
want
ahead,
Sean.
Bert.
nobody from Cannon
I got a
Fleet will eat you
scenario
I
for
alive
you.
will.
for playing
I
on
got a
Calm
Rachel
down
scenario.
a
Love.
little
I got a
bit. I will.
scenario for you,
Let me
brother.
show you how real
Well,
quick.
hold on 1 minute. He said, "Go ahead, Bert." That's me.
He did say
I
Burt. My
rock.
bad.
I rocked with Sean. That was well said. Look, and what I said before, I want to be clear. Now, I didn't say you can't hold people accountable, but I'm saying in order for you to hold someone accountable, which is the application of consequence, you have to have some ownership over that individual, i.e., your job. Rachel can hold you accountable. If I'm in a group, you can excommunicate me from the group, but you have to have some authority over me. I have to yield to that for you to hold me accountable.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it. That's
I
all.
totally,
And to
Okay,
that,
I
I
brother.
totally
say,
disagree.
That's
none of
that.
y'all have been on a live
I
with
No.
totally
Rachel and
disagree.
that one light skinned chick who will eat you alive for getting just a tad bit too loud. Or if Rachel say, "Hey guys, can we bring it back in?" and don't nobody do it, Shorty bop in there. I know y'all heard Miss
Oh,
Rachel.
you talk
And
about main thing.
yeah,
She
so
don't play no
you
game,
can't say
right?
that. She don't know none of us personally, but do niggas shut up? Yeah, they do. And when they don't, what she do? Drop their ass. Is that not
Yeah,
holding
main
them
thing. She
accountable?
don't be
No,
playing.
all
So
she did
you
was check.
don't
She
you
just
That
don't
checked.
goes
have
to
to have
Sean's.
authority over
That goes to
another.
Sean's
You
point.
have autonomy and authority over
I
yourself.
get what they
But
trying
look
to
at
go to
Sean.
with that. I get what they saying.
It
They
doesn't
just
even
saying that
matter.
you gotta
Again,
be a part of somebody's like if you come in this house, right? You automatically dang near almost made an agreement to take on. I can get that part, even though I don't believe that's the only form of holding accountable, but I can feel you on that. But we gonna dissect it more, I feel, because I'm still on the team where I believe you go hold. No, I mean, y'all saying you go hold accountable, but you just said it gotta be that. But I believe you can do more than that.
They never
but
said
We
you
we
can
but
gonna
have
you
see.
have
We
to
more.
gonna see
remember
though.
They
that
said
your
you
mama
had
ever
these
asked you to
gifts.
did you do your homework today? Is that
But
not
you said, look,
holding
you
you
messing up
accountable?
because
She have
you
authority
falling
over
into
us.
what they saying though. You
Thank
falling
you.
into what
Thank
yeah,
you.
you
So
fall,
look, so
you
Kev,
falling
I
into
got
what they.
this
I'm trying to
scenario.
find a way to counter what they saying because
Kev,
I get them with
I
on that.
got
I
the
can
counter.
totally agree with
I
that
got
too. Also,
Maybe I'm
it's
missing
a
it.
flick jab.
no,
It's a
because they saying,
easy
look.
jab.
Let me say this real quick, Mojo. Let me say this real quick though. Basically, what they're saying, which I understood that earlier though, but I believe you can hold. But they saying that when you hold somebody accountable, so they agree that you can hold people accountable, but you would have to be like, you would have to make an agreement. You would have to like be part of like the family or something like that, or you have to be like part of the clique or something like that. You can't just do a random stranger. That's what they're trying to get to about that. Even though I believe, but I'm gonna figure it out. I believe you can hold random strangers accountable though. So we
What we're
gonna get to
saying
that
is
though.
that holding people
No.
accountable does not always lead to change behavior. That's what the consequence is
Yeah,
for. It's
it,
you speaking up
you
and
It,
don't
it,
just
need you
saying
don't need
something.
you don't need
yeah, I
authority
know
to
my
hold
baby
someone
gonna agree. Yeah,
accountable.
we gonna be on this. Oh yeah,
But
my
So
bad.
No,
Sean,
she
Okay.
said in the
Sean Burke.
comments, Rachel said in the comments, you can sue somebody and
So
hold
this
them
that's what I
accountable.
was about to say too. So it's like Sean and Bert. If there was a grown man that walked the streets and it's an open sidewalk, he bumps into you or steps on your shoes and calls you a bitch, and you be like, "Hey, bro, you watch your mouth. You
Yeah,
don't
he
know.
gonna call it
You,
checking you, man.
you,
That's
ain't,
what they
you ain't
gonna. They
going."
did
And
it to
that's
me
holding
earlier.
that nigga accountable. And if
No,
that
he gonna say checking. It's a wrap.
there's no higher authority. So what you do have in the laws of the land are the rights of the land of the people. So you
But
have
that's what I'm about to get. I like that you said that though. That's what I mean. It like in a way where I believe we can hope because we all, even if we willingly did it or not, we kind of all sign up or follow the laws of the land, and whoever goes against it, we can hold them. We can hold them against the laws of the land. You know what I'm saying? Or for the majority believe it. So I can see what you're saying. Like if two people believe something different, but for the most part, everybody believe the same exact thing. Talking to somebody a certain way, you shouldn't do that or
yeah.
whatever it is. So we can hold. That's a form of, especially if they not even agree with that, but if they believe in that, if they can't be a hypocrite, right? I think it was like that cognitive dissonant thing that Bert was teaching me about a while ago, whatever. But once they have this belief that they can't basically be a hypocrite to what they believe in, so they can't just say, I think I can call this person out, but then I can't hold them accountable for what they're calling out. And that's why I believe more, or why you can hold people you don't know that's not even in your circle accountable, in a way. I mean, I'm gonna figure out more stuff to try to see we could get a thing, because I mean I understand what Bert and Shine is saying though. At least they in a way believe that you can hold people accountable, but they just put it in a way like, and I can get it, low, because sometimes we be like, hey, if you don't know me, you ain't holding nothing accountable. You know what I'm saying? I can feel that. I mean, I get it. But I think that the things we even do on this app is different forms of holding people accountable, because we do that, like I said, to celebrities, even if you want to say calling them out or whatever. Or if we see somebody on this thing acting up, we kind of might give them a warning or something like, oh, then they go back to the thing again. But I'm gonna get deeper into it. But I did want to real quick before everybody go back again. I see my baby back. I want her to go real quick, and then I think everybody went. Did we go back to open panel?
Oh, wow, thank you.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Y'all might hear all this thunder. It's really bad. So I don't know if my Wi-Fi goes up. Whatever. Uh, hello, panel. Poet, thank you for letting me get up there. I appreciate you. Are we on the first one?
We just still everybody. We just really trying to dissect the first one. Yes, we've been on
Oh,
that for the. power. So
Yeah, you already know I gotta go with my Bible. No, but I do believe
What
in
a surprise! I'm so surprised.
Clock it. And don't
anything
believe
to
me.
piss
Clock
Sean
it.
off. I'ma do.
that's a double. Not a double.
All right. Yes. Yeah. You can hold anybody accountable. See, that's the thing. Holding. Yeah. Okay. That's it. That's it. You can hold anybody accountable because,
I got a question for you, Rachel.
of course you do, Bert.
Yeah, I got a question for you. So,
Sure.
look, I get that we can attempt to hold anyone accountable that we want to. My question to you is this: how do I know if I've successfully done that?
But that's not the point. But
Yeah, that's about to say that's not up
that's
to
not my
you
point
though.
because even
That's
like
still my
no,
question.
even when you hold somebody accountable by law, you don't know if they actually hold themselves accountable.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Like you
That's what I'm
can't
getting
like
to.
nobody can
So we
control
don't
that.
we don't want to answer my question, do we?
I can answer it.
No,
Because the way you
She said
asked it,
no.
that's an unanswerable question. You can't do it. We just say you can't. I
It's
think we
not
all agree to that. We
answerable.
can't do it.
In order to hold somebody accountable, you have to have two parts, an expectation and a consequence. Once that's done, you have held them accountable. They don't have to agree. They don't have to
No,
change.
I believe you got to
You
have an
have to have them
expectation
accountable.
to a consequence. They don't have the consequence don't have to happen. That's one thing I don't believe in.
There you
I
go,
believe you
Kev.
can have it because even in the definition, it just say and it do say like let me see. Hold up, I'm looking at
There
it.
is no
It's so many
punishment, no
definitions. I
accountability.
can't keep up with it though because
There is.
accountability don't even have a solid definition because it's a
What's
new
No,
word.
look in
of
the
setting
Webster dictionary,
expectations?
bro. Like it's
Let me
Where's
accountability
look it
has
up.
nothing to do with ramifications or punishment. To hold someone accountable is simply speaking upon the things that you know where you were disgruntled
Go to
about.
Webster, Merriam-Webster.
It's that simple. Like just to hold somebody accountable. Somebody calls you out your name. Hey, yo, watch your mouth. I held you accountable. Now I didn't punish you or reprimand you.
right.
I addressed your behavior,
when
and I
you
said
said
that it was wrong to me.
watch your mouth, that was a reprimand.
No, watch your mouth.
So accountable. The meaning is itself. So I'm in Webster. We're gonna stick with the Webster then. So accountable means subject to give an account. Um, capable of being explained. That's 1 and 2. So subject to giving an account. Uh, okay. So we can run with that. I don't see nothing that's forcing somebody to do anything. So, all right. So now let me see if I can look up holding accountable now. Even though even in look, even in the when I looked that up, right? Accountable. So we gonna go by the words today. We ain't gonna go off feelings. We ain't going off feelings today. Accountable. All right. We gonna come together. So he held her accountable for the damage. Um, I think that was just an example they used though.
You
So
got
let's
to know
actually
what
look up.
account means too. So look up what
So
account means.
account.
Account is
A
Oh, you
put
want to
lot
look
of
that
together.
up
people
by
don't know
itself?
what
What that
that means.
mean? Okay, let's look that up. What account mean then? Because I was looking that up too. So I'll say account, a record of debt and credit entries cover transaction involve a particular item or particular person or concern. A statement of transaction during fiscal. Wait, I don't know that word. Fiscal
Fiscal.
and
How do you spell it?
It's fiscal.
FIS fiscal.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm saying
fiscal.
never use that word for
So
fiscal
fiscal,
period and
fiscal is another
resulting
word for
imbalance.
financial.
Then number 2 is a statement explaining one conduct, a statement or exploiting. A statement or exposition of reasons, causes, or motives. C, a reason for an action. Say bias. What the heck? Number 3, a formal business arrangement providing regular dealing. We know that one is client, customer, money deposit. So we know that account. They got a 4 one. They got 4 and 5. What the heck? Okay. They got a bunch of definitions to account.
So
Value,
Kev,
importance.
Kev,
5 is advantage. 6 is careful thought, consideration. A usual mental record. 7 is a description of fact, conditions, or
Kevin,
events.
we're not going to
So.
remember all that. Just
Yeah,
got
that's a,
got
I
to
Yeah,
know
be
that's
no,
a
clear.
lot. Yeah,
you
that's true.
said the first. You said it
Kev,
within the
Kev,
first ones. It's basically a
Kev,
verbal or written
one
description
mojo.
of an account
Right. No,
of something that happened.
yeah, and I like where you took us, Mojo. Mojo, the question is this, right? How do I force someone to list off the things they've done wrong? Like, how do I do that?
That's
Where
never
did it
holding
say
someone
force?
accountability.
Why would you do that?
You can't.
Well,
So
people
when
That,
you
well,
will
hold
that's in the
someone
people
holding.
will
accountable,
talk to you.
you
So when
can't.
I hold someone accountable, well, let me be clear. So when I hold somebody accountable, am I asking them to take account for what they've done?
No,
No,
you're
it's
not
an
I'm not.
asking them.
expectation. It's just an expectation. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
no, you
Oh,
can't correct the
That
behavior.
don't mean it's
All you
gonna be
can do
I'm
is
successful.
not
That's
trying to
just like
correct the behavior.
that, that's just like they said in jail. Remember they used the jail one, right? When you take somebody to jail, you expect them to change. But we see some people go right back to jail. That don't mean that they're gonna. That mean they didn't hold them
But
accountable.
Right.
that's not the accountability part based on the definition you read, though.
Let me look it up again.
You might want to look up
Accountability.
responsibility at this point.
Responsibility. I like that you mentioned that too, because that's different too,
Because
though.
you're
And I know,
confusing.
Responsibility is
Yeah, you might be
different.
confusing with this.
yeah, that's
No,
true. You true. That's true. True. It could be that too, though. Also, yeah, because I had looked that up too. That's more of a task. I was looking that definition up. Oh my gosh, let me look up. Y'all can go ahead. I'm just looking up. I'm gonna look up accountability real
What park
quick.
are y'all on now?
accountability is just about keeping record. There's no point to keep record if you don't deliver consequences. There's nowhere in life where you have expectation that don't come with consequences.
I
So
like this poet chick.
it's two parts.
Where you read that at?
Everything you just read says that.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Dang, would this thing pull up
Your
or
job
not?
is keeping an account of your behavior to justify why they fire you or give you a raise. There's always an account because we're humans. That's what we do. We make patterns of behavior. So if there is an expectation, there's a consequence. I think we all know that as an adult. It
So
doesn't nobody has to spell that out for us.
I
I can
don't.
make an account. I can make an account. I can have an account for like your actions. I can make an accounting of all this stuff. The question is, can I ever make you do that for yourself?
No,
No,
that's
you can't. You
impossible.
I
can't
don't think
make
the
me
point
hold
is to
myself
do it
accountable
for
for
yourself. The
anything.
point is to let it be known that you see it. It's not becoming of you, and maybe do better.
The only
And
reason why,
Right.
do
So
better.
I like that y'all saying that though, but it's just like you said, it's weird. We could say that we can hold people in our circle accountable, right? But that don't mean that they have to take it either. That's all I'm
You can apply.
saying.
I think we
You can
expect
apply
them to take it because they're
consequence.
in our circle.
You can apply consequence on people in your circle. That's the difference.
Okay, that
Like in
makes
what way?
sense.
Give me an example. Give me an example. I need to.
Exactly.
No,
I
no,
kick
not
you out
About
of
the
exactly. No, I
friend
need an
group.
example.
Say y'all got a friend group, and one of the friends. Okay, I give you one
No, they
better.
was the one that said I want Bert to say it or
Oh, my
Shine.
bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
getting on it, but like
Don't yell
if
at
you're
me.
My
if you're
bad.
in my circle, I excommunicate you from the circle. That's one. You know, I don't invite you to
Hmm.
things that we're doing. That's two. I
hmm
lessen your privileges within the circle. There's all kinds of consequences you have
Oh,
when you're
okay.
in a circle.
Okay, I like that. So now after you do that, right? Do that mean that they still gonna hold themselves accountable though for whatever action they did?
They might not, but if they want to be in the circle, they'll have to.
right.
But
So you influence
no,
behavior.
I feel like y'all want to. It's like I'm trying to get y'all to see that you still held them accountable,
Yeah,
but
you
that don't
did.
because I think we talk about two different things. Y'all
Listen,
talking about like an internal mental thing, right? Go ahead,
listen,
Bert.
Kev. That's why Kenshe was unsuccessful at holding Bert accountable.
That's why you keep going with that, man. And then the thing is, it's about intentions though. So why would she? You know, I think. I think it's a difference from taking accountability and holding accountability. I believe it's a very big difference. I think the job is to hold someone accountable so they can take accountability. That's what I believe, and those are two different things. That's what that's how I just view it. Though I think words is different for a reason. Because why would they be the same exact thing?
Hey,
Make
Well,
and
Ke-
take be the
hey,
same thing.
hey,
when
Kev,
you're
I was on a
talking
panel
about
the other
self,
day. They tried to hold me accountable. That shit didn't work.
when
I
you're
ain't feel
talking
shit they
about
said.
self, you say, Rachel, I am accountable for my choices. I did X, Y, Z. This is
That
why.
mean you accept accountability.
But when
That
you're
don't mean that you were held
but,
accountable. How
but
long you gonna hold yourself until
hold
you
on,
accept it?
hold on, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys are playing with words. It's unnecessary. If I'm talking about self, then I say I am accountable. If somebody else has to point out my behavior, then that's them holding me
Yeah,
accountable.
okay, my bad. I was talking too fast. You're right. Okay, now I get it.
Say, hold
My bad. I
on, hold
forgot she
on.
was on my team and I messed up
Right.
already.
I was like, yeah, I was like, why are you
I like I
fighting
messed up
back?
my own team. I'm ready to get everybody because of
Hey,
that.
hold on, Kev. Wait, hold on. Y'all ain't sleep. Hold on, y'all ain't sleep.
All
Okay.
right, let's get
So,
it. I
yeah,
like this.
okay. So remember I said that when you have the definition of a word and you look up under the original definition, you have that similar, right? And then I
Yeah.
say anybody, once you go under similar, anybody could find what they think accountable means. They could find their definitions in that shit because there's a whole bunch of shit listed up under that. So I thought in the definition, the person that you're trying to hold accountable has to feel like they done something. Like they have to feel it also. It's not just you talking to them. They have to
No.
feel it.
No.
Read that.
No.
Okay, I get the definition because obviously you read it earlier and you're saying no, but it was in the definition that you actually read.
My team is strong. I don't care about y'all.
Yeah, they don't
Y'all
have
better
to
get some
feel
more
it.
people over here. Let me see what Assassin talk about. I remember that's Mr. Pride, man. I ain't forget about you when I boy. You don't
What
want to be wrong with him.
what's going on, man?
What's up, Basan? How you feeling, my brother? What you got for me? Can you hold others accountable or no? Uh-oh. Team
Yeah,
even
yeah,
bigger because
yeah,
I forgot she on my team too.
yeah. You can. It's usually called brother.
What?
It's usually called brotherhood. It got to be a tight knit circle, you know.
Not that I know.
Usually, you gotta have the same vision, aspiration, or motivation. You know, usually it works well on us in a small clique, in a small set circle. When you religions do that sometimes when you Bible study, Bible, you hold each other accountable. That's
Mm-hmm.
my foundation of example. I could bring you guys. I could present before you guys. Biblically it talks about bear each other's burden and things like that. Sometimes that helps you get
Fan
through the
base.
day because we gotta talk about this. Saturday we gotta talk about. So you don't want to disappoint your brothers. You don't want to, yeah. But what I notice most of the time in society, people don't give a damn if you hold yourself accountable. It's all automatically expected of you. People more pay attention when the system holds you accountable. Like, for example, child support. That's a system holding you. So, DUI, you driving while drunk and you go to jail. The system can hold you accountable. So, but let's say you an attentive father, you take care of your business, you're a good man. People like that's what you ought to do anyway. People don't really care,
Entitlement.
and um, yeah, because well, in a way, nah. In a way, I see because you gave, you the father of that child. You're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be a good father. Like
You should. You
this,
should. That don't mean
yeah.
suppose because parents can do whatever they want to do.
I mean, yeah, but people expect that from you. You know, I, but in conclusion, yeah, it's beneficial to hold like in the community and the neighborhood, like that's old school, mentality. Nowadays, nah, the law steps in, and that's where we at.
And another part I want to add, because I say this all the time with my baby put down in the comments, right? You can hold someone accountable, but you can't make them, right? So, and just because they keep using the word make, even in the dictionary say make too, that's what confuse me sometimes. But I think the part you can't make, I don't think it in there it say that you gotta, it do say make them accountable, right? But I think the part that they throwing in there, right? For the oppositions, right? I gotta call y'all opposition now. I mess with both of y'all. That's y'all my boys. And who else in here? Who else? Okay, it's just y'all two right now. Y'all the opposite in here right now at the moment. All right. It don't say in there that they have to accept it, right? That's the part that I think that we get in,
The point. I don't get what the point is then. If you can't
yeah.
make me do it, what's the point of having this
Because it's an
discussion?
expectation of accepting it. They don't have to accept it. It's just the
What happens?
expectation.
And what happens if I don't?
Then at least they did it. You just didn't. You want to be rebellious. That's
You
all that
apply
is.
you apply consequence, do you not?
No, I wouldn't
Hold
say
on a
that though.
second.
I wouldn't say that because you don't have to.
So wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that you're going to come to me and ask me to take accountability? I'm going to say nah, and you're not going to apply a consequence after I say no?
No, sometimes the consequences happen to themselves. Shoot, I
Well,
ain't
what's the
got to apply
point?
no consequence.
If you're not the one to bring the consequence, why are you the one talking about it?
I guess the consequence will be like I told you so.
That's
That's
why
what it
people
is.
don't. That's
'Cause
why people don't get
if I say
that.
I
You
don't
didn't
think you
hear
should
me,
sleep with a
Kev.
bunch of women,
Yeah,
you
you didn't hear
shouldn't
me.
sleep with.
You didn't
Huh?
hear me. You didn't
I
hear
don't.
me. You weren't
I don't
listening
think.
close enough.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done. What's up with Poet? No, you're good. I'm just messing with you, Kev. Go ahead, Poet.
But
I was
I
Kev,
just
I
like you
got
know,
going
this
Bro.
to
You already know
question.
say,
I like
I
getting
got
challenged.
I
But
was
I
go
got
just
a
go
going
ahead.
to say
question, Kev.
that's why people don't get the results that they're looking for because they're not actually holding people accountable. What they're doing is they're calling them out and they're saying that that's holding them accountable. That's not the same thing.
Mm,
If you just point out somebody's behavior but you have no
That's why I
context,
wanted her to speak.
there's
hmm
no point in doing it. Earlier, Kev made a
I can
great
feel that.
point. He said it's about intent. Like I said, like
True.
what is my whole intent of bringing this to your attention, right? If I'm your boss, that's obvious. If I'm your neighbor and I say, hey, your music is too loud, right? Then obviously this is affecting my life. If I'm your friend and I see how you move in and I don't like how you're being treated in the streets, or I don't like the reproach that you bring on me when we're out together, right? So the intent is always personal.
Hmm
That's why whether or not the other person feels it or not, you get a solution for yourself.
Well,
Mm.
I want to
Yeah,
add to, I
yeah,
want to add
I say
this.
this. I'll
Let me.
be real quick. I said I'll be real quick. I promise. This time, real quick. Kev, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this so it sticks. If you're not in a position to apply consequence, shut the fuck up.
Hold up, no, man. Let's see where. So where in the rule does it say that then? So that mean we that mean as a whole, right? We should never talk about anything if that's the case. Then if that's the case, then we
No, you
should
should
be
be
on
in a position
panels.
to apply. No, you should be in a position to apply consequence.
And
So
okay,
like
what
so.
what consequences though?
It could be anything. It goes back to being in a friend group, in a circle, anything kind of like that. I have to have some association with you for you to hold me accountable. There has to be something there. You have to be able to say, I'm no longer going to associate with you, Bert, if you don't change your actions. You have to be able to
I
apply
get.
consequence.
Okay,
And if you can't, you really should mind your business.
And
I
if
get.
that
I get what you
change,
mean though. Like, all right, hey, if you saying you give them like warnings and stuff, and the consequence be like you can't be friends. So what about this? Wonder if your intent was love, right? Just like I tend to do, right? Sometimes I might even run into strangers, like you shouldn't talk to yourself like that or something like that to help them out or whatever to brighten their day, right? I'm not might not be looking for a consequence, but I'm just looking out. It's out of love, like all right, if they accept it or not, I'm not about to hold them. I'm not about to be like, well, I can't be your stranger anymore. I can't just do that. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So I I don't know. I just think. Well, I'm looking
that's
at it
not
like, what's
holding them
the like? If
accountable,
depend on
Kev.
the intents though, because some people do it with the like, hey, I want make sure you get that, and I don't want you out here around here messing with these people and stuff. I can get that because then the consequence will be, uh, the consequence will be, nah, I can't hang around you anymore. I can't be around this no more. I gotta separate. I gotta keep my peace. I get that. But I think I keep thinking about it in a way of like of love, right? Where sometimes you might come to rent, like when you talk to people off a ledge, type situation, or you, I think it's no different from not from seeing somebody walking around with a booger and you just want to be a friendly person and help them. I don't know. I just look at something like that and it don't have to be no consequence. It's just like, well, I said my piece and I walked away. It's no different from like. That's all I'm trying to keep it from being religious, but it's like no different from
But
like how
this
he
is
told us to go speak the word out, right? Say the word, speak the words. It's up to them to be accepting of it, but at least I did my part to try to help you realize that, hey, what's happening is kind of wrong. You don't want to do that, and if that's up to them to accept it or not, that be on them. I don't have to be the one that holds the consequence. Sure, God can do that. You know what I'm saying? But or their life going to do it to them. I at least can be able to help them or call it out. Like, hold up, you don't know what you're doing. It's wrong.
That
Kev,
falls under
Kev,
several other categories.
if you're not in a position to apply the consequence, then you're not the one holding anybody accountable. That's
Hey,
God.
Exactly.
Kev, Kev, hold on. You went through religion, right? So how do God hold us accountable religiously? How do He hold us accountable, Kev?
You said, how do he hold us accountable?
Yeah, you
I
brought
think
it up, so I'm
judgment.
just asking.
When judgment day come, we will. we
So
get.
that goes back to what Bert said.
no.
What's
Listen,
that?
fellas.
What what's what
Let me say something real quick. I've been trying to
Hmm.
squeeze one in.
I
Hold
don't
on.
think it's a one way to this accountability thing. That's
No,
how I think we getting stuck at.
no. It's sometimes it's not. Even God gives us boundary. He don't control us. He give us free will, at least liberty, right? Sometimes just a warning is an assistant. You could assist me, but I have to be convicted enough to correct my ways. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said a close knit, a close circle. When we talk about our problems, we assist each other But when we by ourselves, when we back home and we with our wives and children, whatever, we have to remember and we have to apply. So ultimately, individually, you have to hold yourself accountable, but you could also receive help. And so you don't need a judger to judge you before you crash. I guess that's eventually, if you don't hold yourself accountable, you end up crashing. And you don't want nobody, no system to force you. Look at what the system do to us when they have to step in and force you. You know, the court dates and all the processes, it be a pain in the ass. So you don't really want nobody to be your daddy or your judger, and you're supposed to.
Yeah,
Now
I
what
think the
you
reason why we feel like that because it be pride, but I get you on that though. The reason why a
Yeah,
lot of people say that.
but what you do need sometimes is advice. It's a nudge in the right direction. It's a guidance,
Dang,
mentorship,
I was just about to let that person go too. Dang, that's crazy.
especially if you young, especially if you're a young, no, I think, yeah, you can, ultimately you do have to apply for yourself, but you can always use advice or knowledge to obtain wisdom. You don't have to be like, I don't have to whoop your ass for you to become a new man. Like,
I think life gonna whoop them up though. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
that's what
that's
I'm
a. I don't
saying.
think I have to do anything. You know, even if I call it out, it's just shoot. Your life gonna show it after that. Shoot, if you become, you know, it's gonna show that you're gonna continue being mad at whatever and all that stuff. So that's what's gonna whoop them up. So I don't have to hold them. I mean, I don't have to give them the consequence.
A
Let
lot
Poet
of
get in
stuff,
there.
a lot of stuff that you said, Kev, was not accountability. A lot of the is what he said. It was help. It was assistance. It was sound advice. It was influencing behavior. It was we have all of these other things that we usually don't impose ourselves and hold people accountable unless it's something that we feel is so detrimental that we have to step in. Um, like certain addictions, right? We see that your life is going in a spiral, and even though it doesn't really affect me, I care about you. So if you are going to go get a drink, call me, and I can hold you accountable to what we decided here today. Or your dog keep running into my yard. You know what I'm saying? And if that keeps happening, I'm going to have to call the authorities or whatever. So accountability is for people
Ain't
who
that
are
setting a boundary though?
it could be also, but I mean your topic is accountability. you know,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think all the things
needs
we
to
saying,
be
it's like we using different words to try to like kind of invalidate each other's points, but it's all almost the same dang on thing. It's the same thing, but we using different words to try to counter the fact that the basis is the same on
well in
most
this
majority of these things.
conversation, two things can be true and it's okay to call it the same.
Yeah,
Actually, when you say I'm holding you accountable, like I said, it's two parts. And if you don't have those two parts, then you're not holding anybody accountable.
yeah, you
A
gotta
lot
be
of
talking to
times,
somebody.
a
Yeah,
lot of times
somebody you talking to.
we're wasting our time. Like you said, if the person don't know
Yeah,
you removing yourself from their life won't matter. So you get on the internet and say, I'm holding all women
yeah.
accountable, and them women don't care about
But
what you say,
but
you are
wonder
wasting
if
your
okay,
time.
and put it this way then, when you do that, right? And if a person actually listening to you, right, and they decide to change their life based off of what you said, then what? That don't take, it, what now is called a holding them accountable because they did it, or did they accept the accountability?
They accept accountability in the process
Yes.
as they make the changes, right? So I see what you're doing here. The reason why we even oppose accountability is because we want to affect change. Change happens when
Right.
somebody is doing something consistently. More than likely, they're going to see the after effect of the change that they are making because you said make the change, right? Now that they see that their life has changed, they say like, damn, okay, Kev was right. So I'm gonna keep going down this road and keep doing this.
Like
I
planting
wouldn't
seeds here.
say I held myself accountable. I would say like I realized, what Kev was talking about,
Or I
right?
took
You don't
accountability, or
really.
I finally took
I mean, you
responsibility because
could.
both of them kind of intertwine with
Mhm.
the.
Yeah.
I want to say this. I want to say this. Ultimately, yeah. Like I'm gonna go back to this analogy I used. I rather me taking myself accountable to my child. Let's say I have a kid. I rather self willingly do that instead of having a system forcing me to. You see what I'm saying? Like for example, child support. Like that's an iron rod who forces you whether you love it or like it or not. And sometimes that don't even mean your child really being taken care of. But if I had willfully, as I should, took accountable to my child, then that would have been better for me. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
ultimately, you don't want nobody forcing you to take accountability.
Well, that's
Ultimately, it can happen though. It
but
can
that's the problem
happen.
with the words. What you're doing is taking responsibility up front. That's what I was just saying, right? Like you have a responsibility, and if you don't take care of your responsibilities, somebody else is taking account, right? And they're going to hold you accountable. That's what he was reading in the definition. So you are taking responsibility. So Kev, I will come away from that situation and say, I realize I'm responsible for my life and my choice and my decisions. I'm not going to come away from that saying I held myself accountable.
Yeah, I think you hold accountable to look for them to take responsibility after. That's what I look at.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
always thought that accountable was more of the uh like awareness
Accountable is
type part.
it's the root word
But
of account.
y- yeah,
It's
yeah,
being
yeah.
there. It's
We just
showing
looked that
up.
up. Yeah, we
It's
just
the
looked that
same
up.
thing. Listen, it's being in the account, being there, being present, being responsible. It's the same thing. So it's
I'm
let's not
taking
overcomplicate
accountability.
things.
All right, so let me let my baby go real quick, cause she
I
just
call
raised
people
her
the
hand.
N word constantly, and I am taking accountability.
Oh yeah, that's crazy though. Hold up.
Yeah,
Wow.
I gotta say, as a white person,
Hold up real quick, y'all. Hold up.
that
Hold
makes
up.
us look. No, wait, that makes us look really bad, and I fucking hate it.
All right, so let me let.
We're
I
good.
don't know if y'all can hear
We
me or
already
not
passed.
though.
Go ahead, Cam.
Just let Rachel go real quick.
Oh, okay. So the question is, okay, can you hold others accountable? Bert, are you saying you can't, or only in certain ways?
Empl-
I'm saying,
empl-
I'm saying you have.
employers do it all the time.
What
Well,
the
wait a
heck? His name
minute.
Hold
Bert?
on, Lou. Hold on, Lou.
All right. So, yeah, that's almost as bad as call me the N word, like speaking for me. All right. Just so you know. Just so you know. All right. So,
I was adding my 2 cents.
yeah. Have you noticed? You actually bother me more than he does. That's weird. All right. So, Rachel. No, I'm saying I'm saying in order for you to be able to hold someone accountable, you have to have some authority over them. Like they have to be in your friend group, they have to be under your employ, something like that. You have to be able to levy a consequence. If you can't levy a consequence, then it's really you're not holding anybody accountable. I mean, you can't do that.
Well,
You have to have
I
some
mean,
leverage.
so then, I mean, so technically, you're agreeing.
Yeah, he do agree. He do.
Okay,
He
so
agree.
okay,
It's just we don't. I guess we don't agree on certain part. But I think overall, I
yeah,
think the
there's
whole
only
panel do agree though. The whole
yeah,
panel
there's
agree.
only like yeah, okay, so yes, in the
That's why.
sense that you're all talking about as far as like a group of people that y'all don't even know, like saying stuff on the internet, you can't hold anybody accountable, right?
unless
Because
unless unless they want to be like if you wanted to be look if it were important to you to be associated with me online, I can hold you accountable
yeah,
because I
but
can remove that association.
I mean,
That
there's also like okay, so let's say there was a uh what you call it, an influencer that said, oh, like Brittany Renner, right? They're like, she's like, I am now a Muslim, and she started doing all this stuff or whatever. There was an expectation that was set, right? And then so when she, didn't follow through on that expectation, it's kind of like we don't know her, but we can hold her accountable to the words that she spoke. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So check
So,
this out.
so
Rue. I'm just
What the
like,
heck is that
I
Bert,
noise?
mean, I'm real close to just like exiting you from the building. Really, honestly, like you found a way to get under my skin.
I'm making a
Yeah,
good
but I
point
don't
though.
like
We're
you for
gonna
some
we're gonna
reason, and
compare
I'm trying to get past that.
influencers.
I don't know why I don't like you. Help me understand that. You're not a
Because
likable
you don't like
person.
accountability.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. That could be it. You might be right. Bye. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was
That's the last mod you want to get mad.
yeah, I mean, he gave him a lot of chances. My God,
Mm-hmm.
I was ready to let him go too. Finger on the trigger. Okay, anyway. um, yeah, okay, so there are ways that you can hold people that you don't know accountable. I think when it comes to like strangers, The only way really is through the laws of the land.
Mhm.
But it's
But,
possible.
but Rachel, like we hold on, because people keep bringing up the laws of the land. That's the laws of the land holding people accountable. The citizenry. That's not you. Like, yeah, they can do that because that's the laws of the land. But you're not doing it as an individual. Do you agree? We talk about submission a lot. Do you agree that to some degree you have to be in I have to be in submission to whoever it is that's holding me accountable effectively. I have to give them that authority. Like, if you're going to hold me accountable, I have to give you that authority. I have to yield to you for that to happen. Wouldn't you agree?
It's so
Nah,
hard
don't
to
be trying to
completely
manipulate her.
agree.
No.
Like, it's so hard to completely agree because I think there's different scenarios. I think
No,
the thing is, the main thing that has to happen is there has to be an expectation.
I do agree, Bert.
An
Bert,
expectation that's not met.
I see what you're saying. Like between a marriage couple or spouse, like you know, you have to yield. You have to, you know, I could see that
I think we
example.
agree with him on that. All of us, majority of us agree with that part. We just trying to expand. Like, I think you can do it outside of it too. I don't believe it's
Yeah.
always
You can,
necessary.
There are
No,
scenarios. That's what I'm saying. Like,
if
if
you
you,
agree, Rachel, I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm
no,
sorry. I don't
no,
ever do.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you agree with what I said, Kev, that's problematic, right? Because if you agree that in order for you to be able to hold me accountable, I have to yield to you, then you would also have to
Oh,
hold on.
oh, you
You
saying?
would
Oh,
also
you're right.
hold on. You would also have to agree that if I did not yield to you, you cannot hold me accountable.
Okay, I disagree then. I guess I do. Because I was about to say, I agree that is a form. I don't believe
Yeah,
that's the only form. That's what I'm saying.
that's what we're saying. Like, there are situations where you can hold somebody accountable who you do not have authority over, and you don't have to be in their close circle. But I get what you're saying.
I
I'm
think
just saying
I think
there
you
are
can only signal their
yeah,
behavior.
nigga. Sorry, Hassan. My bad. The hood came out. I'm sorry, it just came on. But that you know what? Because I get what Bert is saying. Like, it's hard to hold strangers accountable. But what I'm saying is there are few situations that in which you can, like, it's very few, but they are there.
All I'm saying, even if you're in a church, right, even though they either accept the rules or not, right, even if you're in a church, that don't mean everybody gonna follow the pastor. That don't take away the fact that the pastor is holding everybody accountable to what they believe in. So they don't have to, like, it's gonna be some that's gonna still go out there smoking, do whatever they want. That don't take away the job that's the parent. I mean, oops, that don't take away the fact that the pastor, his job is to make sure people are following. Oh, and let's not say the laws. Then follow. I guess that is a law in a way. The commandments in a way, or follow biblical terms, especially, and that's a perfect one. Especially if you say you're a believer or something like that, you can hold them most definitely accountable. Because if you're a believer with another believer, you don't have to know them. You just know that they're a believer. Well, I guess you know something of them. Never mind. Let me not say that bad. But I'm just saying, like, most of the time, people, right and wrong do come from, it's almost the same thing, but it just changes based off of if they did certain things. They'd be like, well, I'm a baby mama now, but I don't believe that virgin. You got to be a virgin. So they just be crazy. They just switch it off their thing. But overall, yeah.
I will
That's
also agree that people don't always know when they're being held accountable. I could agree to that.
that too. So that's why I say, I think, that's why I don't know.
But using your
I still
analogy
stick. Go ahead.
of pastor, man, that don't mean the upholding standard ain't there. Yeah, the members might not uphold to it, but the accountable is still there. For them to pick it up. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? So
I agree with that.
and ultimately the pastor is still holding them accountable. So
He
in a way, I'm
just,
with Bert. I see what you say. It don't matter if you yielding. It don't matter if you, but I'm still holding my,
he,
you know.
he not saying that. He's saying the opposite. He's saying that you actually got to know him. That's the difference.
No,
He
you
said if you
say you
ain't got no
gotta
authority,
yield.
but
You say you gotta
in a way,
yield.
yeah, in a way, he's saying, and even that pastor, I can use his thing because that's authority. So that go back to what Bert is saying on that one also. But I was just saying that even with that, if we keep using the term that they have to accept it, that's the part I disagree on. Is that because many people be holding people accountable, but I don't think they have to accept. They just don't have to. They don't have to agree with it or not. You could just flat out be like, well, I don't. It go back to that cognitive dissonance. It's like it's people that be knowing that's wrong, or they'll tell somebody it's wrong, but then when they do it, they say it's not wrong, and that's what I'm like. That's what it counters what they kind of believe in, and it's like they made an agreement, but it's like they don't want to agree at that moment. You see what I'm saying?
I'll
That's
give
what
you
I'm
an
trying to.
example. On this app, there are creators that hold what I would perceive as problematic lives. I go into their live. I don't participate. I listen. I say, okay, I don't like this. I leave. I stumble across it a time or two. I leave. I go into another panel that's not theirs, and I don't talk to them. You know why? Because I'm holding them accountable. I already know what your views are. I've seen you in other spaces. I don't want anything to do with you. That don't mean anything to them. Unless they think I'm attractive, and that has happened.
Not you out here still using your powers again. Oh my.
No, it don't mean nothing to them unless they have an interest of some sort in me. But they don't know that I'm holding them accountable. They just know that every time I try to interact with this person, they don't interact with me. And I'm not saying I'd be like, don't talk to me. I just don't. And you know what I'm saying? You know how it is when you just don't prefer to interact with somebody. But I have gone back into their panels, and because we've been on panels, they request me up, and I deny. So they may be wondering in their mind, like, why don't she ever come up on my panel? And some of them maybe say, hey, I haven't seen you in a while, or whatever. And I
Well, I feel like you talking about me.
No, I'm actually
not talking.
There's actually I'm talking about a person that was on your panel. This was the panel that we were on together.
Mm-hmm.
And even in conversations like, oh, I want to hear what Poet has to say. Poet ain't fucking with you because I'm holding you accountable.
I'm trying to wrap my arms around this, right? So are we saying that you can hold someone accountable without telling them that you're doing that?
Exactly.
I don't know. My head. I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to understand that one, but I don't know about that one.
They don't even know what you're doing.
They don't even know what you're doing, right? That's why I was like, I don't know about that one.
Go ahead, Poet.
Remember the part of the definition that describes like laws and social constructs? The reason I'm holding him accountable is because I don't like the way he talks to women. I'm a woman. So
Did you tell him that?
I am no.
What the?
Then that ain't it.
To him.
That ain't
My
it.
head hurt. No, I don't know about that. No.
But here's the thing: there's an expectation. This is my example. My example was for people who don't know they're being held accountable. You guys do remember that, right?
Then that's void. That's
But you didn't say anything though. I can see if you saying, look, I can see if you saying like if you saying that you are trying to hold them accountable, like, but you got to have some form of communication, and they just don't understand to hold them accountable, like, but you got to have some form of communication, and they just don't understand it. I can see that, but you just doing a silent treatment and then ain't say nothing at all. There's no way.
Don't get me wrong. I get the silence as a viable consequence. I understand that as consequence, but still, don't they need to know?
They need to know, right? That's what I was thinking about, right?
Well, that I'm saying this is where people hold people accountable and they don't know. It is often ineffective. This was my whole entire point when I said that the reason why I also agree that people don't always know when they're being held accountable. That's a good example. He had no idea I was holding him accountable, but absolutely I was holding him accountable for his behavior. It did not matter to him until he wanted to speak with me.
You gave him a consequence without holding him. That's what you did.
Yeah, he didn't even.
You ain't hold him accountable. You just went straight to the consequence.
You didn't even give him a process of elimination or judging. Nah, he didn't even know what he was being judged for.
You just skipped over the steps. Went to consequence.
I mean, but to be honest, to be fair, she's still holding him accountable.
It was ineffective, is all I'm saying, for accountability.
But he don't know. Well,
he doesn't have to.
He don't.
But that don't make sense.
She said it's ineffective. She said it was ineffective, though.
Hold up, I'm about to figure this out. I'm trying to see how to see.
But it was ineffective.
I thought accountability to work. Holding accountable is something that you have to voice. I thought, or something that you have.
Kev, if you talk much longer, you're gonna prove Bert right.
You got to remember
No,
that
no,
it doesn't always
no.
lead to change behavior.
No, what I'm saying, but even no, I'm not, because I could be a stranger. That don't mean I'm not talking about the listening part, right? I'm saying the fact of me still voicing myself. I'm the one holding. That don't mean you got to be receptive of what I'm saying. I'm the one that's telling us. That's me holding them accountable by saying something. I gotta say something.
But those aren't the stipulations. That it doesn't say
That's what it.
that
Well,
you
understood.
have to do that for
You
them
know
to.
what?
I think it say to bring to account. I think that's what accountability, holding accountable is, right? I think.
Hey,
Yeah, you have the account.
Let me see. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. I gotta go
hey,
back to that website again.
ultimately, even in that circle, you have to yield to what they saying. You
Is
have to
that the
yield
Annie
to
that I?
the.
That's in the circle though, and that does
So
depict.
Bird is right. I'm with Bird. You got it's a level of submission that has to be applied and either party, so the course could be corrected. So
Because if you're on your
I
job
get
and
it.
you stealing, and you don't know they saw you stealing, that don't mean that they can't hold you
Wait,
accountable for stealing.
but Asan, you said that if they're in the friend circle, you can hold them accountable. They're not submitting to you.
Yeah, they submitting. Yeah,
You
they
guys are
submitting.
peers.
They're submitting to the
They're in submission to
advice.
the group.
They're submitting to the counseling that we going through. You know what I'm saying? They're submitting to the conversation, constructive criticism that may be brought forth. So
No,
yeah,
Bert
No,
said, Bert said that they have to
Rachel.
have some level of authority over you.
Authority over you.
That's what
Yes,
Bert
but
said.
listen, think about how groups operate though. By virtue of being in a group, you're in submission to the group.
Absolutely not.
Oh, really?
No.
You can do whatever you want in a group.
No, you have to agree. You have to like there has to be
And once you agree to rules and stipulations, you're in submission to what?
yeah, Bert, you got him on this one. I'm with
to
you
the
on that
I
one.
know I
rules.
do.
To the rules, but
There
he's talking.
there is no
But
group.
he's
There is no
but
group that
he's
doesn't.
talking about
Listen,
no.
Rachel, I want you to. I want this.
But
I
they
want
are
this.
not.
I
No,
want
he's
this
talking about
restricted.
no. But he's talking about a friend group. They
Same
didn't
thing.
get
Doesn't
together.
matter.
It's not like they get together like it's an
It,
AA meeting.
listen, it doesn't matter what kind of group it is, Rachel. Any group requires submission, like all of them do. All of them. There's always submission to the group. That's the purpose of the group.
to the group rules though.
Ain't we
What?
submitting?
No. You'd have to have rules like for
So
you to submit to it.
Right. Thank you. You have to have rules, don't you?
To the group rules, but that has nothing to do with what I do at home.
Yeah, I'm confused.
But it
I'm
has to do
confused
with how
because
you're
there
accept-
can be
But it has to do with how and whether you're accepted in the group.
If they
no,
know,
exactly.
but there's a group of people where there's multiple people who believe multiple things, who have multiple like different standards for themselves. Like you can have a group of men, one of them is running around cheating on their wife, and that person will still be in that group. They don't have a something that they all agree to. There's no like imaginary like acceptance of anything. I'm talking about a friend group that Asan is talking about, a friend group.
Well, first of all, I talked about a religious biblical group, but okay.
Yeah, but I was referring to the friend group you were talking about.
And one of them dudes is cheating on their wife. And how do you know that? Are you the wife that's getting cheated on, or are you the friend
Wait,
that
what?
somebody told?
What?
How do you know that in that group, one of those guys are cheating on their wife? Are
It's
you
an
the
example, sir. It's an example. I'm using an example
I mean,
of how
for the
I'm
example's
using an
sake?
example of how you can be in a group of friends where you're not agreeing to the same thing.
Well,
No, I get what you going with that one. Okay, I get you.
how you went down that road? How did you extrapolate that? That's
That
interesting.
is the possibilities of that happening.
Yeah, I mean,
So you think that's an impossible scenario?
Nah,
That's
I think
I got friends I'm with. I'm with friends with, but we don't agree on the same what's the standards or whatever. So
standards. Yeah, you don't have the
nah.
same standards, don't have the same expectations,
Yeah,
unless
that's true.
unless you
But I
talk
still be
about
like, I
it.
still tell them like, hey, I don't think you cheating on that girl is right. They don't have to believe it or not. They don't have to feel it or not. I don't think that's still not holding them accountable.
having some
I
type
can't
of
make them accountable.
association or relationship with the person only improves the odds of change. right? It changes the possibility if the person would change their behavior. That's it.
See, everybody don't have a bank account. Accountability occurs in a bank
Let me
account.
start letting some more people up
Okay,
real quick.
yeah. You're not even having the same conversation.
And I'm just trying to understand that last idea. You see, accountability means somebody's counting. Somebody's taking account of. Somebody is
It's
taking
taking record.
control of the
Taking
shit
into
that
That's
they
the place to
account.
be.
Yeah,
Somebody
That's the
is
with
place
you.
to be.
recording
That's the
events.
place to be.
but it's
That's the place to be. Oh,
Definitely.
okay. Bye.
Why you do him like that, Bert?
I
He wasn't.
mean,
He wasn't
I agree.
trolling.
Yes, he
I
was.
agree with Bert.
Was he trolling?
Mhm.
Was I listening? I probably wasn't listening.
There's no way he wasn't trolling.
Yeah, because he was being disingenuous. Like, what? It makes
Oh,
us say that, oh, you don't know of a friend group where everybody is not on the same, like, have the same standards. Come on.
let's go ahead and fill this panel up real quick. Invite a bunch of people up, to get this thing going. Yeah, so this team, can you hold people accountable and can you not? And do you only got to be in a group or can you be outside of a group? All right, so let's get interested though. That's why I like talk about stuff like this because that's why I got the different thing. Because I think responsible and holding to their word, call somebody out. Those are different things too. I looked those up too. So we gonna get to this though. So, you said may you speak. I'm trying to see who I let up first. Let's get now real quick. I'm gonna let Annie go, then Game Time, then you, and then it's you, Jay, and then I'm gonna get Sean because I see his hand.
Hey y'all.
What up, Annie?
Hello.
Are we only doing the first question or all of them?
Oh, just the first one.
Okay, so can you hold others accountable or not? Yes, you can hold others accountable, but there has to be a certain agreement or contract or something that you can hold them accountable to, a certain standard that was preset that you are rating or comparing them against. It can't just be out of nowhere. There has to be an agreement between the two that has been broken. Or if someone asks you to hold them accountable for X, Y, and Z, then you can hold them accountable if they don't hold up their end of the bargain or don't do what they're supposed to do. So, yeah, you can, but they're stipulated.
We got another one, Bert. We got another one.
Sir.
What does that mean?
Nah, teammate, cause
You
y'all
on our
good.
side. You on our side.
So yeah.
Oh, I was like, wait, what that mean? Oh, it's the same. I think it's the same Annie. I don't know if there's another Annie out
Do
here.
you the married one? Or used to be married one?
Nah, I'm still in a
Okay.
relationship. I don't know about that Annie, but nah.
Okay, I was about to say you different Annie then. I was about to say the other one was a divorce Annie or something like that.
And this
All
is
right.
this the OG Annie, but okay. All
Okay,
right.
my bad. I ain't mad at you.
All right.
I was to say your picture changed and all that stuff, so at least I know this ain't the same one. I'm like that. I know she was mad at a group of us at first. Okay, all right, cool. All right, so J Facts, what you got for me?
What's going on, bro? I do feel as though we could hold others accountable. I'm not going to discuss too much, but I know this couple and they have a son. There happened to be a DV incident, and they both came to me to get my opinion, and I told them both I feel as though they should separate. You know what I mean? Because I don't condone DV, and it's bad for their son. It's traumatizing for their son, and they always claim that their son is their priority. And I told them that it wasn't cool that they put their son in the middle of this. So long story short, I mean, they're going to counseling to try to resolve their issue, but they both came to me and I told him he was wrong for doing that. He did some jail time, a couple days or whatever, and I told her, she needs to really think about herself, her safety, and her son. So yeah, you can hold people accountable, but then after that, it's on them.
So this is the real question now. Since I see because the thing is, everybody agree we can hold other people accountable. So far, what I got right. So this the question. I got to change it up then now because I see where the fight is at. Do you believe? I'm gonna do it the way Bert asked it then, or what he stated right. He said the only way you can hold people accountable is if you're willing to submit to. I don't want to say it wrong, but basically they got to be authority over you. All right. I think I said it right. So that's the question right there. That's the real question we gonna rock with. Because I think everybody believe we can hold each other accountable. It's just different forms that we not agreeing only to or whatever it is. I think whatever. Or do we believe it's just one way?
I believe it's one way.
Yep. I like that. I like that. I think you, Bert, and Annie believe is one way. Okay, cool. All right. Anybody else? Do you believe that somebody got to have some type of authority first before they can hold you accountable?
Yeah, I believe that too.
So 4 people. Okay. And that's
And hold on, Kev, in agreement.
I don't necessarily believe they have to be an authority figure to hold you accountable. Your children can hold you accountable, and that
interesting.
they're your
You heard me,
authority.
Kev?
What happened?
In the definitions I keep seeing is it has agreement and it has authority. It's all through the agreement and authority.
They say accountability. Wait, which one is it? We on Webster.
I'm looking at accountable.
Oh, accountable. All right. So I'm looking at accountable. It say as in being. Why does they keep changing every time? I know I just put this in there early and it look like it changed again.
Exactly.
I'm on a thesaurus one. Oops. I'm looking at a thesaurus. I don't know how you look up a thesaurus. What the heck? I'm looking at a dictionary. All right. All right. So, there we go. I was in a thesaurus. I don't know how the heck is what is a thesaurus anyways? What the heck? What did I do? I always wanted that fat old book that I used to have. All right. So accountable, subject to give an account. I don't see authority on there. Capable of being explained. Let's go down some more because maybe we go get some hope on this one.
Keep going down.
We're gonna keep going. These are examples. What the heck? I go on examples. I said, give me the dictionary definition. What the heck? Okay. Oh, they only give me 2 things. This the Webster week. It say subject to giving an account. He held her accountable for damage. That was an example that they use. And then capable of being explained, leaving her aside variations accountable as a printer error. So that's something different. Maybe we got to go to another dictionary.
A jury of your peers can hold you accountable if you don't want to be responsible.
Okay, hold on. Wait, okay. So was the lady at the well? Wait, what was that story where they were trying to stone her? Was that the lady at the well?
Nah,
That's 2 different ones, huh?
Yeah, it's a different one.
Whatever. The one where they were trying to stone her, and then Jesus said, "Let ye who is without sin
without sin cast the first stone."
Right?
Yeah.
They was about to hold old lady accountable, and they are not in a position of authority.
But
Yeah,
if I accidentally, like if I get in a car and I drive drunk and I accidentally hit somebody, I might flee the scene and not take responsibility. But then if I'm caught, a jury of my peers can say that I'm guilty, and then I do jail time. So
that's somebody telling on you if they we call it snitching, right? Is that a form of holding accountable?
I don't think so.
Nah, because if you hit somebody's car, you gotta understand you everyone when it comes to get your driver license, you under the authority, like you know what the requirements when you have insurance, when you're on the road, hit and run. We all know the law, and you submit to those things, right? They have authority over you when you're on the road. So
the legals don't. The legals don't. But that's another story.
Yeah, that's a whole nother story.
I don't think you need to necessarily have authority over a person to hold them accountable either.
Oh, we got Gaines on our team.
Because you can have a conversation with someone, and you don't have authority over them. You can hold them accountable, and just by having a talk with them, they can become accountable for their actions, and that person doesn't have authority over them at all.
If you promise a child something and you don't do it, and they come back and say, "Hey, you said you were going to do this and you didn't do it," that child does not necessarily have authority over you, but they are holding you accountable for something you said you were going to do.
Exactly.
I agree.
So you agree with us, Sean?
Yeah. Hold on.
Annie to say it for you to agree.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Well,
Hold on,
he
let me
don't
tell you.
even
Hold
know
on,
what he
fall
agreeing
under
to.
hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. I will tell you what I agree. I'll tell you what I agreed to. Because in my definition, I said I see agreement all through there, right? I said agree and authority. So when her child, whenever that person told their child something, that was an agreement amongst them too. So even though the child don't have authority over the mother, it still could hold them accountable because it was an agreement. So I know what the hell I'm replying to. That's exactly.
Right, but the question we're talking about is does that person have to be an authority to hold them accountable? That's what we talking about right now.
But I said two different things. I added that with Kev too.
Okay,
Thing.
we don't care
I said
about the
agreement.
other thing.
Listen, we're talking about the same thing, right? So, whether it's an agreement or authority, an agreement is just yielding. That's all it is. It's like I'm gonna decide to yield to you in this circumstance. That's all an agreement is. And it's also I'm gonna give you authority in this circumstance. That's all an agreement is. We're talking about the same thing.
I don't think so. That don't sound right. That don't sound because I agree to
Aw,
you.
bro,
You
you
have
trying to
authority
play
over me.
mind games.
That
That is not what agreement
that
means,
ain't
that I'm
it.
yielding to you. No,
Ain't
that is,
no way.
Maybe
nah, that is a
think
puck.
about it.
That is
Think
50-50.
about it. I'm asking you to think about it. That's all.
Let
That's
me
fine.
see. So I'm gonna look up the Google definition now. Accountable. A person, organization, institute requires or expected to justify action or decisions responsible. I don't see where it say agreement at. It just says expected to justify
The
actions.
expectation.
Right, and that's something I agree with. You see what I'm saying? I agree. It's just expectation. It don't say that they have to take it. It just say expect. That's all it say.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're focusing on the wrong. We're focusing on the hand not serving the accountability. I think we should focus on the oath you took in, or the case that present itself. I think that more so have authority over you. It's not even about the stranger who's presenting it to you, or if it's the law who does have authority. I think it's the matter at hand that you choosing to subscribe to or deny. I think that's what have authority over you.
And one thing is, we might not like this. Is what I'm thinking about now, right? I think we viewing it in a way as that we gotta like it, or we gotta mess with somebody for it to be called accountability. That's what I think. That's where we getting it. Where we getting it messed up at, right? Because if it go according to that way, that mean even if you family, right, you could be like, well,
I gotta respect you.
Huh?
I mean, it'd be good if I mess with you. That's true. I mess with you. That's true. But I also I have to respect you to take this accountability from you.
I could get that, yeah, and that'd be your standard or how you feel, right? You just gotta that's your
Well, let me
I guess
say
your
this.
view or how you do it, right?
Let me say this, Kev. Somebody brought up a child. Somebody brought up a child. Saying you're gonna get something to a child and then you didn't give it, and then the child, is not in a place of authority, but they're holding you accountable. I'm not looking at the child. I'm looking at the promise that I made to the child. I think that's what have authority over me, because that's my word I did give that
I can see that
boy.
too.
And that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
I
So
can see that too.
more so.
Well, that's the same thing I was saying earlier.
That's what I'm saying, Bert. I can see that too. I use that as an example too, like you hold them to what they're. But that's why I said that.
That's what have power.
I said it in a different way too. That you can hold people against what they believe in, right? Because that's why I said. Remember, you was telling me about that cognitive dissonance thing, or people just being hypocrites overall, right? That people can say they believe in something, and then you could take what they believe in and hold them against it. Like, hold up, if you saying you do this or you want to be like that, I could be a stranger or not. You already done messed up by saying something. I can hold you against it. You know what I'm saying? Because you countering what the heck you believe in.
That's a form of holding someone accountable. Putting up in your face the agreement that you had, that I had. Look, we have disagreement. We have disagreement, and you're in violation of it. That's my holding you accountable.
But
Okay, I feel you on that. I feel that part then.
So if that's the case, then that would mean you would have to have authority. So you have some form of authority over.
We got him.
Man, what the heck is game talk about? You messing up.
We got him.
What the heck?
No, don't look, flip flopping ass game.
Oh my gosh. How the heck did game end up falling for the trap?
No.
That's what he's waiting for you to say.
But it seemed like they might be right now, because that's some form of authority.
I literally just said that it don't even have to be an authority. It's just you can go against somebody's belief. That's not even authority.
Yeah,
that's just That's just seeing if they're going to be a hypocrite to what they say. That's all that is. I don't have to be their authority.
I don't know. Old boy did say that when it comes to the kid doesn't have the authority, but he is bound by his word that has authority over him. I don't know. That kind of struck a nerve.
Man, that's
Like,
because he wanted to throw that word in there. That's all. But
Can I give
it's
you
up
guys
to
a
the person
scenario?
now.
Why you hating, Ken? Don't you?
Can I give you guys a scenario?
Go ahead, Jay.
All right, so I have a friend. Well, I had a friend who was a Muslim, and I'm not. So sometimes I would eat pork in front of him, and he would always tell me, it's toxic, this, that, and the third. Okay, I hear you. But then this same friend would smoke and drink, and so I would ask him. I said, how is it that you want to hold me, I guess, in like such a low light when you do things that are against your body and your temple as well? So with that scenario, am I holding him accountable?
I don't think
Or,
anybody is holding each other accountable in that because y'all didn't agree to
Mhm.
not eat. You didn't never agree to not eat pork in front of him,
Correct.
right? And
Correct.
he never agreed to not do what he was doing in front of you.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying
Wait,
to
but
like
there's
see.
Where do it say
but
agreement in?
there's
I
an
still don't
agree.
get that.
Wait,
But
but
there's
there's
an
an
expectation. All
expectation.
right.
But the
There's the
expectation.
expectation. There's the
There's an
expectation.
expectation.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
the
that's the word we've
expectation
been
is
saying.
through
Go
the
ahead, babe.
religion. Like
Right.
it's like right. The
Right.
Yes.
expectation is
But
made
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
of
There's
people missing that part.
expectation,
yeah.
but the
There's
Doesn't
that
ex,
expectation,
expectation.
but the
doesn't
expectation.
expectation imply agreement?
Yes, and I never agreed to his religion. Go
And
ahead.
that's what I want to say.
No.
know about that. Hold
No,
on.
he keep trying to squeeze something in. No, I'm thinking he
Yeah,
got me thinking on it like, hold up.
yeah, yeah.
So real quick, right? The first time you ate pork in front of this person, did they say anything to you?
No.
The second time you did it, did they say anything to you?
No. Just when we got to be like real cool as friends, then they felt like they needed to put their view on me.
So they
But
never
when you
standard
but
for
when you didn't know me, it didn't matter.
On this case, bro, if I'm judging this case, you know what the Muslim goes for. You know they don't eat no.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? At the same time, he shouldn't be desecrating his temple with all the smoking and drinking. So how dare you look down on me for eating pork when you're doing just as bad a sin as I am?
So yeah,
so.
so
Oh, go ahead, Hassan.
man, can't even. But anyway, yeah, expectation has to be established. That's what I wanted to say. So you guys are uphold to that expectation. Now he looking at it that hey, now you walking close with me, we friend. You already know what I serve and our regulation. So you already know how to apply yourself. So in a way, it can be hypocritical because you brought up a point. Why you doing other filthy activity? So yeah, you both have to hold each other accountable on that by the law of what he going through.
Yeah, and I definitely comprehend that. And that's my thing. If you're going to walk the walk, then you also have to talk the talk. So don't let me catch you slipping, because if I catch you slipping, then I'm gonna slip as well.
Wait a minute. So is it fair that as your friend, he has an expectation? Can you hear me? Is it fair
Yeah, I hear you now.
is it fair that as his friend, he would have an expectation that you would be respectful of his religion?
I was respectful of his religion, but what I eat don't make you crap, and what I sleep with don't make you come. So why does that matter to you? I'm not your wife, so you don't have no authority over me.
What if they explain it to you?
Well, I mean,
But
would it need? Would that need explanation?
no,
Yeah, but
But you said you're doing it before him.
right.
yeah,
If he
Hold up, y'all,
always
real
done
quick.
it,
Must been saying my baby been trying to fit in. Go ahead, babe.
yeah. Sorry.
What the heck? You scared me a little bit.
No,
She was about to get me slapped. I'm like, what the heck? What? No.
yeah. The thing is, okay, so J Fax, in my opinion, did not hold his friend accountable. He just brought up something. He just pointed out something.
Called it out.
Yeah, he just called it out, but he didn't hold the guy accountable to the expectations of his religion. And also J Fax doesn't have it. There's no expectation that J Fax has to meet because he's not under any religious contract, I guess. And I guess the friendship expectation, is a subjective because they didn't talk about that either. It kind of goes back to like what I say is the expectation that someone holds themselves to. You know what I'm saying? That's what you can hold them accountable for.
I- And I
In my
believe you can,
opinion.
right? That's all I say, right? Basically, you can put it in a different word though. But I was about to say you can always. My main thing is you can hold people against what they believe in. That's just overall, and that's anything because you can believe in something different. I can believe in something different. You can
Wait a
hold
minute.
somebody based off of what they believe in.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What?
What? That's confusing
So
to me.
I have to be able to read your mind and know what your innermost beliefs are to hold you accountable. What are you
No,
talking about?
I could be like no, say if I be like um
I'm listening.
let's see there. Let's see. Hold up, bro. You know. All right. So
Because I think
say
I'm afraid that I'm afraid that we're getting into a need to be right scenario. I hope not.
mm-mm.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it fair to put it in a way that let me see. Based off, I guess like it's like I look at it as like a universal thing, cause like and not even universal because everybody's stuff subjective, but I think it's for the majority, right? Majority people believe that hitting kids is wrong, or not hitting kids, but smacking a woman in the mouth is wrong or something like that. It's majority, right? Majority probably believe that cussing people out, whatever. That's a majority thing. Cuss them out for them whistle. I don't know. I can't think of nothing fast enough right now. But what I'm getting to is like a usually it might be it could be an assumption too, I guess, because some people might be like, no, I don't believe in that or something like that. But overall, majority of the time, if you see people, everybody on the panel, we can almost agree in a way of, dang, I wouldn't say agree, but that it's a right and wrong overall. Even though people want to switch it up and say it's subjective, but I think we all can see what's right and wrong for the most part on certain things.
Let me say this,
So we
Kev.
can go against that and hold them accountable against that part for what majority believe in.
Real quick, and J Fax situation, like, because I heard how he stated what he said. He said he does it in front of him. Like, you know, if you out or you're in a restaurant, whatever, you know, you could eat all the pork you want, but it's a common knowledge. People know that Muslim, you know, they don't do the pork. You know, you only got to practice a religion, and the fact that if you're doing it in front of his presence, and you guys are friends now, there's a title in the relationship, on the relationship that you guys share. Is you know, is valuable enough to call it friendship. So knowing what it stands for and you doing it in his presence, I think, you know, I think that's a violation, right?
Here
But
go another thing.
Oh, sorry. Go
Here go
ahead.
another. I got one more thing too. This what I think. That's this. I think this was the disconnect is at. This is how serious pride is, right? I think no matter, and I go back to what I was talking about earlier, right? I think because even if you don't mess with what somebody believe in or not, or if you don't like a person, right? That don't take the fact away that you're holding them accountable, because you can hold somebody accountable based off of what you believe in. That don't take the fact that the action that they did was hold you accountable. You don't. That's what I mean. That I don't think you have. You don't. I don't believe they have to accept it. They don't have to feel it's good. Or they don't have to feel it's right or something like that. And the action that they took was holding accountable. That's just what they did. So they held them accountable to their standard of what they believe in overall. That's just what that is. But I don't think it takes away, even if they believe in two different things. They don't take it away the fact that, well, I don't think this is right or something like that. That's still holding them accountable. It's just they don't believe in the same thing. I don't know how to. I'm just talking about the action. Then that's all I'm trying to focus on is the action, holding accountable.
Yeah, I agree with you on that part because you don't.
Because I'm not trying to take away. Because I think where pride coming in is like, well, you can't make me do this, or I don't have to. Or I might. It's always like a defense or a rejection towards it. But you could reject. You could reject it. You could do whatever you want, but that don't take the fact that was still holding accountable.
But look, out of respect, I think he yielding to his request. Hey, don't eat pork in front of me. If we friend, I ought to respect you enough to you know follow such command. Now, If I need more to be educated and I have more question, hey, why do you smoke? Why do you do this? That's defile the body too. So I think they both have a case.
Oh
So
yeah.
to be
But the
accountable, yeah.
but for me,
Go
the
ahead, Annie.
problem came in right when he did it the first time. When he's done it multiple times, and the expectation was never set that hey, I don't necessarily appreciate or like when people eat pork in front of me because X, Y, and Z. Right? When you've done something multiple times over and over and over again, and the sudden change is then put on the standards of operation, there will be questions and there's a possibility of defense. Like the communication was not there from the friend to say, "Hey, I'm Muslim. I don't really like when people eat pork in front of me."
I
Now,
think that's a boundary though. I don't believe that's holding accountable in a way.
Yeah, that definitely was
but
not
I'm not
spoken.
saying it's holding accountable. What I'm saying is that if you create that boundary first, then you can say, "I'm going to hold you
You
accountable
can,
with
that's true.
Yes,
everything
That's
that you
true.
do."
yes.
That's true.
And it
That's
wasn't
true.
No, he
said.
never communicated that
Nope,
But what
not the
beforehand.
first, second, or third time. And then by the fourth time, you telling me it's an issue. But at that point, it's like, well, bro, if it's an issue for you, then we don't have to be friends because now I feel like you're trying to manipulate me and control my behavior. And the reason why I brought up smoking and drinking is because at that time I wasn't smoking or drinking. So you're smoking in front of me and I'm eating the BLT in front of you. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I think like even with that, when a person just simply say like, I don't think you should eat pork because it does this to you, right? Or it can do this to you, right? I still believe that's holding them accountable because if it happened to them later down the line or whatever, they can be right or what wrong or whatever. They don't have to follow it, right? But I still think that's them uh because that's what they believe in, or that they seen it as a fact, right? They either seen it as a fact or that's something that they believe in. That don't take the fact that they still holding them accountable to their what they believe in or what the fact is. You see what I'm saying? I
Smoking
don't.
smoking causes cancer, but people still do it. So I
Yeah, that's
mean,
what I'm
hey,
saying. Yeah, eventually the consequence is going to happen to them regardless if or it might not happen. You know what I'm saying? But overall, I don't think it take the fact of you're holding them accountable. That's why I say I do believe accountable and holding accountable and taking accountability is two different things. I really believe those two. But let me get a young. Did Game Time even really go all the way?
Nah, that's fine. You basically said what I was gonna say anyway.
Okay, so let me get Young K in. What you got for me? What's up, AJ? I see you down there.
How are you? Thanks for
What's
inviting
up?
me up on the panel.
For sure. For sure, Afro.
Do you want me to go are you doing the first question, second question, everything?
We just doing the white one. We just the white one.
The white one. Oh, can you hold others accountable? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't understand personally the purpose of doing it on the internet, people's lives that you know nothing about. And I think there's like this weird obsession. I even looked at Google Trends to search accountability to see if there was like an uptick, and there was a small uptick in people searching for the word accountability within the past few years. So I don't know what happened during the pandemic that created all of these accountability
Kevin
vigilantes
Samuels.
on the internet. But I don't know. I find it to be quite humorous because you don't what people do in their personal life don't really affect you. So I don't know why people are just so pressed to have individuals, strangers on the internet, be held accountable for things they're doing in their separate lives in completely different states and countries. It makes me laugh.
Hey, I kind of, in a way, I disagree with that because, shoot, if somebody raised some bad kids and stuff, shoot, they can affect the society itself. Shoot, they can, and they can also maybe play a part towards you. You know, when you might get old, you might run to one of their bad little kids, and they end up unaliving you or something like that. I don't know, but I think we all affect each other based off what we do, even if it's personal or not, and we just don't see it. It might be very small, like even when people polluting the air and stuff, it's affecting us. We might not see it, but it's still affect us very slow. If I'm gonna say it affect us a society, but very very small. I would
Yeah,
say
I
that
hear you. I
because
just think
I
it's
just
kind of
never
like a
liked that
losing
saying.
battle
But
to
I
like
get what you
focus
mean.
on one
Yeah, I get
person.
what you mean though. I get what you mean though. But I think in a way we gotta look at it and view things, and that we do all affect each other. We might not just notice it though.
that's called string theory.
But I ain't get something else. But
I'll say something real quick to Kay before I go. I have a really small theory on that. During the pandemic, when everybody was alone, they had to be with themselves. Some people learned a lot about themselves and was able to grow, and others didn't really like what they see, so they look outward. But that's my quick small theory on what happened during the pandemic and what we're seeing now.
Mm. AJ, come on up. What you got for us? Maybe dodging my. Nah, I want you to come in this panel. I be in the shadow seeing where you be at. You better come back over here.
She's gonna be on my
Back.
side if she comes out.
Right, I believe it. You're so right.
Nah, I
Bert.
think AJ gonna be on my side. I think she gonna be on our side. I mean, AJ be talking about this for a long
In
time.
the comments, she's gonna.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. Let's see. And I think I forgot the question is different. So I'm gonna re-ask Young K later though, but I'm gonna see what AJ say first. Because we gotta answer the way that Bert put it out though, which I'd rather have it that way because I think everybody agree for the most part. But go, AJ, what you got for us?
The one in white.
Yeah, white.
I don't put it in the comments, but all right, I'll say it again. You can hold people accountable all day. Whether or not somebody's going to do anything with that is on them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not holding somebody accountable isn't forcing accountability. All it
Right.
is just pointing out, like, hey, what you're doing is not, this is not acceptable, and here's why. Sometimes it's here's why, or this is just not acceptable. What the other person does with that information is on them. If they're just like, yeah, and okay, or if they're like, no, I didn't do that, like, people are gonna react the way they're gonna react.
All right. It don't take away the
Yeah,
fact that you held them accountable.
yeah, don't take away
AJ,
nothing.
AJ, would you agree that for you to effectively hold me accountable, I'd have to yield to you, or I'd have to accept that you have an authority over me?
In order for you to hear, if I'm trying to hold you accountable, in order for you to hear me, if you're in a place where you're not going to quote unquote listen or quote
Respect.
unquote yield, then yeah, then I'm just speaking to a wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We
Yep.
can't get
Yep.
it out.
Yep.
So it's,
Oh,
oh,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
He's talking about effectively. You
yeah,
say, oh, he
yeah.
keep on, and Bert gonna keep on adding more and more stuff. I just
Hey,
thought about that,
hey,
and it went over my
hey.
head. I didn't even know he
Hold
said that though.
up. Hold up. Y'all let Bert be great, okay? Because Bert make people really think about their fucking answers.
Of course, I mess with Bert. Shut up,
That's
no,
why
he
I
my
fuck with
first, he
Bert.
my first mind. I already know he been
That's why I
hurt my
be,
head for a long time and make me rethink things.
you know what I mean? I'm just
But
waiting.
no, he
I'm
doing
just
his manipulation tactics today. I ain't rocking with that. Nah, forget all that. And he keep
I'm just
adding
saying.
stuff more and
Hey,
more every time somebody come up here. Now I agree with that. When you say effectively, yeah,
yeah.
of course I gotta force to agree with that.
Listen, Kev, I'm not trying to trick you, but if we're not talking about effective, accountability, then what's the point of talking about it at all?
That's
What?
true.
Nah, I don't want to
That's
say
facts.
that though.
We're going to talk about something that doesn't
Hold
work.
on.
We
Hold on.
all agree that. Listen,
Yeah.
we all agree that ineffective accountability doesn't work. We all agree. Fine, and the lies. So of course, if we're going to talk about it, we're talking about effective accountability.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to get at is not only just effective, but like let's talk realistically, right? Because we can talk about hypothetically. Hypothetically, yes, in a perfect world, every time you hold somebody accountable, they should do something with that, and either make the change or acknowledge that. But that don't always be happening. You know what I mean? So if we're gonna talk about okay, well, how do you hold somebody accountable effectively? They have to be able to be receptive to whatever conversation that you're having. Any otherwise, you're speaking to a wall all day.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like on the internet, I don't think the likelihood that you're going to be able to effectively hold somebody accountable is very high. I think the efficacy of you being able to do that in person, you understand that person's life, that person asks you to be like accountability partner for them, they will be very receptive to what you're saying through the internet. Like,
Can I
what is
push
the
back a little bit
likelihood?
on that?
Young K, I
10%?
disagree with you. Young K, I disagree with you. Like if you really valued an association with me on the internet, like you really valued that, and I tried to hold you accountable, you know full well that if you didn't take accountability, I would disassociate myself from you. I have an authority over you, don't I? I can levy a consequence on you, can't I?
I want to give.
Sure, I guess what I'm saying is like through these lives, I guess, or maybe
You
people
just
form
saying be
friendships
selective
and
depending on
things.
the lies. I get
Yeah,
what you're saying though,
like if
but
you build a rapport with somebody over a few months, yeah, sure,
yes,
but
that's what Bert coming with. Yeah, I get that though.
I do want to say. I don't think it matters to a degree when it comes to certain things. I think we like to be selective and pick and choose when we want to hold people accountable, because even when we're building a rapport with people, we pick and choose when we're going to hold that person accountable too. If you don't
Mm.
like somebody, let's be real. If you don't like, you can be like, oh yeah, I don't agree with, men putting hands on women. But if you don't like that woman, I've seen that flip the other way too. Well, you know what? She deserved it. And da 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 da. Wait, hold up. But I thought you were standing on, that should happen. Oh, but because you didn't like her, okay, now it's a pro. Okay, now it's cool. You see what I'm saying? So like, there's that example. But then also we do it with celebrities. We don't know about celebrities. We're not hanging out with them day in and day out. They don't know who we are, but we hold them accountable and we cancel people all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So
I agree with her. I agree.
yeah, that's just where I'm at. Like I agree. Like if you want to have like when it comes to like one-on-one, yes, it's gonna be somewhat easier if you have. I wouldn't say easier. I would say more comfortable. Most people are gonna be comfortable if they have a rapport with someone to have that conversation. But at the same time, the double-edged sword with that is you're also willing because you have a relationship with that person that you're not always objective. So we tend to just kind of give people passes. Oh, well, Bert is coming in and he's disrespecting everybody. Oh, but he's going through a hard time. It's okay.
Yeah,
But
but when I,
you see what I'm saying?
Hey, I got another one real quick before gang go real quick. I want to say, we're planting a seed, right? I was thinking about this since y'all said effective, right? Because I can get why. So say if you plant a seed, right, and they might not be very receptive to it right now, but later down the line, they start understanding it. Wouldn't that take away that they held them accountable?
I'd call that effective. I call that effective.
Wait, what's
Right. That's what I'm saying. We can't really measure what's the right way to be most effective. You know what
yeah?
I'm saying? That's dependent on the person.
Well, it's dependent.
Yeah.
It's dependent on you, honestly, because if you're the one holding people accountable, that's going to depend on what things you're going to hold people accountable for. Because not everybody is held to the same standard across the board when it comes to everything, right? There's certain things that I may care about, but Rachel cares about, or Bert cares about, or vice versa. You know what I mean? Like Bert may hold you accountable for something. I'm just like, I don't really. It's not that serious. It's not that deep, but that don't bother me. You know what I mean? I don't see that being an issue. So there's not really like when it comes to just dealing with human beings, it's never black and white. It's not black and white. It's this or this. You know what I mean? There's shades of gray, and you kind of have to kind of figure it out. And then it also just depends on who you are as a person, right? When we have a lot of these conversations, even just about men and women, why do I always have the same? I'm like, I don't care, men or women alike. You're held to the same standard. You're adults. You know what I mean? Be
Yes.
adults. Let's have a
Yes.
conversation. Let's be able to do these things. I shouldn't have to sit there and treat you differently because you're a woman and treat you differently because you're a man. At the end of the day, you have the same standard. The same standard. And
Yeah.
if you can't make the floor, I don't need to talk to you. The
His
floor is being a
oh.
decent human being. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Game Time needed to go, but I thought about another one before. I keep going, but this time for sure, Game Time got to go because But I was about to say, going back to where before a few people came up, right? I believe holding accountable, or what I'm noticing, right? I think it's just an action. I think we throwing this extra stuff in there about people being receptive to it. They have to have the same beliefs or something like that? I even said that it could be a person that's a Muslim and I'm Christian, right? They got their own beliefs. The fact that they be like, hey, I don't think you should eat pork or something like that, that's still their form of holding me accountable. I don't have to be receptive or believe the same exact thing because it's just an action. That's what I'm trying to get to about. I'm trying to get to the whole panel about this. Like, it's just really an action. It don't have to be. It don't have to be that something is going to happen. I mean, it's an expectation behind it, right? It's an expectation that they might think I'm gonna convert to them or not, but the fact that I still spoke about it and told them, I don't, you shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't drink because of this or whatever. They don't have to believe it or not. They can have a whole different religion, but it still don't take the fact that I held them accountable, because the holding accountable is just really just an action. That's all that is. That's just like me saying, tell somebody to shut up. They don't have to shut up. That don't take the fact that I told them to shut up, though. You know what I'm saying? It's just the action. I told them to shut up. But real quick, I gotta let Game Time, then Green Gene, and then I'm gonna let you go, AJ.
I was just saying everything I just heard. It kind of sounds more like a respectful thing, like Bert was saying earlier. It just sounds like you just respecting the actual person, and if you respect that person, then you're more likely to listen to what they have to say by
Effective.
yeah, to make yourself be held accountable. Like I think Caleb said it best. It's a difference between holding someone accountable and them taking accountability for their own
Yeah,
actions. Yeah,
yeah.
so I'm,
But
I'm
I don't
down
think
with
we've
it.
been talking about the effective part. Well, I know Bird was talking about it, but I'm not talking about the part. I'm just talking about the action of accountability. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I mean, or holding someone accountable. I'm just talking about the action part. I don't think that it had to be a. Well, my beliefs. I don't believe you had to. It had to be effective or not. You know, it's just because the thing. I mean, your goal is for it to be effective, but that's on the other person end. If you know if how it impacted them, but that don't
So
take
what?
away the fact that I held them accountable. You know what I'm saying?
So Kev,
It don't take away
that's
my
all
credit.
cool. What affects whether or not it's good? What causes it to be ineffective in your mind?
It could be if it did if they didn't they didn't go according to my expectations. That's all that it is.
Hmm.
I mean, even then,
That's what make
sometimes
it ineffective because I'd be like, my goal was for you to change this or be this certain way or something like that or whatever. That was my
You know, you know,
goal.
you know what, Kev? When I see somebody trying to hold someone else accountable, and it fails, what I see there is a person miscalculating how much respect they've earned and how much the other party is willing to yield to them. They made a miscalculation, and I always laugh about it because I think it looks weak. I think it looks weak when you're like, "Hey, Rachel, you need to be accountable for blah blah blah," and she's like, "Fuck you." That shows a weakness on my part that I didn't realize how little respect I had and how little she would yield to my authority.
but it could be, but
That's why it's ineffective.
it could be tone too, because
I agree with that part though.
it could
Tone,
be.
yeah, tone, delivery, the way you, yeah, all that stuff, and like strategy to it and stuff. I learned that from my baby and stuff. That word and put it in that way. But yeah, all that plays a part. How you can make things maybe more possible of effect of being effective and stuff. So I get that. It was some. Oh, was it Green? Oh, Green Gene ain't go. What up, Jane in the building? What's up, my brother? And then I got AJ after that.
What's going on, my brother? Can you hear
Um,
me?
Yeah, I hear you.
hold on
Okay, man.
Oh,
before
go
Green
ahead.
goes real quick. Have Green go and then get J Fax in too, because I don't think J Fax has said anything since at least I've been in here, and I think they've been
Okay.
wanting to say something. And
Okay.
then I'll go after
Yeah, he
J
did
Fax.
raise his hand a while ago, but he did say something, but he just wanted to say something again though. But you let him go in then. Go ahead, Jane.
I'm gonna say what's up to the room.
What up?
Excuse me if I'm not using this
Long
thing correctly.
time.
What's going on, Rachel Sakwase?
Bagba say na bule. I say come on,
Uno,
yeah.
dos,
Man, like,
tres,
hey,
y'all.
what's up? What's up,
I'm
Kev?
gonna at least
You know,
Kev,
try.
not
you
giving
I'm
them,
gonna at
remember
least
you know,
Gene?
try.
not giving them fan base.
I'm
Kev,
gonna
you
try.
remember Gene from Fanbase?
Yeah, of course. I know. That's my
Okay,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah, hey, but that's true, Kev. I don't see y'all over there like that anymore. What's up, man?
Dang, don't put
Y'all
us
like
on
them
spot like that.
boots?
Don't put us on spot like that.
But yeah, man, we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up after this audio room. But let's just I'll go back to the topic, right? So yeah, when you say, but I definitely want to have a conversation with y'all one of these days.
hmm
But when they say, can you hold others accountable or not? I think it depends. You know, I like what I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but I like what brother Bert, is it Bert? What he was mentioning before when he was saying that like you could hold somebody accountable, but it depends on the level of respect and value they have for you. To where
hmm
if they don't
It's
value your
effective. Yeah.
opinions, yeah, it's ineffective. You know what I'm saying? To where like okay, they're like okay, cool, you said it, whatever. But if it's somebody that do respect you, they'll either change their tone or they'll be like a shame in a way to do that around you, to be like okay man, you know what, this type of person, they hold me accountable, so if I'm gonna do this, I don't need to be around this person while I do it, you know.
So you made me think about something else. I thought about this though. So let's go back to what Bird said. What about the respect thing, right? So I thought about that. Somebody might have put that too, also, right? That just because you respect somebody. Oh no, I think my baby put it in a different way though. But because they respect you, do that automatically mean that they gonna take your accountability though off rip, or can they still respect you and still be avoidant of it, or still dodge the accountability? You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
That's for Bert. That's for Bert. I want to ask him that because I know he's been saying
okay,
that you got
all
that
right, go.
authority. Cause what if they did them the same exact way and like, no, I respect you, but nah, something like that. Is Bert there?
Bert might be doing something.
Oh, call about the first time.
Question
All
for y'all
right.
before you go. How do you use the emojis on here? Like, is there a way, like, let's say if like I agree with something, disagree, is there a way I push the emoji button or something?
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
only
like
on.
fan
That's
base.
just fan
Yeah, that's why I
base.
said, I'm an old school brother,
We
man. So
we can only put
I'm
we can
just
only.
graduating from fan base, so I'm getting used to
Yeah,
the
I
TikTok
miss
thing.
fan base. I missed that part about
I
fan
missed
base,
that
right?
part too. We can
I
only
used to
put
put
it
the
in the
cap
chat.
on and stuff when people that just make people mad. Like cap.
Exactly, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Kev.
Mm, yeah.
I'm gonna let facts go, and then if I could go after.
Okay, so
I think AJ wanted to go out there and then, or you can go anytime. I don't know.
I
Oh
definitely
yeah, they can go after facts. It's
I
okay.
definitely wanted to ask Bert this question about accountability because he's right. My personal situation, I'll share. I had an aunt who was sick. I'm a caregiver by profession, so I had an aunt who was sick, and I would often go to her house, even though she has daughters. Right? She has daughters. I'm her nephew. I would go to her house. I would cook for her. I would keep her house clean for her as best I could, out of obligation, out of respect, and out of love that I had for her. One of her daughters is a substance abuser. She would come to the house. She would make the house dirty. I would tell my aunt, if your daughter is going to make the house dirty, you must have her clean it because I'm tired of always cleaning. And then, she comes over. Long story short, I told my aunt, I'm not going to continue to do this. If you keep allowing this, my aunt played in my face a few times because that's her daughter. So eventually I just took myself out of the equation. I walked away completely. And now I don't have anything to do with her. So, what was I holding her accountable, or was she not respecting me because I made it in effect my style was ineffective? That's what I wanted to know from Bert, or get his opinion from it. If that makes sense. If I was able to explain that correctly.
Bert might be busy right now though.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm back.
Did you hear me,
Welcome
Bert?
back. Welcome
No, I
back.
didn't hear you. I had talking to some officers
Oh wow. Oh,
Uh-oh.
who have a misunderstanding of where their authority starts and where my insubordination begins. What was the question?
okay. So I'm a caregiver by profession. I had an aunt who was sick, so I would go over to her house because I do respect her. I had love for her, and I felt a sense of obligation. However, she has 2 adult daughters, but they're out doing what they do. So I would go to her house, I would clean for her, and one of her daughters is a substance abuser. She would come to the house, she would make the house dirty, and I had to tell my aunt, listen, I'm not going to continue to give my time if your daughter continues to come here and mess your house up. So, I told my aunt, if you don't put her in her place, if you keep allowing this, I'm not going to keep coming over to help you. She did not set her daughter straight, so I withdrew my support for my aunt. I haven't spoken to my aunt for about a month. So was I holding her accountable, or was I being ineffective with, I'm just trying to figure out, was I wrong or not? Was I wrong? Because listen, I'm not going to keep being anybody's slave. I'm not the unpaid help. Them days is over. I don't care if you're family or not. But my thing is, was I holding her accountable, or did I do it wrong? I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got distracted again. I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay.
Are you asking if it was effective because she respects you?
I thought that she would, because I'm helping her. I'm doing something for her that her own daughters are not doing. And, out of love, out of respect, tell your daughter, he's coming over here cleaning. You need to stop messing up because he shouldn't have to clean behind you because this is my house.
Right. Yeah. That's why I don't think you were wrong. Shoot, I was in the same situation, child. I was doing way more for my auntie than her kids were. I was also cleaning the house. They would come in, make a whole mess. And I literally, one time, their friends came in and said that they called me a maid.
Yeah, see, and I'm a, and you know, and I'm not trying to do the whole male female thing, but the fact that I'm a man and your own daughters are not doing this, nah, come on, I'm good. I'm good off all that. I'm not doing this no more.
Right. It was just out the kindness of our hearts. But that's what I'm saying though. I don't think just because like you have the person. I don't think it shows like if somebody respects you or not just because they choose not to do what not to hold themselves accountable because you said it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I think there's a lot to take into account if somebody is going to follow what you say.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I mean, it could be the wrong time. It could be they cater to somebody else more. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I do. But
maybe they hold their kids what their kids want and need above yours.
And you know what? And as a parent, I comprehend that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm not going to be anybody's walking doormat. So the accountability was my action to leave. Like if you're not going to prescribe to this, then I have to hold you accountable by leaving. So, you know, I still love you. I don't wish you any ill will, but I'm not going to play these games. I'm out.
Right. And see what I'm saying? That's what I mean. I feel like you don't have to be an authority figure to hold somebody accountable. I don't feel like that has to be the case.
AJ, you had a question about the string theory?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get some clarification because you said something about string theory, and the only thing that popped in my head was the quantum theory, like, you know, like that's what holds the universe together type thing. So I was like, is this a new like theory that came out that has to do with people, or are we talking about the same thing?
I brought string theory up because he was talking about you know, ripple effects, like what one person does, it has a ripple effect. So I said, string theory.
Okay, that makes sense. No, I just wanted to get clarification, that's all. I was just like, is this a new thing? Because I'll go look it up, like that's interesting. But I wasn't sure if you were talking about like the quantum theory.
Oh no, string theory is actually like, you know, almost kind of like the butterfly effect. Like when a tree falls, like it has
it has like it has like the ripple effect. It's the same thing like with the code.
Yes.
Which for those of y'all, just quick synopsis on what that is. Basically, the code is basically like it's a mathematical algorithm that basically dictates everything to like how many like how long a tree lives. You know what I mean? How many leaves, even like the little veins on the leaves. You know, how many petals will grow on a flower. Like that's a whole other thing. We ain't gonna get into all that. That's a bunch of nerdy stuff. I'll talk to J Fax in that on the DM or something.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I guess the only question that I have when it comes to like quote unquote holding people accountable is I'm wondering if people's idea of holding somebody accountable, if they're conflating that with reaction, right? Because like I said, if I'm holding you accountable, right? And because I've held people accountable and they've been receptive or sounded like they're receptive. Oh, yeah. You're totally right. Yeah, you know, I shouldn't make those decisions. Those are bad decisions. And then they turn around and do the same shit. You know what I mean? They didn't put none of that. They just acknowledged that what they were doing was messed up, but they didn't make any changes. You see what I'm saying? So that's my question. Like, do we conflate the two, or how do you know whether or not you've effectively held somebody accountable? Is it their reaction or is it their changed behavior?
Right, that's what I was gonna say to what Jay Fax was saying. Just because it's her house, she's accountable for what happens in her house. Her daughter's responsible for making a mess, and then you're also responsible for your reaction to what she's being held accountable for. But I think a lot of people, as you were saying, conflate that accountability with the person's obligation to change their behavior, and they're not obligated to change their behavior at all. But you are accountable for what you do as a reaction to their lack of changed behavior.
And I agree wholeheartedly. I 100% do.
That's why I feel like a lot of accountability issues go wrong. Like, it's usually just a disagreement of how the other person is living their life.
Yeah, I see that a lot of the time, but I think also I see a lot of people trying to hold. Sometimes I see a lot of people that try to hold people accountable on things that it's like, you know, at what point are you holding somebody accountable, and as much as you're just trying to control somebody, right? Not sitting there saying like, okay, obviously, you know, if somebody's doing something terrible or bad, of course, you know, people are going to correct that. That's one thing. But like, I've had people try to like hold me accountable for things that I'm like, why do you care? Like, AJ, you shouldn't eat meat. right? Like, oh, okay, so I can't eat a steak because you're vegan? Like what? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna hold you accountable. You can hold me accountable all you want. Yes, I eat meat. That don't mean I gotta do nothing about it. Did that mean that that person didn't hold me accountable to that? They did. Whether I chose to change my behavior is different. So that's why I was asking: is there a difference? Well, I don't eat a lot of pork. And I don't even eat a lot of steaks. To be honest, I eat a lot of fish and chicken. But like, um, that's the reason why I asked. Like, are we conflating like the changed behavior for holding people accountable? Because, like I said, you can hold people accountable all day. They're not obligated to change just because you pointed something out. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are making sense.
Hmm.
You are.
Yeah. Okay.
You make sense. Yeah. I only look at it as like, if someone sets an expectation, then you can hold them accountable. That's how I look at it.
That's true. That's true. But do you think the problem nowadays? Okay, let's talk about expectations. So, do you think because only just because this has been like something I've been kind of noticing and I've been thinking about, right? I've noticed that a lot of people want a cookie for doing bare minimum, right? Even prime example, I hate bringing up relationships, but even with that, right? I've had homegirls come up to me like, AJ, he's such a good guy. He doesn't hit me. Baby, that's the floor. That's
He
bare
should,
minimum.
he should never hit you. He should never hit you. Like no relationship that should.
What
Yeah, like that's in any relationship. Domestic violence is never called for on either party.
Right.
So what the hell? That's crazy.
Right. So that's an extreme example, right? Here's another more realistic example. I had a homeboy come up to me. He was like, "Yeah, man, I'm in this great relationship. She's good, everything else, bro. She listens to me, bro. That's the floor. What do you mean?"
Yeah, I couldn't be in a relationship if you didn't listen to me because I'm listening to you.
Right. I'm like, why? And so then it caused me to ask this question, like, why do we deem somebody as being a spectacular human being, like not even just in friendships or interpersonal relationships, but even when it comes to celebrities, role models, and everything else, when they're really just doing the floor, right? Asking somebody not to be, an abusive person is the floor to me. That doesn't guarantee that, I even want to talk to you still. Like, that's just the floor. I have other expectations. You know what I mean? That's just me. But I don't understand the bare minimum thing.
You know what it is, AJ? Because they're making it sound like it's so rare. Like when we get on these discussions, it's like literally all they talk about is the bad of everybody. Everybody's toxic. Everybody's abusive, emotionally and physically. Everybody's a narcissist. So it's like now the floor, there's a different level now. You know what I mean? So I understand why that's a new floor.
Right. But then my question is, when we have all these conversations, about, and I see all these conversations like pick better, this, that, and the third, could that also be the problem? Because a lot of the time when people are talking about pick better, like people are like, oh, pick better, but what things they're explaining is the floor. Like over and over and over again, it's just sounding more and more convoluted every time they come off mic. And it's like a 20-minute convoluted thing of them just basically describing the floor. I'm gonna be quiet before I hurt feelings, but I'm just asking.
And I 100% agree with you. Like I've taken myself out of the whole dating. I'm not doing it right now because it's too crazy out there, and I like my peace. So I've really just been I garden. I'm working. I'm getting ready to go back to the nursing program. So I have so many things that I need to focus on, positive things, and it's just for me. Yeah, I can't. It's stress level inducing to deal with people on that type of level. I'd rather just be friends and hi bye and let's keep it moving.
Right. I mean, like, again, I'm not opposed to like talking to people and everything else. Like, that's fine. I don't have an issue like dating, doing anything else. I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, I can kind of open myself up to that. But that's just my own personal thing. But like, I'll be honest, that's the reason why I haven't been around in a lot of panels I used to be frequenting. Because at the end of the day, it feels like everybody's just having the same conversation. And at this point, we're just splitting hairs on the floor. Like, is the floor like what? What do you mean? Like, why are we having a conversation about if you're in a relationship? Like, oh, so should you be cheating in a relationship? Like, what?
Hell no. Why be in a relationship if you got to cheat? That goes for the
Why
man
are
or
we
the
having these
woman.
conversations? You
Just
know what I mean?
leave.
Right,
Yeah.
like just leave. Like, well, do you think that y'all should be matched in any way? Should it be this? Like, should someone? It's like at some point, why are we having a conversation about like at some point just being an adult? Like, why is it still separated men and women so much? Because at some point, we're all adults. We have the same expectation, right? As an adult, I have the same expectation of you as a woman or a man. It ain't any different, right? Because again, one, I'm not dating you, right? So number one, right? I think everybody needs to understand you ain't dating everybody on this app. Chill the fuck out. This is just my opinion, right? You ain't dating everybody. Chill out. Number two, like let's have a conversation where it's not something weird, bro. Like why can't we just have a regular accountability conversation that's not men and women? Like, oh well, women can't take accountability, but men can, and so on and so forth. But every time I see those topics, I see a bunch of men jump on the panel who can't take accountability for shit. So then it's like you proved, you know what I mean? Like what are we doing? You see what I'm saying? Or it'll be or vice versa. It'll be like, oh, women can take accountability, men can't. And there's a bunch of women up there who can't take accountability. So at the end of the day, when it comes to taking accountability and self accountability, at what point do we just have to make that an adult standard? Why are we holding one more over the other? Like I don't. These are just questions, y'all. I'm not trying to like be an
No,
a-hole. I'm just genuinely asking at this point.
I mean,
I'm
you're right, but
concerned.
the problem is like we have different standards. That's the thing. Like that's the problem. We're not able to stay on one accord. It should be easy. It really
Yes.
should. But
It
because
should be.
everybody comes from a different background and they were taught different things, like literally people who are in abusive relationships, they might have grown up experiencing yelling in their homes, and so they're like, no, this is normal. Like this is what I like. This is what I feel
Right.
comfortable with.
Right. Which I get, but then it's like, but then the behavior is rewarded, right? Oh well, he doesn't physically hit me, but he don't listen to you, and he calls you stupid on a regular basis, and now he's just verbally abusive. He just ain't physical. But we gonna reward him. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Or vice versa. I've seen it the other way too. You know
Yeah,
what I
because
mean? I had a homeboy come up to me recently and was just like, "Yeah, bro, it's the first relationship I've been with a woman that doesn't put her hands on me."
oh nah, we
Like
not.
that's crazy.
I'm not doing that. I'm not. Listen,
Like,
I tell women on the first date, listen, we don't need to
Right.
discuss your past relationships, but I'm gonna tell you who I am moving forward. Because, like we said with the whole pork issue, right? Let's set boundaries in the very beginning, so we can always have a disagreement. You don't have to always believe what I'm saying. I don't have to believe what you're saying. I'm never going to put my hands on you. That's my intention. I'm telling you that right now. I'm never going to put my hands on you. And I expect for you never to put your hands on me. So if you put your finger in my face, if you slap me, the relationship is over. And if you continue to get further aggressive with me, I'm calling the cops on your ass. Because I don't do that crazy making shit. I got a license. I'm not going to lose my license behind you. So if you one of them ratchet people, I'm letting you know that's not going to work with me because I will have your ass locked up. So
could we all collectively agree, men and women alike,
yes,
that being an adult, you should be able to handle conflict without putting your hands on somebody? Like
absolutely.
that's like overall standard.
Absolutely.
The
Right.
reason why I'm bringing that up is because I feel like we spend too much time having conversations about trying to split hairs and be like, okay, well, women have these expectations and men have these expectations, but nobody's talking about the common ground expectation, right? And so it's almost like every other live is like that common ground expectation. Everybody either wants to make excuses. Oh well, women shouldn't, it shouldn't matter if I've been in lives where I've heard men say
Nope.
that. It shouldn't matter if a woman hits me. She can't really hurt me.
Oh
No,
no.
that's an adult. Like
She's not
she
no,
should
she's
not be
not
putting her
gonna hit
hands
me.
on you.
Nope,
Vice
she's not gonna hit
versa.
me. Yep,
You
and
know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
gonna hit her.
But
Nope.
no. But I'm saying like vice
Right.
versa though. I'm just
Mhm.
saying like I've gone into lives where it's like that standard, that the very floor level is different, and I'm like, why aren't we just? Can we start by just talking about what's the standard first, and then build from there? Because if we're building, it's like building a house, and but every like, let's say like every 20 like oh, let's say like every 12 feet, it's a different level. Can you imagine trying to build a level house? You can't build a house like that. If you're building a
Right.
house and you know what I mean, the platform's here, and then you go over there and the platform's on a different, every 12 feet it's a different platform. You're not gonna be able to build a house. Your house gonna fall apart. It's gonna crack. You can't build a house that way.
So what's the
That's all I'm
standard?
saying. We
So
can't
what?
build as a community if we can't even figure out what the fucking ground level is.
So what would be the ground level? Well, I'm trying to figure out what.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is the ground level? Like, why don't we ever? What is the ground level?
Would it be because some would say the ground level would going back into a traditional state, like back in the 30s or 40s, 50s or early 60s. They would say that, but some would go against that because of how the times were and how laws were placed. So it's kind of
Okay.
hard to figure out what the ground level would be because the ground level has to change because the laws are different and society is different as well.
I think
So
he's talking
okay.
about the ground level of being an adult. Is
Yeah.
that what you
Yeah,
was
like I'm
talking?
talking about like an adult. I'm not talking about like, you know what I mean? Because the way I see it is like, if you go based on like how somebody should run their household, that's gonna have 50,000 different shades of gray. You can have two relationships that look very almost identical on the outside, but they may function differently internally. Right? So like, okay, well maybe, maybe she does the dishes and he does the laundry. And then in that house, even though they look identical, it's vice versa. Like that's all tit for tat. Nobody cares about that. You know what I mean? Although I've seen people argue about that on here. I'm just trying to figure out like what as adults, no laws, no politics, no nothing. Just as adults, what is that standard? Especially like as as black people, like what is that fucking standard? Without like, moving every 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
yeah, so game time. Remember when we were on? I think it was Kev's live. No, it was on my live, and someone brought up how women need to focus on listening more, and men need to
Oh,
focus on
That was
uh
yesterday.
yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah, not
yesterday.
be. That's what AJ means by splitting hairs. Like that is an adult thing to learn how to be a good listener. Although they said that both people need to do it, the fact that you are accentuating the more is splitting hairs. You get what I'm saying? And it's like focus on.
Uh,
I'm just
she done made me come back.
I'm just speaking on what I'm
Nah.
speaking on what no, I'm not disputing it. I cannot go back to that. But I'm speaking on what AJ is saying when we come and have these type of
I
conversations.
think something necessary.
It is a basic adult thing. Certain things you're supposed to learn how to do.
Right. The reason, and I'll relate it back to Kev's topic because I'm good. Kev, I'm good at doing that. Relating it back to Kev's topic, right? That is the problem. That's the reason why a lot of people suffer with self accountability, right? When it comes to just the basic standard floor of what adult, like being an adult is, right? Oh, well, you know what? He's a man, so he should be able to just be patient and have to listen to me, even though I'm going to be passive aggressive and not, he's supposed to read my mind. What? You're an adult. You need to know how to communicate. You have to know how to communicate your needs. Learn how to articulate, read a book. I don't know, write, do something. You know what I mean? You're an adult. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. When the standard is different because, oh, well, this is a woman and this is a man, then how do you hold people accountable?
I
You see what
hear
I'm
you.
saying? So going back to like I think Kev had the topic, or the second, his question where he's asking, well, women holding women accountable and men holding men accountable, how are we going to do that if that's going to constantly change? Because at the end of the day, as an adult, you should be able to be held accountable or checked by any other adult. It doesn't matter. In the real world, you'll get checked by any other adult. If I'm out there being an asshole to everybody on the street, somebody is going to check me, whether it's a man or a woman. You know what I mean? Male officer, male police officer, woman police officer. I still have to be able to, you know what I mean? That's just an example. But I don't know, like, or am I tripping? I don't know. Y'all let me know.
I think it all depends on like the person too, and what they've gone through, and they have to. I guess that comes into play of the tone thing. I know certain men don't like to hear when you saying it in a certain way, but I think you might have to because if they're saying that tone is bothersome to them, and they will listen more if you say it in a different way. Maybe that possibly should be done because people go through a lot of different relationships by the time they possibly find the person that they maybe want to be with actually, and they bring on a lot of different things that don't have anything to do with that actual person. So they have to take accountable for not placing blame on the person that they actually want to be with at that given moment.
That makes sense. But I think even when it comes to even just like the tone mattering, like that's a pendulum, right? Either people are going to say it 100% matters or no, it doesn't matter at all. And it's like actually with speaking as an adult and having soft skills, you still utilize tone. The difference is that you're not going to convolute your message and make it 30 minutes long trying to dance around somebody's delicate feeling. Like you're still going to get to the point, but you can do so by
Hey,
not screaming. You see what I'm saying?
hey, real quick, I
That'd be
want
quick.
to smoke real quick because she
Oh my
brought it back.
God. Yeah, let's go.
So let's get green in real quick. So let's do this though, because this where me and my baby differ on. We was talking about this yesterday on her live. I do believe certain genders have more to work on than the other, especially dealing with today.
You the
So
problem,
I guess
Kev.
we what, huh?
I said you the problem, Kev. I'm just
Yeah, I
kidding.
know. I do believe that. Yeah, because I think to even it out, it'll never let somebody focus on what their main issue is as a, because I do. So let me ask Green because he knew his one, right? I think Game Time was in there. We was talking about that. Do you believe that Do you believe that uh men have more of a discipline issue than women?
I think women have a more disciplined issue.
You think they all right? Do you believe? Okay, let's say this then. Um, do you believe that uh women talk more than men, and men talk more than women?
I think women talk more than men.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So I guess the question, well, the statement that was posed, even though I don't agree with the way that he said it, right? He said that the dude said, I forgot who said it though. I agree with him, but I forgot his name. But basically, I just didn't agree with the way he said it though. He basically said that um if women knew how to, he said in a harsh way, he said women knew how to shut up more, they'll be very powerful. And he said men knew how to discipline themselves more, they can be very powerful. Do you agree with that saying or no?
I 100% agree with that. And even more specific when it comes to the discipline part,
Hmm.
I'm someone who took time out when I was dating a lot of women. I disciplined myself sexually to where like I realized
Me
that
too. I
when
realized the power in
yeah,
that too. Yep.
that see that's how come we could relate. I realized that when I was allowing women to manipulate me sexually, I
Hmm.
saw that as weakness. I'm like, wait a minute, this girl thinks she could just do whatever as long as she give me sex. No, woman, I'm not gonna let you feel like so. But I knew that's something that it took self-awareness and it took a lot of sacrifice to be that way. But I saw the results. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's why I was
And
okay
that's
with
a
it.
very powerful thing, right? So if majority, and just imagine if majority of men knew how to, and I think I realized the way it's worded because it's even worded in a way because even how our beliefs is, right? If we want to claim to be the leaders, right, you would think, and then women that's claim that they want to be submissive or followers, right? Whatever it is, if they want to do that, right? You would think in them terms of how I hear it is that um that meaning when they basically said if they was to stay quiet more, that means listen. That's what I would assume, right? Because if you can't listen if you're talking so much, right? So, and if they submissive, right, that might give them a chance to actually hear what's being said to them or realize uh who, because they even come with the trickery, right? I think they reason why a lot of women get tricked is because they more expressive than actually observant. You know what I'm saying? So they don't take the time to stay quiet to themselves. They tell on themselves for the most part. They talk too dang on much, and then that's why they get
And,
used by.
and to be
But
honest with you,
but
bro, I actually like that weakness because some women, like
wow.
women, do. There's a power that women do have. I think they don't realize it. They really do have soft power to where they don't have to be vocal, but they can still sway you away through a softer way. You get what I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
say?
Manipulation. Yeah. I can feel that though. And then discipline. And then the man, right? I
Why
didn't let my
you
baby go.
say
Huh?
manipulation?
Huh?
Why you said manipulation?
Oh, he was saying that sway. They
It's
can
a,
sway you, and that's what I thought he was getting to.
He did not say that.
What?
He just said in a
What?
softer way.
Yeah, you can still manipulate
soft
somebody with a
way.
soft voice.
What? But
That's what they
why would
main
it
thing
be
they do. They softly
manipulation?
they do in a soft voice. They manipulate you in that way. Like, baby, you
Can
know
do.
that you.
Oh, so you think women can't do that?
That's all I wonder.
Wait, women can't what?
A
They can't
soft-spoken
manipulate you
woman.
in a soft.
You can't
No,
see. You never seen a soft-spoken woman.
I'm saying someone being soft spoken and equating it to them being manipulative
No,
is
that was his point. You didn't hear the whole thing he said though. That was his point. He was getting to that basically the way they use their word, they can get over by that. That's why I
no, no,
said
no, no,
I just threw
Kev,
the word
Kev,
manipulation in it.
He was
That's
not.
that's
Go
not what
ahead.
she's talking about.
Okay, what did you say, Gene? I don't know if I might be tripping. Let me see. What did you talking
No,
about?
no,
I thought
no,
you
no,
was
no, no,
leading
Kev,
over
Kev,
to
Kev.
manipulation.
I'll break it down on what she's saying real quick. Because as
I'm
he
trying to
was
see what Gene saying.
explaining,
I ain't talking about what that's we talking about
oh
two different people.
yeah, I know, but that's the reason why we were all like, "Wow, Kev, really?"
Wait, what?
It was just your comment, bro. It was funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, what?
Because he was talking and he was like, "Yeah, you know, a soft spoken woman," and you were like, "Manipulation." I was like, "Wait, hold up."
Yeah, I don't think that's the only part
That's
y'all heard.
why it
That's the
was
crazy
funny.
part, though.
That's all it was. You good?
I was leading to what he
That's
was getting
selective
to.
listening.
So what? So re-say
So I
what you was
want.
saying over Green.
I said that women have soft power. That I don't think all there's a good number of women who do realize they have it, but there's a large majority of women that don't know they have it. So where like they can manipulate. Now you got me using the word, but
Now
they
you
can
gotta
use
say it
that
right.
as a method. Right? You feel me? They can use it to. Hold on a second, Alexa, shut up. They can use it. They can use it as a way to sway you away. That's a good word. They can use it as a
To say
method to
that
sway
right,
you a
yeah,
certain
say
kind
that.
of way.
Yeah, and I just
So
tempted
that's
it
what I
to.
said.
Yeah, I get what you. But that's why I said I was just finishing off because I knew what he was getting to because we were just talking about how people use their like discipline, right? We were talking about discipline, but that's funny. That junk proving more and more like people, everybody hear what they want to hear though, and it was a reason why I said that because I was hearing what he was saying and what he was leading up to. That's why I said manipulation because we were talking about like negative aspects on like if men lack self discipline, right? And the way women use their their the their voice or whatever situation is. But that's all we was getting to about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rachel, are you still confused?
I was never confused. What I was saying is, Gene didn't even finish his full statement, and he said manipulation. And what I was saying is, and is that regardless, nobody's confused. It's just using manipulation as an example for someone having a soft tone, like like
That
that.
wasn't the point of it though. That's what I was
I
saying.
know, but you said manipulation.
Yeah.
But I want to know now, Kevin. Now you got me diving in. I want to know, Rachel, what's wrong with that?
Well, what I was saying, first of all, you didn't even say it before. I get y'all got like a man language, but that's not what you said, right? So I was listening to what you were saying. And even at that, you were saying they have a certain influence, right? Manipulation is very, uh, what do you call it? Oh my God. It's in a very negative way. Like it's very,
True.
damn, I forgot the damn
I get what you're saying.
word,
It's
but
a negative
What you trying to say?
connotation
Negative
behind it.
tone?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
exactly.
look at that. I just finished up her word just like I did Gene earlier. Right. That's crazy. So it's a negative. It was a negative connotation. That's what you was about to get to.
yeah, but even
But it's the exact
the
same thing I just did
definition
the
of it,
green
the
earlier.
definition
But
of it is very damn. We literally I had a conversation on a different panel about manipulation. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, it's a form of influence, but it's the negative form of influence. So
yes.
yeah, but I didn't think he was talking about the negative form of influence. He's just saying like
I knew he was talking about it because we just both talked about that's what I was saying. I don't know if y'all was really listening for real because we was both talking about negative stuff with men, but with their lack of discipline, he was talking about the negative stuff with women. That's why I went in there, even though we probably just caught the soft spoken part. But I finished off what he was getting to by saying manipulation because we were both talking about different ways of how you can negatively I don't forget. We got so dang on deep, but basically we just
No,
getting to the
but
negatives on both parts. That's
no,
all.
but y'all were talking about the different negatives that people have to work on, not how they're using those negative things to manipulate.
All I'm gonna say is that when it
like
comes to
like to
manipulation, when it
like
comes,
to what Kevin was talking about. It's like I understand exactly what he meant too, because it can be used like that same scenario. And you're right. I'm not gonna take that away from you, Rachel. I didn't say manipulation, but I
He
also
didn't.
understood what Kevin. I can understand what Kevin's, because that same method that I'm talking about, it can be used for the good, which wouldn't be manipulation, and for the bad, which would be manipulation.
I truly understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is he directed your point, is what I'm saying. Like,
Yes, I think that's what everybody doing. Either they gonna guess it wrong or right. You know, when people finish before they about to finish a sentence, they throw it in there and they be like, and sometimes they be wrong or right. They be like, they throw it in there like, oh, you probably about to get to say, you about to say this, or you about to. That's
yeah, in
what
which that's
I
why
think
I
all of us
laughed.
do
But that's
that.
why I laughed. Like, it doesn't make it that you were right about okay, I gotta go. Gotta go. Like
Hey, so
that,
listen,
it was just a laughter
no, listen,
because
I like this dialogue because remember,
like no,
as men and
like,
women,
because the thing
when we have
is
these dialogues, it makes us start to
okay,
understand
okay,
our level of
let's
communication
have the
better.
dialogue. Let's have the dialogue because oftentimes men say they are better listeners, right? But literally, and it happens quite often. You finished his what you thought he was going to say. That is not being a good listener. Although you also can prove a point, right? Which but that was not where he was going. He can go there,
It
but you
was where he
didn't
was going.
but
I
you
just used a
didn't
word that he
you did not
didn't.
allow him to finish.
Why did I have to? If he, it's like a final agreement. Like if we already on the same page, you got that one person that would say that, and they would say another word, and they'll go with it. It's just because you didn't understand it. You can't put it. You can't put it on that
It's
I
not that
finished
I
this
don't
stuff up. It's just
understand it.
what
I
tends to happen
understand it.
when you already agree in agreements with or alignment with somebody that's already on the same page of it. That's all that really is. We was on the same page. I just threw out a word or an example of what he was about to get to, but he already basically said it.
can I say something real quick?
Okay.
I understood. I don't think I don't think anybody's disputing what you said, right? I'm gonna start off with that. Nobody's disputing what was said. I'm gonna speak from my perspective. I just thought it was funny, right? I was like, damn, Kev, really? Um, doesn't mean that you were wrong. I was just like, God damn, all right, cool. But when it comes to the terms of manipulation, right? Manipulation is neither good or bad. People manipulate all day. Men and women both manipulate. You just manipulate in different ways, right? Women can manipulate and move you and change you, in this example with a soft voice or whatever, in the way that we speak. Men have also done the same thing. So my point
I agree with
is
that.
that with these conversations, my whole point is like, this is where I'm talking about, like, we start splitting hairs, right? When we sit there and we go, okay, well, which one's more disciplined? At the end of the day, that's going to be very dependent on that person, and that's always going to be subjective based on perspective, right? Because it's not statistically one is more disciplined than the other. You're not inherently more disciplined. That's not what it is, right? Depending on that person and depending on a lot of different things, people are either going to be more disciplined or they're not. Men can be just as undisciplined as women, and women can be just as undisciplined as men. That is my point. My point is, what is the standard of discipline? If the standard of discipline can't be established, then we're going to constantly have, well, women can't be, now we're giving a pass to women. Well, you know what? She's just like that because women don't know how to discipline themselves. Do you see where we now created the problem later?
Yeah, I
You see what
think
I'm saying?
I
Like,
don't know.
I'm just trying to get to
You give me
that
to
point.
think. You give me to
I'm gonna close
understand. I
out
guess
rude.
that's how some women think, though. I noticed that, though, and that was
Yeah.
happening yesterday, though. Nobody, when somebody say certain things, it's not to exclude the next thing. All we saying is sometimes when it comes to situations, some things that is like a primary focus. Like overall, okay, let me put an example right, real quick, right? Why would I tell men? I would okay, me myself, I would say that men need to be more in their kids' life, right? I can say that both of them need to be, but we know the bigger issue is that it's not a lot of men in homes, right?
Right.
So why would I say that? Why would I say both of y'all need to make sure y'all and kids each other? Like, I don't believe in no even fair thing. I don't believe it's no. I'm not speaking on. It's not a competition thing. It's just what is
I
observant of
under
what this world
I'm
is.
Kev,
So it is such thing. It's a such
I'm
thing
not
as called
disputing that.
more sometimes. And if you like it or not, yes, to be able to to get to a resolution, yes, you got to find out some things some people got to work on more on based off of how society is. That's just what that is. Just like, okay, we see majority
Exactly, Kev. You got it.
of marriages are failing because women are not happy, or it says that in statistically, right? So we're not going to be like, well, men and women got to realize that it's not about being happy or something like that. We can't do that because it's because more of the women are the ones that's leaving. So why would I say men and women? That got nothing to do with splitting hair. It just shows that and depending on sometimes it's sad that it be like that sometimes, but we are different people. We think differently, we move differently. Sometimes you have to address the primary problem or the majority problem, to fix something. You can't keep evening things out because that makes it back to it. Will never get anywhere because, of course, we know both people need to take care of
No,
their children.
no.
Of course, both of
That's
them.
not what but that is
All right,
not what I'm saying. I'm
all
saying
right.
everybody has their issues when it comes to whatever. Yes, women may leave more relationships because they're not happy. Fine, whatever. We can have that conversation. What I'm pointing out is when we have this level of thinking and our conversation is a certain way, then we start creating excuses for the next person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Who
And then
did
when it
that up
comes,
here?
hold on. Just hear me out. I'm not disagreeing with you.
This is the second time somebody did that, though. They make it
I'm
seem
not
like I'm
disagreeing with
excluding the
you.
next. That junk is irritating me now from this point.
What am I
Because
excluding, Kev?
I'm trying to see
What am I
who is
excluding?
up here saying that somebody excluding something. This happened
What am I
yesterday.
excluding?
No, I'm saying, what am I excluding? When I
I
say
didn't
more
say
on
you
one end,
excluded anything.
okay. So why is we talking about why are we saying
So
that?
you don't understand what I'm talking about. Is what I am trying to say is this, okay? When we sit here again and we hold people to a different standard, right? Which meaning, okay, I'm only going to hold men, well, because men can take accountability and women can't, so I'm going to give women a pass. This is the reason why we are sitting where we're sitting. People are sitting there going to make the excuse, oh, well, I can't. Well, you know what? According to y'all, we can't take accountability, and people internalize that, and then they justify their shitty behavior. That's all I'm pointing out. At the end of the day, there is a standard across the board for both men and women when it comes to certain things. I'm not saying every single thing. When I'm saying we start to split hairs is when we start playing tit for tat. That's all I'm saying. Oh, well, women will manipulate this way. Well, men can manipulate this way. What's the point of having that conversation? You see what I'm saying? Unless there's going to be a valuable solution, then it doesn't matter. Because you can hold people accountable, but as long as you're going to make the excuse, people are going to continue to use the excuse. At the end of the day, discipline is the issue. So then let's work on the issue. If the issue is, okay, women, y'all need to be a little bit more disciplined in this area, then let's talk about that issue. I wouldn't sit there and be like, well, y'all just statistically are less disciplined, because now that person is going to use that and be like, see, we can't do it. That's all I was pointing out. I wasn't
Okay.
excluding anything.
All right.
Can I
I
ask
ain't
That's all
say
I
you.
said.
I do understand
Go
where you're
ahead.
coming from.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying.
Go ahead, babe. And then I realized something though. I'm learning something though. But go ahead, babe.
Okay, so like AJ said, there are things that women, I agree, women need to work on more than men, and then men need to work on more than women.
Wait, somebody said that?
Huh?
Wait, she said that?
Yeah, she did
Yes, I
say
did
that.
in
She,
multiple
yeah,
different times, different ways. I've
So
said the
what?
same
yeah,
thing.
I'm trying
she
to get.
did say that.
Now my head
Manipulation.
hurting now.
I'm trying, that's why
Now
I'm
my head
trying
hurting
to,
now. So when I
yeah,
say it, it just sounds
exactly.
different, I guess.
No, well, that's why I'm trying to like
That's the whole.
break it
That's how he
down.
started the whole thing when he said the discipline.
I
He said
know
the
that's,
But
discipline
nobody
thing.
but
was
that's the thing.
disagreeing
Listen,
with that. Is my
let me
point.
tell you what we don't agree on, right? Because it's not everything in which a man and a woman that they have to work more or whatever. So in terms of this conversation, saying that women need to listen more, right? And men need to be more disciplined. This is where I don't agree, because listening more, telling women that they're not good listeners is very subjective, right? That's not something you can measure compared to, right? Because I know he brought up women leaving marriages before men, right? That is measurable, right? Someone not being a good listener, that is subjective. You can look at it as
See
they
where
are
you're going with
not
it.
being,
Okay, I understand you in that from that
yes, you
perspective.
can look at it as they are not being a good listener. The same way women will look at men and say men are not good listeners, right? Because every time they talk to them, they're like, you're not listening to me, right? Those things are subjective. You cannot measure it, right? And then also with discipline, men are not disciplined in certain things, and then women are not disciplined in certain things. They both lack discipline, right? So that's what I'm saying in terms of this specific conversation. I don't believe that there is a more. I believe that is something that both people need to work on. That is all that I am saying. And I completely understand your points, Kev. And completely understand your points, Kev. And
Yeah,
For breaking it down. Okay, I
I
see where
think.
you're coming from.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Mm.
Kev. You were gonna say
No,
something?
no, I was about to say. I think I see why they be saying men should hold men and women should hold women, because I think it's like if I was to host a whole panel of because I realize it's hard. I was realizing it from the few days though. It's be so hard to like if you mention a woman to be a rap like that's when things happen. Um, but I think like it's no different. Like you tell men, hey, y'all need to focus on keep your thing in your pocket and I mean thing in your pants and all the other stuff or whatever. I'm not about to say both of y'all need to put y'all thing in your pants, whatever. I get it that, but I realize that that's a bigger problem with men. For I guess in my world, I guess nobody else see it, but I realize that men kind of that's why they come with this monogamy thing and all this other stuff. I don't hear women saying it, but somehow men saying it, right?
maybe
But
you mean to be specific with sexual discipline. If you say sexual discipline, I will agree with you on that.
Isn't it the same thing though? I don't understand the difference. And
Because there's different things you can be disciplined in.
all right.
I thought that was being said though. That's the part I'm a little bit confused about because I'm not really seeing what he said that made the conversation go where it went.
I think most majority of people, but I guess I can't act like everybody mind readers. I thought majority would believe think that I'm talking about sexual discipline, but you want to put it that way, yeah. Of course, everybody uh need discipline overall, but I guess I
Here's
got
what
to be
I've
more specific though. I guess I got to be more specific when I say that.
got it
So,
right.
but,
Like
but
when we say that, Kev, like when it's talk about for the discipline from the man perspective, and we're just talking about society as a whole, a man has more to lose for not having sexual discipline than a woman. So that's one of the reasons. That's what inspired me to have the sexual discipline because I saw
mm,
the losses. I saw how I
I
can lose
think
by
I thought
not
the
being
examples
disciplined.
was even using was kind of proving our points though, because I was, but whatever. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of lost. I was listening
That's
to,
why I said I don't know what was going on.
but that's the thing. Like I sat back and I listened as best as I could, but even still, I still don't understand how it got taken out of context in a way.
Yeah, because I explained both of them, like both sides of why these issues is. Um, but yeah, I guess to agree with that part, because I thought that was, I guess not being specific. Yeah, both sides do need to listen to one another, and both sides need to be disciplined. I mean, I agree with that. Uh,
I have
specific
a
ones, I
further
would
Kev.
say that yeah, men have. I don't. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I feel you. I feel you, Kevin. I don't.
Observe Kev. I think when it comes to men and women, our communication system is different. Like we may be talking,
Yeah, no.
but we receive information differently. To where like let's say, for instance, let's say you say something to me, say, hey, Greg, man, don't do this like this. Now, me, I'm gonna take that, and dissect it and say, man, you know what? I try to see the logic of what you're talking about. And I said, oh, man, you know what? Maybe Kev have a point, or maybe Kev don't have a point, right? But a woman, on the other hand, you may say the same thing to her. She's not just gonna analyze about whether what you have a point. She's also gonna dissect down. I don't like the tone how Kevin gave me that information. You feel what I'm trying to say? You could
Yeah.
be right, but the tone was gonna be like the hardest thing for her to get through. Like, I mean, tell you, like, look at, like, I could use Rachel as a good as a good test subject. Like, look at what she wrote in the chat. You said it's not what you said, Rachel. It's not what you're saying, is how you're saying it.
Wow, you just read that.
Yeah, I I'm
See
still
how you
trying.
proving
That was
that men can
interpolation.
also
Yeah.
be bad listeners.
Hey, I want to say this too,
So
though.
what
That's
it
what
Even
is,
though I be
right?
feeling like I want to say this too, also. Then, because I don't know if it's like a form of disingenuousness. I don't know what to say or not. Because it's like I think sometimes we all be knowing, but we just don't. Uh, I don't know, cause it's I don't know. Cause it's like I think if I was to say that, right, say if I said them two things, right, cause even when it first started off in Rachel's live, right, I automatically understood what he, cause that is crazy. It's that would be super crazy if men and women do really just don't understand each other. That I fail to believe that a little bit though, but maybe it is some what the word, oblivion to it. I don't know what the word is, but maybe they don't understand, but. It's like I would think that, especially, huh? You said what?
Livius.
I think it's still glitching. Why did that be happening all the time?
the word is
So
oblivious.
so overall, huh? What do you say?
I said the word is
No, I'm
oblivious.
talking about y'all, that's what y'all saying. All y'all saying. All right. So what I noticed is that, like, I guess maybe it is like a man way of talking, the woman way of talking, right? Because I noticed the issue was yesterday, like the man was understanding each other, the woman just like, you know, what you need or something like that, or I know there's like they'll think, I don't know, but I would thought like that. No, I think some women do understand, right? But I think the fact that I think it's like a what's happening is like I what's the word, man? It's like a what is it, a semantics type thing or whatever? Because I think we get each other, but then we just don't want to act like we don't want to get each other, but we knew what they were saying from the beginning. But we just like act like we don't to prove a point or to be right or something like that. I feel
People
like
cherry pick.
that's what happened
People
You
cherry
were
pick.
because
right. You were right the first time, Kev. The way that men and women receive and process
no,
information is different
yeah, but I
across
know
the board.
I can't even say that either because it's like men can understand what women say when they search certain things. Like, I've been say if they, I'm trying to think. Because I don't think it's a certain. I think sometimes it's a semantics or trying to be right thing or something like that. Because I think some things are very like, especially we all talking on this panel though, and we say certain things like just like I can understand when people say, you're gaslighting me, right? Most of the time they talking about being triggered. I can't play it like I don't understand that they're talking about they're being triggered and they using the word gaslight instead. So I can't play it off and keep like, well, I don't get you what you're meaning or something like that. I think that's kind of in a way like being disingenuous because I want them to say the word that I want them to say so they can understand it rather than saying that you're using the wrong word. I just say that I don't understand you, and I think that's where the disingenuous part come in. That's
But
how I kind of viewed it.
So
but
this
Livius.
is what
people
I'm gonna
but
say.
but but
The
we
difference
can
between men
also
and the difference between
hold
men and women when it comes down to communication is the fact that men, us as men, we pick the wrong words. I will admit that. This is majority of the time we do try to pick the wrong words, even though we try to be as honest as possible. Now, however, on the opposite end, women choose to listen to certain words. So a lot of women choose to cherry pick certain words, right? So it's a level of
Yeah.
how it's presented, and then that person's comprehension skills too. You get what I'm saying? So like even when I sit up here and watch like conversations between men and women and men and men and women, you know what I mean? You will hear a man ask more questions, but like, what do you mean by, like, especially between a man and a woman, like if that's somebody that they care about,
they will ask and be like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Try to get clarification. Whereas like you will hear, like, I ain't gonna say all women are like this. You know what I'm saying? There's a good portion of women out there who do have good comprehension skills. But the ones that are enabled by that, you know what I'm saying? Enabled by their kind of like selfish notion of like listening. You know what I mean?
I
You
believe women
can
smarter than we think they are. I
they are
don't,
they are
I
really
can't say that.
smart, but it's still a thing of like they choose to comprehend something
They're
how they want to.
calculated.
Just the same. It's just the same way like an old like even with dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like if an old head come to you kicking knowledge and kicking everything that you want to hear, kicking everything, you only gonna listen to certain parts that you want to hear. You know what I mean? If this stuff starts to become long-winded or it's not appealing to you or it doesn't kind of fit that narrative that you're looking for at the moment. You know what I
Mm.
mean? And a lot of times people have these conversations in heightened emotional states. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really be too much. You really can't be logical for real if you're in a really heightened emotional state. That's just in general. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I heard
And
about that.
that's
When the emotions is high, the logic is low.
logic
When
goes
the
out the
logic,
window, and that's
yeah, I heard
and
about
that's for
that.
both
Yeah,
sides,
yeah,
and
that's
that's for
true.
both
That's
sides. That's
true.
for
That's
men
true.
and women. You
Yeah,
know
that's
what I
true.
mean? And you know what I mean? And where it goes
That's
down,
why when
especially
when you get triggered, you tend to tone things out and all the stuff. Yeah, yeah, we see. Yeah, I
you
get
start
that.
to cherry
Oh, let me.
pick. You know what I'm saying? You start to cherry pick what you want to hear, what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't want to throw my own life out there, but again, like I had a conversation with my ex-wife before, like a 3-hour conversation. You get what I'm saying? And then she only heard bits and pieces of it. And when I asked her for clarification, just for her like understanding of it, but like, hey, what did you take from this conversation? And she only picked certain parts of it, but I'm like,
Yeah.
you didn't hear everything else. You know what I mean? Or anything
Mm-hmm.
else surrounding that these two statements. You know what I
Because the
mean?
thing is, sometimes what I notice, and I'm gonna let my baby go next. Some people, a lot of people listen with their emotions for the most part. They don't listen to try to really understand it. It's like, and that's for majority. Like you get triggered, you say something that might whatever, they gonna listen to how they feel about it rather than actually what is being said. So that just happens overall. That's all. All right, go ahead, babe.
Okay, so we all agree that women. So I mean, at first we all agreed that women and men communicate differently, but then I heard Kev say that he believes that women do understand, but they're being disingenuous or whatever. It's the same thing that like that can be like assumed about a man that is not understanding the perspective of a woman. Do you get what I'm saying? And those are all just assumptions. You know what I mean? While we're all trying to understand one another, right? Cuz even when we were talking here, there was we told you what we understood, but it got stuck on what we didn't agree on. So there we can understand what you're saying and not agree with what you're saying. You know, does that make sense?
I would think if you underst if a person understood something, they can at least restate it over and explain what they understand, and then say they agree with it instead of
We we literally said that. Wait, who's echoing?
what that. Oh,
Yeah, we Green Gene, maybe Gene can be a third party because we rephrased it and said the same
I will
thing.
say that. Well, okay, let's say in your because you said that okay, in one
No, when
instance that
AJ was explaining.
when AJ was explaining, what was it? Remind me what he was trying to
Okay.
explain.
All right, let me because I don't even want to do this anymore. I don't because we already like that's the
Nah,
thing.
I
No,
don't know if
because
you give up though.
no,
You got
that's
to
the
give up.
thing.
Like
It
so,
like that's the thing. A few times it's also been proven that while we were speaking as women, the men missed certain things also. They were not listening also. Well, in a way, you get what I'm saying? Because even when Gene was reading my comment, he literally made an assumption that I was speaking to tone, right? Because he's just so used to hearing the conversation of women using tone and caring so much about tone that he didn't even completely read my comment.
you read your
And
comment
that
to
was
me again.
and that wasn't even called out.
right? We just skipped right by it. The comment was,
But
I
that's what
said,
your focus is on, so that's a difference.
huh?
I said that's what your focus is on, so of course nobody was
No,
gonna be able to call that out.
that's my point. My focus was not on tone. He brought it.
No, I'm
He
saying your
said,
focus was on that comment down there. That's what I'm saying. Nobody was gonna be able to call that out because you was focused on that comment because it was regarding you, but everybody else was focused on what the topic was.
my point is, in instances where men are not listening, we just bypass it. we're just like, we just go back to, oh, see, that's why women aren't listening. That see, it just proves you're not listening, right? And I just showed an example of when Green was not listening, right? Because he missed certain things, right? Even to the point where his mind was already made up that women care about tone, right? So he didn't even completely read the comment. The comment said you do have to be more specific. That's part of communicating effectively. That literally, I said nothing about tone.
Yeah,
The
but I thought
comment that I read, Rachel, that's how now I'm confused.
Yeah, what comment did you read then?
Where you said, let me see, I'm trying to navigate through this thing here. Give me a minute. You said something about happening. You said happening, and that was the one that's interesting, Rachel. So you're thinking that I misunderstood you, and you're not even
No,
telling me
not
from the exact
misunderstood.
comment.
You said you read a comment where I brought up tone.
No, not tone. You said, I'm trying to look for it, man.
Gang time, you was here.
I was here.
Okay.
I was here. I thought.
You did bring up a comment saying the
No,
fact she said
Yes.
tone, and you said
I thought.
No, here's
her
what it is.
last
What it
comment
said.
was about tone.
No, this is the comment. You said you are making assumption. You are making assumption. That's why the miscommunication. No, okay, no, that's different. There was something else we said happening.
I
I
thought.
never said anything about tone. I do not. I actually, if anybody knows me, I tell people to take tone out of it.
I thought it was because the way that it was worded. That's what I thought.
Even if the way,
Came in
go
from.
ahead, tell me how the way it was worded that is talking about tone.
No, I'm not saying that it was a tone issue. I'm saying that I thought the way that it was worded, like by saying that he should have been more
I found
communicative.
it. I found it, Rachel. You said we get what you're saying. We are just asking why say it that way. So explain to me, what does this comment mean?
That's not tonality. That
See,
you just
Rachel, I'm literally sitting here
no, but
asking you
that
explain
is
what you're
not
telling me. That's not.
no. That
I
why
asked you to explain
why
it then.
phrase something that way? You assumed it was talking about tone. You said, "See, this is why because women care about tone." Instead of asking,
Let's say, Rachel, now we're
to
past.
clarify, you made an assumption. Correct?
Okay, we're past the assumption stage. Can you please let the room know that
Yes,
you
it
by
means
that
why phrase it that way.
And she just said that too.
Yeah, I gotta give it to
Isn't that
her.
so? If we don't say tone, can you say delivery?
Yeah, we can say.
You know what, Kevin, you know what's so funny? I know women so well.
Oh my
All I
God.
did was
You know
ask her to
what I'm
repeat it.
saying?
I'm not even going to
It's
tell you
literally
what I get out of it.
disregarding the fact that he literally made an assumption. He was not like, see, that's all I'm saying.
At
That's all
least
I'm
it, hey, at least it was on the same subject though. Instead of at
See,
least
that's
it was
what I'm
close.
saying. Like,
Well,
instead of
not saying at least it
holding,
was close to the same thing, but
it's not,
rather
oh
than
my God. Instead of holding the fact that he made assumptions, he did not
I don't think
listen.
nobody was arguing about assumptions though.
But that was my point. My
Yeah,
point
but who was
is
talking about assumptions though?
that's my point. That's literally why I brought up that sometimes men are not listening because it's this
That's
idea
just an
that
assumption though. That don't
oh
have
my
nothing to do
God.
with listening.
Yes, it does. When you're making
You
assumptions,
can
you're
listen and make
already
an assumption about something. That's the thing.
when you're making assumptions, you're not clarifying, you're not getting to the root of to be able to understand something. You're creating narratives in your head. That is poor listening.
Yeah, that's what that's what people
Let's
tend
just
to
say
do
that's
sometimes.
Yes, but
that's
I don't get why.
okay.
And
regardless
then
if
if
people
either
tend
you
to
wrong or
do
right,
it,
and then correct it. That's all you got to do. That's part of
regardless,
communication.
oh my
And that was,
God.
and that's what I'm gonna
You
say.
know what
Now
I'm
let's
saying?
say
Oh
everyone
my
else.
God.
Let
That's
let's
crazy.
instead of
let's just say,
saying
okay, let's
that,
just say
no,
Rachel.
but it's the
Let's just say
idea that all
me,
men,
you, and
no,
Kev.
it's the idea that men are such great listeners. That's that's the thing. What I'm saying.
Well,
Me and you
that'll
and
do it.
Kev are not the only ones in the room, right? And everybody read this. When it says, "We
Who
get
said
what
that
you're
man was great
saying.
with
We're
listeners? That's
just
crazy.
asking why you say it that way." What do
Is that
everyone
an
else get
assumption?
out of that?
Y'all know you guys were saying that men are better listeners because they are
I never
quiet.
said that either.
If you don't think
Never
men are
said that
better
either. You
listeners,
did
then
not.
why say that
I think the whole
women?
thing was
Why
we
say
said
that?
women need to listen
No,
more.
no,
Better
That's
at this
what
no.
we
song.
said.
Then no. If you don't think men are better listeners, then why say that women need to work on it more?
I said women need to listen more. That don't mean so.
Yes,
That's
they
an
need. Okay,
assumption.
they
What you
need to
just did
listen
with
more.
Gene, that was an assumption.
No,
You
they need
assumed
to
that we think
listen.
we better than listeners. We didn't
They
say
need
that.
to. What does
I
they
got a
need to
question.
listen more mean?
I got a
Listen
question.
more. That mean they might have to hear somebody out more. That don't mean that we listen better. That mean we might
Oh
listen,
my
but we might
god.
not. We might not
I got
even understand this. Well, go
I
ahead,
got a
Bert.
question. Which one of these prompts are we on right now, just so I can follow along?
None of them. None of them. We talking about something else right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we talking about something else.
Y'all
I
continue.
mean, Rachel's only
I
proving what
need
the
his
guys are
assistant. I
saying to
need
be
his
true.
assistant.
What you talking about, Todd?
So,
Todd.
howdy, everybody. It's good to see everybody. Just want to say hello.
What's up?
That's all.
What's up, Mr.
What's
K in the
going on,
building?
my brother?
It doesn't much, Kev. This line of questioning
Listen,
is
if
strategically
I say a
diabolical,
comment,
my brother.
if I say a comment, we get what you're saying, but we are just asking why you're saying that way. If you could say one word that you got out of that sentence, please let me know. Everybody in the room.
I just got here.
Wait, say what?
Interesting.
Say what? They looking for one word as
So
far as
you,
the
we get what you're saying, but we're just asking why say it that way. If you can use one word to define what you got out of that sentence, what would it be?
It's either gonna be tone or delivery. That's the only
yeah.
thing you can get out of that
I
one.
No cap.
You only
No
got
cap.
one or
Let him
two
do
things
it.
you can say out of
Let him do it.
that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I got tone. I
It
can't
got to
do
be
that.
one or the two. You can be either right or
Okay.
wrong, but at
Anybody
least
else? Any
but
other
at
women
least
in
you're
the room?
listening though. That's the thing. That's the difference.
No, he
You
knows
you
that
might be
he
wrong
no.
or
Say like,
No,
I could have
you know
swore, bro.
what,
I didn't know.
y'all. Okay,
Yeah, for a
y'all
minute I said,
men.
man, did I forget how
It's
to read?
fine.
Thank
I
you.
gotta go.
no. It really like you.
Could have
You
swore,
know
bro.
what,
I didn't know how to.
y'all. Okay,
Yeah, for a
y'all
minute I said,
men.
man, did I forget how
It's
to read?
fine.
Thank
I
you.
gotta go.
No, it really like you really think about that though. No, you said the way that you word that it got to
Don't
be
leave me,
one of the two
Rachel.
though, because you said it's the way you
It's
said
that's
it.
fine. It's one or the two. My point
Yeah.
is, he already made an assumption that it was one. Like he already, because it was based off of these conversations that we have
Well,
about men
how he
and
gonna know
women.
what's in your mind? You just said the
Yeah,
way that
that's
you
why
it's the way
communication.
that you said it.
Exactly. That's why
I just
communication. If you know how to communicate effectively, you're going to ask before you assume.
Then why
so
would you leave a open thing
what
and
are
say
the
that? Well, it's the way that you said it. The reason why. Then if then he like, well, because
what,
you leave him hanging, and then
wait a
he
minute,
say,
let me
well, is it the tone or the delivery? And then you don't say nothing.
wait a minute. If I'm confused, a lot of people are confused. So are the two things you guys are referring to, tone and delivery, are those the two things?
I'm pretty sure it's
What
more
would you
than that.
have gotten out of
It's more than that. But I think that he's going back to the comment. I believe because Rachel, she put down in the comments that we understand you, but it's the way that you're saying it. Then Gene automatically just said, "What the tone?"
That's
You know what I'm
not
saying?
even. That's not even
Is there a
correct.
real difference
That's
between
not the
tone and
correct
delivery?
comment. That's not
Okay.
the
It ain't that
correct
really that
comment.
much of a difference between
That
tone.
it does make a difference. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you say that's not the correct comment? That's the
Y'all
one I
take
read from
communication.
verbatim.
Y'all take communication so lackadaisical. You get what I'm
Wait a
saying?
minute.
And think everybody is supposed to just know these things.
Then what
Like
did you mean then when you said that?
no, what I
Wait,
said is
actually, what
no.
do you
I
mean?
asked you to read. You didn't read it correctly. You read it in a way that it would say that
We
I was talking
understand
about
that part,
tone.
Rachel. We want you to let.
No,
What
but
do you
Bert
mean?
Hold
wasn't
on,
What do
hold
you
on,
here.
hold
mean
on.
by that?
Stop
Bert
cutting her
wasn't
off. Like, let
here.
her just get it out,
That's what I'm
please.
saying. Bert wasn't here. So
I wasn't. Yeah.
if you're going to read back the actual comment, but you read it back in a way that it sounds like it's talking about tone and only tone, then you're already directing the conversation the way that you want it to be directed.
But Rachel, now I give up. That Kevin, I'm not gonna compete with that, brother. I give up. as long as you understand what I'm saying, I'm not gonna compete with that. Because now, if you're telling me that I read it, I'm not supposed to understand what I read. Then now, Rachel, I don't know how to debate
Y'all
that.
are talking
I'm
about.
not good at that.
But I just want
Okay,
to say
let's.
something to
Okay,
that real quick.
do you guys believe that making assumptions is effective communication?
If you're doing it
Um,
in a way to clear, it'll be fine. So,
We can't hear you.
now, if they only know what you're talking about, because honestly, it did look like Tone. It did kind of seem like Tone in the
At least
comment
they
section.
trying to
That's
understand.
fine how
So,
it looks like. My
I
question
gave up.
is,
I gave up, Kev.
my
I gave
question
up.
is making assumptions an effective way of communicating?
Yeah.
yes, because if your assumption is
Okay.
yeah.
wrong,
At
All right.
least that fill in the blank for what
If
you
you
didn't say.
okay,
What the heck?
if y'all believe that,
So
I mean,
so
there's
So
like
nothing
would you
really.
say
to play a little.
you leaving an open general thing of saying well it's the way you saying it, is that effective?
All right. Well,
To say something, man. All Mexicans eat tacos. If nobody questions, yo, what do you mean by that? What in what sense?
It's not about the
Now I'm just leaving
question,
the room
Gene.
open. I'm
Gene,
leaving the room open for
Gene,
anybody
it's
to assume
not
anything.
about the question. You didn't question it. You said, you see, even Rachel, she is focused on the tone. You didn't ask a question.
I didn't prove my point with the comment.
Can I say something?
So were you focused on the tone?
No.
Okay, so then let's move on.
Let's get the
Okay,
real
I get
answer
it.
then. What was you
Saying
focused
that
on
was
if it's
the,
Hold
neither?
on. She's
it
trying to
wasn't
explain what she
focused.
exactly said. Let
Hey,
her explain. Go
I
ahead,
already
Rachel.
said it. It was just a question. It literally was a question. Like, first of all, like a question is not something that has to be like clarified, right? That's for you.
now you're telling me,
I'm
Rachel. So
asking.
now,
No. I was asking you.
let her
I
cook.
said
some
no.
hearts.
I said. Okay, we understand what you're saying, but why say it that way?
Okay, what did you mean?
The
What way?
phrasing of it where you say women need to focus on listening more and men need to focus on being disciplined more.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's
Because
literally a
that's the way
question.
they delivered it.
Why phrase it that way? That's it.
Because that's the way
I
they
think because
deliver it.
they
I don't
can't
know.
find a better way to deliver it, and that just was the
Oh,
best way
thank you.
that
A
they could
woman said
explain it
this
to
is
their
sound.
best ability.
Or that was the way they
Thank you,
do it,
ma'am.
right? I
I
mean,
don't know
that's just
whoever
the way
that's
they
in the
do it.
bottom.
I
Thank you,
don't.
ma'am.
Is there nothing better to
So
debate
you
about?
guys missed the whole conversation. Like y'all missed the whole conversation.
So y'all, so my thing is, what's the solution? That's what I'm looking at
That's
today.
the thing is there is no solution. The thing is, Kev was saying that he believes that women in this conversation that we are being disingenuous because we don't agree with the statement. We
Hey, Rachel.
Okay.
Hey,
I
Rachel. Hold on a
understand.
second.
Hold on. I
No, 1 second.
understand.
Rachel,
I've
you want
said it over and over again. I understand
Rachel,
the sentiment. I
quickly.
understand it.
Rachel, you want to see something funny? Want to see something funny?
Okay.
Go ahead, Bert.
All right, watch this. Todd, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Huh?
What?
So
Go ahead.
just prove the point.
He gonna
But nah, to kind of play
Y'all
to
is
the point of
crazy. What is going on?
I just want to say something on a part of tone and stuff and speech and things, but you can't really technically tell a tone from a person from the way they text, except if they put it in all caps or if they kind of emphasize it a little bit with the emojis and everything of that nature. So it'd be kind of hard to tell the tone. I ain't take offense by what you said, Richard. I seen what you said at face value. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Take
I think
offense either to it. I just needed clarification.
you
I thought
did. Oh
I
my
missed it.
God, Gene. Gene, that's the problem I'm having with you is you're saying that you needed clarification when you actually made a statement. Please, the guys that
Okay,
were
I can agree with that part though.
please
Yeah, you
don't
can't
do
say that
that.
right after you can't say that's a clarification when you make once you made that assumption.
No, what I
You
mean,
can't
no,
make a
listen, no, what I
clarification off
said.
an assumption though.
No, I get that part. Not the assumption part. But let's say if I I got it wrong. Like I said, when I said it, I got it wrong, right? She could have easily said, "Oh man, Greg, you got this wrong. The way you set it up is this." But then Rachel went on all this rant saying other stuff, and I couldn't even comprehend because I'm trying to dissect. Okay, when is she gonna get to the part where she's gonna tell me why I made a wrong assumption? But I just hear everything else, and like you said, as a human, and this is maybe I'm the only one that's this way. When somebody go on a long rant, I can only retain so much from the last thing they said versus if they just went straight to the point from when they picked up on something.
Okay, I literally slowed it down, and you literally said, "Oh, thank you for slowing it down. I understand it." Let me slow it down again. The point was not to tell you that you're right or wrong for your assumption. The point I was showing is that because people think that men are better at listening because um, the statement that was made was that women need to work on listening more. Is that correct?
So that's interesting.
Hold on, Bert. Oh, please. Hold
Okay,
on.
I'll hold on.
So is that correct? That's the statement that was made.
That was it. That's it.
Okay.
No,
Okay. What was the statement made, Kev?
no. The statement was just that women should listen more, not that men are better listeners. That's the thing.
That's not even. I
So
literally.
Kevin, would you say that's an assumption?
No. I
No,
asked
I think
one
that's just an
question. Oh
observation.
my God! What was the question I asked? I asked one question. You see what I'm saying? That make it
No,
make
we
sense.
talking. I
You
was talking
don't
to
You
two
see
know.
how
different
he
people.
I was
confusing
I
saying.
it?
already
No,
gave you.
I
I
asked
gave no.
one
Look, no, hold on. I
question.
gave her an answer already. So you got your
No,
one
no,
answer
no.
already.
You
I was
did
talking to two
no,
other people
no.
too.
The question, no, but no. The answer, the question was there was a statement made that women need to be better listeners.
That's
Yes,
probably a
No,
good
need
idea.
to.
they
No,
need
hold
to
on.
listen
That
more,
women.
not better
Hold on.
listeners. They
Hold
listen
on. That
more.
women need to listen more. That was it. That
Right,
was my
Right.
question. Yeah, that women need to listen more.
Okay.
Right.
right.
Okay. So is
And
that saying that? Okay.
No, go ahead,
Is
Rachel.
is that saying that women are not good at listening?
Yeah.
And that's yeah, and that's something that they need to work on, right?
Right.
Okay. So if they need to work on it more than men, is that saying that men are sufficiently better at it than women?
It could come off that way,
no,
definitely.
it don't
Well,
mean
not
better.
necessarily.
Now, I'm about to say it
Not
don't mean better.
necessarily.
Okay,
I don't know
okay,
where that
okay,
word
okay.
come from.
For
So
Okay, no,
they
okay,
might
hold on,
listen
hold on,
more.
hold on.
They might
Wait,
listen
wait.
more.
Can I finish? Okay, okay.
Rachel,
No,
there's
no,
some.
no.
No,
Let her
no,
They
finish,
about to
please,
add
no.
more
please,
and more to
please,
it.
please,
Dang.
because she's going somewhere.
Well, I
She's going
mean, but
somewhere.
No, I
I
thought
know
she.
why. I know why this is confusing, Rachel. I know why. I know why that's. I know why this is confusing, right? Men and women listen differently, right? So, from a man's perspective, women need to listen better. But men listen better than women, but only from the way men look at what's
Exactly.
right, right.
That
So we're doing.
was the
So
point.
so
Yeah.
listen, so listen quickly. But we're doing different things. Women are listening for emotion when they listen. How does this make me feel? That's how women listen. How does this make me feel?
I
That's
mentioned
why
that
women are
earlier.
so reactive to tone and delivery. Men are listening for ideas, not so much feelings.
But
So
I,
what I'm saying is that the thing is we were talking about there are things that women need to work on more than men. I agree. I've literally agreed over and over again.
The way the statement should go is, this will be the
Huh?
last time. This will be the last time. The way the statement should go is, women should learn to listen better for ideas, not so much emotions. That's what is trying to be communicated.
And that's fine. That's fine. What I'm saying is what's continuously communicated is that women need to listen more, right? And what I was saying is that that is subjective because we communicate differently. So to a man, a woman does not listen very well, and to a woman, men do not listen very well. So to tell people that they need to, and you're being more specific, which makes more sense, right? But to tell people that women need to listen more, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think both people need to be better listeners.
Yeah, I learned something. Like I said, I'm just stick with because when I tell a man that they
Got
need
it,
to discipline
Rachel.
themselves, that's all I gotta stick with. With the women, you gotta just say all type of stuff and break it down to the dang on science
You
for
got to
them to
go around
understand.
the
So
world, Kev.
I think that's and I so it's more of a reason why they should listen more. But it just that's whatever though. So I think just stick with men because it always got to go through
It
so
goes
much with
around
a
the
couple of
world.
women.
One of the things
What do you
that
think
I
It's a
about
think.
my
lot.
comment? What do you think about my comment, Rachel?
Wait, what's your comment?
What do you put it
In
on?
the
Things that my
comments.
dad told me
I
when
don't see
growing up
nothing.
was like, hey man,
They got filtered.
uh,
Oh, it got
you may
filtered. Okay, let me. God bless, man, bruh. Can you guys hear me? Am I being
the
filtered?
comment be
I
No,
think he glitching or
All
He
right.
something.
might have a he might have
nah,
a
but your comment not showing up.
Okay, the comment got filtered for some reason. Here's what I said. I said women are very good at listening for emotional cues. Women are very good at that. And men are very bad at that, by the way. But women are very good at listening for emotional cues. We're doing it differently, and that's what needs to be understood.
absolutely.
I think
and with that being
this what it
said, bro,
is. If people agree or disagree, right, I think for the people that agree with it, they know how to fill in the blank and notice what's going on in this world, and they don't have to explain or dissect it. That's what's happening right now because it's either agreeing or disagreeing with the situation. So I think a person that understands how this world is kind of operating, like we see where our issues is at. You can really just leave it blank without having to say, well, men have to be sexually disciplined and all that stuff. I could just say discipline and they can fill in the blank because they realize that discipline is the issue with men when it comes to especially that, right? They can probably fill in the other reasons why men need to be more disciplined. When they say women, because the whole thing what we talking about, y'all, is that a dude has said that women be more powerful if they basically listen more, or if they stay more quiet, and men will be more powerful if men were more disciplined. That's all they said, and this is what we kind of talking about on that. And then I think for people that actually agree with it, they can just fill in the blank of why he may be saying that. People that disagree with it, they just ain't gonna like it. That's just all it is, though. So I think overall, it's basically off our seeing today's issue. We can just fill in the blank. We don't have to dissect it. And I think to just dissect it, people don't want to change that anyways, though. So whatever.
Alrighty then.
I have
Whenever
I was
a
about to
question for
ask
you,
you
Kev.
what topic was you guys responding to?
No, it was a topic from it came from Rachel Love. It's not in here, so we just brought it
Oh,
back up
okay.
again. That's all it was.
Yeah, because I was trying to catch up.
It's because you ain't listening.
Don't tell
Women.
me, Kev.
I like how you said that, Kevin. Hey, hold on, Kevin. So you out here trolling people, Kevin?
Been in here all this time and ain't been listening, and he would have knew he wasn't on topic. So, prove my point.
Listen,
I
I was
always get
listening. I
proven.
was just
Dang.
like trying to figure out how do we
Sorry, no,
get
I'm
here.
messing with you. I'm messing with you today, but
Stop
yeah.
playing with me, Kev.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want you to go thug more. I know you, man. I know you're a thug in these streets. Somebody else was just talking about you recently. Like, no, she like, when no, I know when somebody disrespect either Rachel or Kev, it's this one light skinned girl that come out of nowhere and be like, man, hey, you not about to do that. I was like, oh, you talking about my main thing. I said, she making her name on these streets. Sheesh. Yeah, I hope y'all listen to that. And men, stay disciplined, man. Y'all know what I mean. Stay disciplined. Don't let these women control you.
But Kev, I do have a
way
question
too
for you.
much fun.
Do you believe the more disciplined a man is, the better he can be successful in life, especially
Yes.
when it comes in the terms of when, okay,
Is
I
that
just
a
want to
yes?
see
Yes.
we're on the same page, my brother.
Yeah.
I just know that when I enter a conversation with a man, I know that we think and process information differently, and our output is different. So I have more patience in that conversation. I think people who think we are the same because we're all adults often make that mistake, and that they don't seek to understand. They don't seek to ask questions, and they do assume a lot. They assume that they know what they're talking about, and they're playing dumb and acting dumb or being disingenuous. But I think the first mistake and the first misunderstanding is always thinking that we are the same. You can never forget that. So, to number two, yes, I believe women should talk to women because it's just easier. If you ever watch women talk to women, what do they say? That's that whole,
I,
let me hold your hand when I say this, come from women talking to women.
yeah, I know they coddle each other, but I'm about to say this though, that
We speak each other. You can call it what you want, but we speak each other's language. because all of us are not
That's
like
that's
that.
a sweet way of putting it. I get you. Yeah.
No, but some of us are more direct, like myself. So that's one, that's some of us. But then some of us is like, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you this, you ain't gonna like it, but guess what? You out of line. So you call it what you want, but we do speak each other's language, just like I believe men also speak the same language.
Nah. And
A question for you,
I,
sister.
I believe men, and then I'm glad you're saying that, right? Because this go back to the point that I do believe men understand women more than women understand men. I think you kind of even just proved that though, because you saying the way y'all just sticking with we just communicate different. It's like y'all refuse or you refuse try to be like, well, we think differently, we speak differently, yeah, and yet y'all can finish each other's or finish people's sentences and clock people and all this other stuff, and all of a sudden we can don't understand each other. Then I don't know, maybe you're assuming on that one. I don't know what's going on,
No,
but
remember I said when I
but it just be
approach.
selective when we be like, hey, we understand each other. Now we don't understand each other. I don't know, but I would say this though, just because I guess a lot of men have to study women because they the chasers and stuff. I think I can see where you're coming from. Why you got to be so specific nowadays with women because they just live in this world and just and don't really have to talk to their opposite or whatever. They don't have to
Kevin, what
understand
was
man.
the last thing you said? You said about men have to understand what I didn't catch that one.
Say it again.
You said in the end where you said, or maybe I hope I'm not misquoting you. You said, okay, men have to understand women because I didn't get the last part.
Oh, I said they have to understand because we the chasers. So we
What do you
have
mean by
to,
that?
huh? Oh, because we the ones that have to approach the women to even understand anything about them to see what they like and what they interest in and how they react and all that stuff so we can move a certain way. Because we are more of the we we go after the woman. There we like the I don't know another way to put that though. We just go after the woman. Like women don't chase men that
It's
much.
just, okay, let's just say that's a stereo. I guess not a stereotype, better word. I could say that's an activity that society put on men, right? So
That's how the
let's
world
let's
is.
say if, and I'm cool with that. But let's just say if there was a guy that did the opposite, would you expect him to get any results whatsoever?
He ain't get nothing unless he just has some money or
No.
something like that. But this another thing. That's how I know because they got a how to meet women. Do you see that on YouTube or something like that? How to talk to women, all that stuff. You don't see no thing on there talking about how to get men or how to sleep with. No,
It
they
is. It's
they
called Think
te-
Like a Man.
they te- said think like a man. They talking Steve
But you
Harvey.
know what I've come.
Steve Harvey, that's some hurt stuff. You just talking
I'm
about
not
how to.
agreeing
That's
with the
basically like
content.
think like a
I'm
man
just
so you
pointing it
can get
out.
over your insecurities and stuff. That's a whole different thing.
That's
That's not
one
talking
in a
about
million,
understanding a
Kev.
man.
That's one in a million, Kev.
Yeah, so that think like a man stuff is
The
some
question,
is just that
but okay,
it's
but here,
just what you say, Green? Go ahead, Green. Gene.
what I don't hear, and not saying what you're saying is wrong. I don't disagree with you because this is exactly. See, I guess that's the man in me. I'm well aware where the mindset that you have, where it comes from, and you're not wrong, right? But Mike, where I be having a plight with society, and not you specifically, Kev, just society. You always hear that when it says that, oh yeah, man, it's a man's job to chase after a woman, right?
Hmm.
But you never hear society say, oh, you can attract a woman.
I don't know what society you in. I heard it.
Okay, now okay, sister, stay with me for a moment. So if you heard it, what do you get out of that?
What do I get out of what? I
Idea when you
I
say,
believe that
okay,
people.
let a man attract a woman.
I believe that people attract people. But I mean, if you're asking me what attraction means that she's going to come to you. She's going to appear in your space, in your circle.
My sister. So would you say in that scenario, would this man find it feasible to chase after women?
It depends on how patient he is.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. No, baby. I mean, I say baby. Woman, you're speaking beautiful words. You're correct. That's when I started to learn the art of seduction, right? If you're willing to be patient, you can actually get more of what you want without killing yourself to get it.
I know.
Yes, but that's with attracting anything.
Yeah, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Yes, but that applies to anything that you want to attract. It takes
Correct. Matter of
patience.
fact, you're correct. No, sister, everything that you said, you're 100. Matter of fact,
Hey,
one of
this
the things
another
that
thing I thought about this. Uh, um, who the ones that get tricked the most between the genders?
Women.
Now we, brother, you already know.
Nah, he not.
You
It's
already,
just a question. It's
I'm about
just
to
a
get somewhere
question.
with this
you
though.
already know it's the man, bro.
No, no, it's not the man. No, it's
What?
not. It's not the
What?
man.
Why not?
Caught
Why
me off
why
guard with that one.
What do you mean, why not? No, women get.
Perspective. So funny. Okay, go.
Listen. Majority of men go to strip clubs and stuff. They out there getting manipulated by women out their pockets every day. Whether they a cam girl, OF girl, Instagram girl, they out here getting manipulated by these motherfucking women. And it's showing because you will hear so many men say, "Oh, yeah, I was around this one chick, and man, her and her friend, they robbed me clean." How did they rob you? How did they get close enough to where you didn't realize you talking to one friend, the other friend is in your pocket?
I can
Okay, I feel
agree
you on the
with.
I agree
manipulation
with
though.
you, my
I
sister.
always,
I'm saying,
yeah, I feel that part. But even though I wouldn't call that manipulation because they know what they're doing,
yeah, I would.
I think I'm talking about the understanding part. Because I think if you understand something, you're not
yeah.
getting
Hey, Kev,
manipulated.
man. Kev,
Huh?
I never liked the. I think I know what you mean by the word trick. I never
Yeah, that's
liked,
how I say
like,
trick,
you
right?
know. Yeah, but you're not talking about like tricks and like Johns and tricks and shit like that. You're not
Nah,
talking about that kind of trick.
nah.
Yeah, I always had an issue with that use of the word trick, right? Because I'm like this. Like if I'm buying something from you, I'm not being tricked.
That's all I'm
Neither
getting
one
to.
of us are being tricked. If I'm buying something from you,
Yeah,
it's
they
only if I'm
they'll.
buying. It's only if I think I'm getting something that I'm not buying. Like if I'm buying something from you,
But
thinking
about
I'm getting love, but I'm not.
but
That's a
but
trick.
right, exactly. That's what I was okay, you hit. I was gonna say,
So,
what about if you thought you were buying something and you're not feeling the return on what you're buying, even though you know you're buying something, but you're not getting what you fully thought you bought? Would you feel like you were tricked or played?
Yeah, but that don't happen all that much, man. For the most part, if you pay for something, you get what you paid for. Most part. Is that,
yeah.
am
Yeah,
I
but
right?
life don't always work out like that.
I
Nah,
mean, for
you're
the
right.
most part, though, you get what you pay for, even in them streets.
Yeah, he's right. Because if I'm going to a
Question.
strip
So
club, I
no,
know
let me
what
ask you
I'm
a
going
question.
for. I know I'm
I'm
going.
a I'm
I
gonna
know
flip
I'm
this. I'm
going
gonna
to
flip
go
it on
pay
you.
for something.
Well,
I'm
like this stuff glitching, man. I don't know.
saying
Yeah, it
something.
is,
You
Kev.
kind
It's
of cut
glitching.
off.
It's glitching. Green. Your phone is glitching. Kev, go ahead.
It look like it's taking main thing spot because she used to be the glitcher. I had to mess with her today. I had to, but man, it's what.
Let me do something real quick, right, man? So, like, check this out. So, if I buy, I hate to talk about it this way, but if I buy sex from a woman, like, what did I got exactly what I paid for, right? Now, did she give up exactly what she thought she was giving up, or did she actually give up more than she thought she was giving up?
Gave up way more than what she thought she was
Who
giving
got
up.
tricked?
The woman, exactly. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, it depends on the value system.
I'm
Wait, yeah, I was about to
confused.
say
Can you
depends
explain
on the
that back
value because
again?
you can't go sit up here and
Definitely.
go to Amber Rose and think, oh, she just about to do whatever and anything. No, you about to put in that work
and
because
I and
because my thing is you want her time and attention. At the
Yeah,
end of the
no.
day, she ain't about to put in work for you.
Yo, I get you, but
and
check
then
this.
it be women that make
What
men pay for way more than. So I can see the other end too, though. Also, they be like, hey,
I
this thing
get
worth
you, but
1,000.
the long term impact on me and my life for having paid for box is different from the long term the long term impact on you for having sold it.
Not that one interaction. It depends on her value system.
But she gonna do it more than one time though. If that's what she's doing on a
That's an
regular.
assumption. That's not the
Well,
scenario we've been given, though.
that's not. But that's not an assumption with the analogy that he's using because if she's using it
That's a
for
pretty
her.
good assumption, but it's still assumption indeed. We were not
What
here
is
for
she?
that.
Hey, I need y'all assistance. I came in and came back out. Is my phone still glitching?
That boy extra loud now.
Better now.
It's extra loud.
We can
Okay,
hear you
thank
good.
you.
And it's echoing.
Hold on, let me turn the volume. I thought leaving in and coming out would have solved it.
Yeah, it did its thing. You
Just
did doing way
try
better
to
than the
pull your
phone.
screen down.
You
Try to
got
pull
an
your
echo
screen down.
bad.
Yeah, you have an echo. Try to pull your screen down. But bye, y'all. I gotta go host my live. Love you, babe.
All right, bad.
I'll be
Ah,
over
Hey,
there.
Rachel. I'm gonna
all
come see what you talking about.
right.
Take you already.
Let these men fight it out amongst themselves.
Don't talk like
I'm about to
that.
get off anyway, so I got.
I
No,
got.
I'm actually about to get off anyway, though. So.
I gotta run.
hmm
We gonna all go and let y'all hold each other accountable.
Hey, hope
Nah,
y'all. Hey, hope y'all get some understanding that.
We gonna go get
that's
an understanding.
that's why that's why you know. It's like that,
Y'all is
but
too funny.
yeah.
But let me ask you a question, though, Kev. Do you think there could be a man out there that he sees how the market is moving and he says, man, you know what? I see how a lot of other men are doing something that, let's say he doesn't perceive it as smart. And he says, man, you know what? Let me do the opposite just to see if I get a different result.
Possible.
Okay.
yeah, that's possible, but I mean, I think that just comes along with being a human being. You're gonna try different things to get different results if what you're doing isn't working.
All right, I got it. It's an echo.
Don't.
Yeah,
It's still echoing. I
yeah.
think.
I'm getting ready to drop. I want to leave you with this. I've heard of free box, but I ain't never heard of free money.
Like that one.
Ouch.
That was smooth.
Ouch.
That's hurtful.
Because of my
But I
body.
think shit, anybody can get played. Shit. I think everybody gonna experience manipulation or whatever it
Yeah.
is. Whether you in a 304 game or whether your ass is regular degular, you gonna experience that because the thing is, it's a what they say. It's a lot of wolves in sheep
The sheep
clothing.
clothing.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
But in a way,
and
I
I
guess
think
we
people.
can. Oh dang! Oops. I
Oh
thought
my
you.
bad, Kev. Go ahead.
No, no, I was just gonna say about the I guess I gotta go back to what Green said though. If we, because I do be saying women can be manipulative though, so I would have to say go back to what they. So I guess when I think about trick, I would say claiming a trick though, because I always hear you don't hear that many men that say I've been tricked, because they got manipulated so bad they not about to even admit that anyways though. So
This is true.
yeah, so I get what you mean though about manipulation, and I always did say I believe women have the ability they manipulate way more though. So I guess I got to go back to what Green was saying. Then, yeah, I do believe they manipulate more than men
Hey,
though.
Kev, would you believe me, bro? I picked up on the game so much. I haven't been on a date since 2020.
Woo! You okay?
No,
That's amazing.
I'm lovely, brother.
I
Cause
was say that's amazing.
I'm very what's the word, transparent. When I tell a woman, when I know what I want, I tell a woman exactly what I want.
Okay, so it's
Hmm
not that you're not.
I went
So it's not
abstinent
that.
for 4 years.
What you said,
So it's
sir?
not that you're not. No, I was gonna say, so it's not that you're not dating. You just haven't found one that you want to actually be with.
Not necessarily, because now, let's say when you say the woman that I want to be with, right? I realize that I don't have to go on a date to find that woman.
That's true. I agree. No, I
Thank
agree.
you, brother. Thank you. I'm hoping you see reality. Because here's I think one of the biggest deceptions, and I blame this on society, not you guys, right? Society always tells you this, oh man, you need to go out on a date so you can get to know the woman, right? But then think about it. Let's say when you go on a date and it doesn't work out, you're like, damn, I feel like I didn't get my return on my investment. I went on a date, I didn't like the woman didn't like me. It was a waste of my time, energy, and money, right? But here's what I never paid attention to. Let's say the woman that's meant for me, and this, I'm telling you, once I discovered this, brother, it changed my whole life. The woman that's meant for me, she's gonna pop up in the places that I go. So I give you an example. I've realized that, let's say me, I'm the type of guy I like to go to basketball games. Would you believe me? Would it be far-fetched to tell you that a lot of the women that I like, I meet them at the basketball games?
But my thing about that is, if that's the case, how many years have you been going to basketball games and still ain't found one that's for you yet?
Well, I guess well now here's okay now here I might come off a little different and that's okay. I know I'm not the traditional male. I'm not looking for that woman, brother.
But see now I'm a little lost now because you just gave an example of where you could find the one and how many there like you are there. So I'm not understanding what's going on. Like, are you just not? Do you not want a woman, or are you just
Right. I'm
getting
happy.
picky?
I'm happy being single because I'm well aware of the expectations that come with having a monogamous relationship.
Oh, now we getting somewhere. So okay, are you not having sex?
What you said?
Are you not having sex with these women?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Oh, that's life. Okay, I get you just having fun. Why did you say that then?
I don't want to say having fun because here's what when you say we're having fun, then you're meaning that I'm going out of my way to look for women to have fun. So that is like I'm being unintentional with the fun. I'm being intentional with the fun.
I mean, in a way, you kind of manipulating yourself by saying you're going somewhere where women that you know are gonna like who you are, and
No,
then you
not necessarily. That's how you perceive it. What I'm trying to say is, let's say if I'm going out to a basketball game and I'm only exclusively going out to just watch the basketball game, right? I find myself having interacting conversations with women that we share the same interests. And after that, it sparks a friendship or you can say a relationship, whatever you want to call it. Then I say, oh man, hey, you know what, sister? I'm going out to another Lakers game. You want to hit it up with me? Oh, sure, for sure. That turns from, okay, we find ourselves spending more time hanging around with each other. Like I say, whether we have, I think y'all say smack. I don't know why y'all say smack on here. I guess, but I don't know if it's for the filter or whatever. But we sometimes we may have smack. Sometimes we don't have smack.
yeah.
So
So
you like a friends with benefits type of
I
situation.
like that. Well, is there? Let me ask you a question. I hit. Is there another proper term to say? Because I don't like how it'll come up. Because sometimes society will try to make it look like it's a bad thing, right? Is there another proper term of calling friends with benefits besides calling it that?
I mean, no, there's nothing
Yo,
wrong with it.
yo, that's your cuddle buddy. You know you can
See,
roll with
that's
me.
why I said that's the part that I be trying. Because here's my. Because here's what I don't like about society, right? Society always makes it seem like if you're not in a monogamous relationship, you're doing something wrong. And I thought at the end of the day, my happiness was what should be important.
Yeah, but I don't think what you're doing is wrong at all. All I'm saying is that you're intentionally not getting into a relationship because that's not what you want. And my question to you would be that these women that you are building friendships with or relationships with, do they know that that's what you do not want and they're willing to be a participant in the actions with you, knowingly they're not going to get an ultimate relationship from you?
I guess you must have not heard the first thing I said. I'm 100% intentional. I put it out. I put it out there. Remember, that's one. Let's think about it. Why would that be an issue for me if I tell you that I'm purposely not going on dates?
No, I'm not saying it's an issue. I'm just doing clarifying questions to make sure I understand completely that
No,
you
because
don't.
basically your gestures is giving off like, cause you said, "Oh, we'll go. I'll see you at the game," and then I'll just ask her, "Hey, you want to catch this other game with me?" That's almost asking her out on another date.
Exactly. And see, and I love that. I love how you said that, sister. Now let's just say if I don't use that word, you can't hold that against me.
Oh, you playing games? Stop it,
Oh,
bro.
that's not a game. No, it's not a game. It's not a game. No, this is how you have to look at it. Remember, let's say if I go, let's say there's a difference. Let's say I'm using you as an example, right, sister? If I say, hey, let's go out to a basketball game, we go out to the game, right? No expectations. Whether sparks fly, it don't fly. We both know we was going out to the game, right? If
Yes.
anything pops off, that's something that's happening what's the word, spontaneously. It's not like it was
You
forced, it was
right.
expected, right? But let's just say so happened I specifically say, hey sister, I made reservations at this restaurant and I'm taking you out on a date. Let's just say the date works out. What would be your next expectation of me and of me?
To see if we about to build this relationship.
Thank you. I can potentially be a boyfriend. Exactamundo.
Yes.
So I told you to take that out of the equation. If I'm not initiating a date, you can't call it, oh, this is us to be with each other. You get what I'm trying to say? Kev, I don't know
Yeah,
if you
that makes
understand where I'm
sense.
coming
Yeah,
from.
some
people
Yeah.
like do have them go with the flow kind of relationships where it's like
Exactly.
ain't no clarification. It's like clarity comes when we get to that conversation of being serious and you asking me shit like, oh, so what are we doing?
Yes, thank you, my
Hey, I
sister.
got it. Hey, y'all,
Thank.
I gotta go, y'all. I gotta get off this thing. I got one more day of work and back. But I guess whenever Rachel get on, y'all can get on, go to her live and stuff or whatever. I'm about to call it a night. Appreciate y'all. I got a bigger topic tomorrow, so I'm gonna give y'all a heads up on that one. So it's basically how should we connect and who should we connect with and who should we avoid? Another question on there is like is us having this monolithic mindset is what's causing this damage basically in a way. So, but I that's just two things though. I got another couple more things though. But I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow.
All right,
All
bro.
right, brother. You be easy, man.
For sure. Y'all pull up on Rachel.
Most definitely.
Yep.